Hello. Welcome to I suppose the first Center Hub live stream. Yeah, because we weren't around, we weren't formulated yet during the NBA draft when we did want to do one of these. But I am one of your hosts, Stephen Bagel, if you guys aren't familiar with me. I am here with another one of our partners at the Center Hub, Julian Mendelson. And we're here to talk, for 6 hours about the PJ Tucker and Drew Eubanks trade from the Clippers and the Jazz.
I was thinking we should talk about the Obama trade. I think that one's a little more pressing.
That's the same deal.
Oh my God, dude. I'm off to a great start.
Okay. Meanwhile, I just realized we had our banners tested out. Okay, good. We got that out of the way. So, Julian, first of all, how are you doing today?
Dude, I'm great. I'm very, very I think we were talking about it before the show. I think there's still going to be a couple of chips that have yet to fall. I think there's one or two big moves left at least. But it has been utter chaos over the last week, I'd say.
Well, I suppose that's a good thing, because before we get started into really talking about a lot of these deals, when I did on the Bird Rights YouTube channel the free agency live stream on the first night of free agency this past, obviously Paul George, it's not until like 1:30 in the morning Eastern time. I was on for 5 hours with Corbin, with Mike Shearer. Those are some guys that, are going to be on this stream as well today. And we didn't have that much to talk about because this free agency, the first night was very slow.
Yeah.
At least we know, we have definitive topics to discuss. So let's start with a heavy hitter. Julian, first let me ask you, because we have the Nico Harrison press conference. We will be playing it momentarily. You said you have not watched this.
I have not. I have not gotten a chance to see the press conference yet.
Okay, so there were two parts of the press conference I want to show you. Do you want to talk about the trade first, or do you want to just get into the press conference and we'll talk about it?
I want to see the press. You've got me hyped up about this because I've seen a lot of media about it, but I haven't actually seen it.
So let's do this real quick. Just do me a favor. When you're watching this, listen to Nico Harrison, but look at Jason Kidd's face. Okay? So I'm going to share my screen now. Bear with me momentarily. Well, already having technical... You love that. Okay.
All right, I'll open it up. Thanks for everything.
So let me see where it's at. It's about 3 minutes in. I don't even see the time on here. Oh, there we go. Okay, ready? So look at Jason Kidd's face the entire time while Nico's talking.
There's two parts. Happy right now.
Yeah. Okay. So there's two parts of this. I want you to. When I show you both clips, ready? So this is the first one.
At the smallest level, without stuff getting out, and Rob and I were able to have, really intense conversations over the course of, 3 or 4 weeks. That started out as a coffee that was more, hey, would you ever? I don't know. Would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that, and we kept it between us. We had to keep it tight.
He's talking about Pelinka, obviously.
About it, but J Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about.
Okay, so look at this. J Kidd and I are aligned. Look at J Kidd's reaction when he says J Kidd and I are aligned on Nico trading Luka Doncic.
We kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. J Kidd didn't know about it.
Look, J Kidd,
but J Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know
he's nodding
players that
but
he likes without actually.
Because what's he going to do? Throw him under the bus?
So I know that, and J Kidd coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes, and so I felt good about.
He said he knows the type of players he likes. You know who J Kidd probably likes to coach?
Probably Luka Doncic, if I had to guess.
Probably Luka Doncic. Hall of Fame point guard. I'm sure he loves to coach Luka Doncic.
It making sense to where we're trying to go.
With Lucas Petty.
So it made sense to where they're trying to go. I just got a kick out of Jason Kidd's face this entire press conference. I'm not going to show the whole 9 or 10 minutes right now. But, I mean, okay, initial thoughts on this. I mean, they said Jason Kidd had no idea about it. So, I suppose typically how things work in front office is Nico Harrison just approaches the new owner, hey, we have this on the table. I need your permission to approve it. And the Mavs' new owner approved it. If this was not Mark Cuban, some people think it was Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban's now the minority owner since he sold the majority of the Mavericks.
So, two things here.
Okay.
First off, and this is just a personal thing, if I were a GM, I would be talking to my coach about what trades to make. Because, you need the guy that's running your team to know who you're bringing in. You need him to be okay with who you're bringing in. And you kind of need him to know what he's getting himself into. Second thing here, Jason Kidd does not look like he wants to be there. The thing that I notice, if you look a lot of the time, generally when, people are mentioning you or talking to you, you kind of like look at them. A lot of this body language from Jason Kidd is like head down, like averting his eyes, not looking at the media, not looking at Nico. I don't think he looks at Nico this entire clip. Even when Nico says like, yeah, me and Jason Kidd are aligned, Jason knows the kind of players we want to bring in. I think it's telling. And I my opinion on this whole trade. How I feel.
We're gonna talk about that. Real quick, Julian, it is 10:04. What does that banner say?
We have a trade?
We have a trade. Nothing major.
How did I get a single notification?
According to Michael Scotto from Hoops Hype, the Washington Wizards are trading 4 second-round picks to the Philadelphia 76ers for a 2026 first-round pick.
Wait, what?
The Sixers traded the first pick next year. This year's they owe to OKC top 6 protected. Next year's for 4 second-round picks. What I will say, there's no way, because that would violate the Stepien rule if this year's goes to OKC. So there's definitely protections on it, but the Sixers clearly are planning on making some type of move if, this is a move that they're making this early into the deadline day. But yeah, that was just a minor one. Obviously, you and I are both in the Philadelphia area, so we have a vested interest in the Sixers. But yeah. So, okay. Now that I know you're a body language expert and you're analyzing Jason Kidd's body language, now let's go to 8:30 time frame. I think, okay, I know what this one is. 8:30.
I mean, just look at his face, dude.
Look at him! He's like, fuck my life.
Dude, but I mean, the entire time that you're fast forwarding through, he hasn't looked at Nico Harrison once.
He's like obligated to be there. He's the head coach.
Well, yeah, no, of course. So, he's very professional, and I'll give him that.
What's he going to do?
That's the thing is
he had no control over this. He had no say over it.
He didn't even know about it.
He didn't know about it. But Nico said they were aligned in the last clip. Okay, let's get to this clip.
Now, will for the organization in the long term?
Well, I think the long term is the time frame. I think he fits our time frame. If you pair him with Kyrie and the rest of the guys, he fits right along with our time frame to win now and win in the future.
I'm like Luka Doncic.
And the future to me is 3-4 years from now. The future 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay by then, or we bury ourselves.
Yes.
All right, I know there's a lot of.
So he goes, well, they're going to bury Jay Kidd or I by then, or we'll bury ourselves. And Jay Kidd just looks at him like, dude, you're burying me. Ready? Look at this. One more time.
They probably bury me and Jay by then, or we bury ourselves.
Yes.
Ourselves, yes. Jesus.
I love it. Like, if you just go back, it's a 9-minute press conference, and this is Jason Kidd's reaction the entire time.
I just don't understand how this makes sense for a 3 to 4 year time. I don't know. I guess Kyrie and Luka do have maybe 3 to 4 years left. This just doesn't. The thing for me that doesn't make sense is I don't think you can win a championship with these two guys. And if you're not doing that, right? Like, okay, if you made this trade 5 years ago, Sure. I have a little bit more.
Let's talk about that. If Luka Doncic on draft night, he was initially drafted by the Atlanta Hawks. We know he's traded for the Dallas Mavericks.
Right.
If he was traded for a 26-year-old Anthony Davis in a similar deal, that's feasible. Honestly, they probably would have to give more than Luka to get AD at 26 years old. AD was basically the age Luka is now when Luka was drafted.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, Kyrie is a guy that you need to manage. And Kyrie got along very well with Luka. You don't know how he's going to get along with AD. You know, you're aging up your roster so much, and I don't think we have seen, especially in recent history, a team that does this. We can talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder with Paul George and Russell Westbrook. We can talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder not the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Washington Wizards with Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal. We can talk about the Brooklyn Nets with Kyrie, KD, and James Harden. A lot of the recent examples of putting older stars together and thinking it's going to get you a championship, it hasn't worked. So to trade a player in his prime at 25, we have another trade.
Same. It's an extension of the one we just talked about with the Sixers and Wizards. According to Mark Stein, the Sixers are trading Reggie Jackson to the Washington Wizards with that 2026 first for Jared Butler and 4 seconds. I like Jared Butler.
I don't hate that.
But it depends on petitions on the pick. Again, due to the Stapien rule, it can't obviously be unprotected because they already owed most likely their 2025 first to OKC, unless it's top 6. So we're gonna have to see how that. But
hilarious.
It's interesting that the Sixers are already willing to mortgage the future even further than what they already have when they just salary dump 2 guys to get out of the tax.
I don't really know what the plan is for the Sixers right now, and that's kind of where I'm concerned. I don't think they know what the plan is right now. I mean, if you're building around Embiid, which has been the case for years now, and, again, you're dealing with the injury issues. His knees are shot. We know that. You brought in Paul George. Great player, also has injury issues. You've mortgaged the future already. I just don't know this year if the plan is if the plan's similar to last year, where it's get to the play-in and hope that Embiid is healthy enough to make you and hope Embiid and PG are healthy enough to make you want to run. Or, I mean, what I would have done is I would have said, you know what, this year's whatever. We'll take our hits. We'll run it back next year. We got both these guys locked up for a while. We have Maxey locked up for a while. And maybe we can get a great pick out of the deal.
Josh Earl just brought up a good point in the comments. Josh, another Center Hub contributor, just reiterated what I said in terms of they can't trade the 2026 first because it's owed to OKC. So it's either going to have to be protected or it's going to be the Clippers pick, which if it's that case, given Kawhi Leonard's health, I wouldn't be happy either. It could be the Sixers own in 2026, but it would have to, probably be protected to 27, et cetera, et cetera.
I would prefer that option.
Okay, Mark Stein just tweeted it out, actually.
Okay.
Let's see. It is... We'll send a 2026 first-round pick to Washington that is the least favorable of the first round between they hold the Clippers, Thunder, and Rockets.
The least favorable, okay.
The least, which is what they already, I believe, held to begin with.
That's fine. You know what?
So odds are it's gonna be the Thunder Rockets 2026 first. It's the last pick in the first round. Let's say it's pick 30. They got 4 second-round picks in Jared Butler.
That's fine, yeah.
Even if it's like basically a second-round pick.
Even if it's like 28 or 27, I'm still okay with that. You're not trading a top 20 pick. You're not really mortgaging assets here. Yeah, if it was, I was starting to get a little bit concerned there for a second, but I think that is overall, I would say Morey is doing a pretty decent job. Other than obviously, I was not a big fan of the KJ Martin dump, but the other two trades I'm a fan of.
So we probably spend more time than most people would on this trade, but we also have the Sixers ties. The Luka trade, have you had the opportunity to really like talk about it on the podcast or anything yet? Because
No, I haven't.
I did a Bird Rights with Josh, who's in the comments now, and Corbin, who will be joining us in about 15 minutes or so.
If he's awake.
And if he's awake, he's on Mountain Time, but he will be here. I wrote an article on the Center Hub's website for this, basically breaking down the trade from like it. My issue was, I suppose I understand wanting to just keep it between the Mavs and the Lakers and not, what's what I'm looking for, not opening it up to other teams. If you had, look, Anthony Davis is the best player in the league. He's the highest attainable guy who could get for Luka. That's fine. My issue is you should have gotten Anthony Davis and Max Christie and that 2029 first, and the 2031 first, and every swap, and Dalton Connect. Like, they should have hamstrung the Lakers, and the cupboard should have been so bare next to LeBron and Luka that they wouldn't have been able to make that Mark Williams deal last night, which we'll talk about. Like, that's my issue with it.
I have a few issues with it.
Okay.
First off, you have to talk about the return that they got. Not nearly enough for a top 5 player in the NBA. Let's just get that out of the way. That's the obvious, right? I don't like it for a couple of other reasons as well. I don't like the precedent that it sets with your players as the Mavs. If you are a team who says, we have a top 5 player in the NBA and we are willing to bash him and trade him for spare parts and Anthony Davis, it kind of sets a precedent that everyone in your organization, as long as Nico Harrison is the GM, is going to be expensive.
Thanks, everybody.
And if you're a star who's looking to go to a place, why would you go to a team like Dallas right now? I think you're completely screwing your organization in that sense as well.
I think this also shows, like, it's such a precedent for, like, the NBPA. And, I'm, like, more of the business side of basketball. Like, if Luka Doncic got traded like that, like, there's no untouchables in this league. Who's next? Anthony Edwards? Like,
Anthony Edwards made a joke about it.
Who could say Anthony Edwards is untradeable right now after we saw Luka Doncic get traded for undervalue, basically?
Yeah, I don't understand why he did it. I don't understand why he got back significantly less value, and I don't understand why this is a trade that he decided to keep completely in the dark. I mean, I do, because I think he didn't want anyone to hear that they were shopping Luka, I guess. It makes no sense. But
if you're trading Luka anyway, who cares if it comes out that you're trading Luka?
I think he didn't want backlash before the trade, if I had to guess.
Oh.
That's the only thing I can think of.
So 610 Shane asks, why did LA give up on Connect? And now, obviously, we could transition that into the Mark Williams deal. Let me see. I put that on the ticker on the bottom.
Yeah, I would say I don't think they gave up on Connect. That's not how
I think he's he's the most valued asset they had, and they needed, after trading Anthony Davis, they needed a big man. Yeah. Obviously there was speculation that they could go after like Miles Turner. I like them getting a combo of like Nick Claxton and Davion Sharp getting 2 big men, or even like Robert Williams or Duop Freeth from the Trailblazers. I would have loved those combinations of guys for them, but they end up getting the thing the Lakers haven't done in years after finally starting to do is get younger. They got 25-year-old Luka Doncic. They got, what's Mark Williams, 21, I would guess. He was a sophomore, and he's
21, 22.
21, 22. Either way, the Lakers are getting younger. Like, they have a future now post LeBron, which we'll talk with Corbin in about 10 minutes or so about how, the Lakers, he didn't think Anthony Davis was the guy to lead the Lakers post the LeBron James era. Now they have that guy in Luka Doncic. Like, they have a clear avenue of who that's going to be.
They sure as hell have that guy, yeah. I mean, I've not been a big Rob Pelinka fan at times, but he has absolutely completely revamped this team. And
but what I will say is Rob Pelinka apparently was both approached by the Mavs and by the Hornets with these trades. He did not go out of his way to call about these guys. So it's like it's easy. It's easy when other GMs want to make the job easy for you, like Nico Harrison and like Jeff Peterson did. Jeff Peterson, I think, did fine. I actually think the Hornets undersold a little bit on Williams, but given his back issues, his foot issues, he's been limited every year of his career. Like I get why, because I don't think that 2031 unprotected Lakers first is all that valuable anymore now that they have Luka Doncic.
No.
And same with that 2030 swap. And Darna Connect, yes, he's a proficient scorer. But that's all basically he is at this. But like, I don't know if he's going to be more in the NBA, I would say, than just that.
I still think he, at the worst, is going to be a rotation piece as we have another trade.
No, that was from the previous one when I took the comment down. Sorry.
Okay. I do think he can be a rotation piece. And I think if you're the Hornets, you want to focus on acquiring guys that you can put around Brandon Miller and LaMelo Ball. I know Brandon Miller's done for the year. I know LaMelo Ball has, been on and off the court at times. But I think, like, right now, if you're the Hornets, that's the goal. Connect is a much better fit alongside both of those guys, in my opinion, for your 2-3 slot. They will need a center. And I think probably if I were the Hornets, I would draft Kaman Malawach in this upcoming draft. Best available guy for what they're trying to build.
They should have drafted Donovan Clingan.
I don't think it's.
They should have drafted Donovan Clingan.
Yeah, we can talk about that all day.
Again, I'm a big Tijon Sullivan fan. This is not me bashing that pick, but it should have been Donovan Clingan. Real quick, Julian, do you want to hear the 4 seconds that the Sixers got in the deal with the Wizards?
Yeah, let's hear it.
2027 most favorable of Golden State and Phoenix, which could be a decent second.
Could actually be good.
2028 Golden State seconds, and that's beyond Jimmy Butler's extension that he signed. 2030 second, which is the most favorable of Phoenix and Portland, and 2030 second Washington. So that's we have no idea how far out those 2030 picks are going to be, but like given they gave up probably pick 29 or 30 in next year's draft, I think they did fine. And they got Jared Butler. They took a young flyer on him.
Yeah, I like taking a couple of young flyers on guys. We'll see what happens. With a couple of these teams that are trading a lot of their seconds away. I think I would not be surprised. A couple of teams that I think are probably going to make a move at some point. I wouldn't be shocked if OKC or Houston does something just to consolidate some of those second round picks. And
that's what the Wizards had 18 seconds.
Yeah.
So Wizards themselves are consolidating.
It wouldn't shock me if OKC or Houston did that as well. I still think there's going to be a lot of movement. I think there are a lot of teams that still have like 1 or 2 pieces that they're going to want to get before the end of the deadline. And a lot of teams who don't really know where they are right now. I think that's kind of a thing that I'm noticing in the NBA this year. There's a lot of teams who, outside of obviously like the top 4-ish in each conference, that are underperforming and have a lot of star power and just like, I mean, you look at Phoenix right now, what are they going to do? Can they even do anything? I know they kind of got stiffed because they were looking to get Jimmy and get rid of KD. They can't trade Beal. They're a team that needs to do something. Obviously, Golden State needed to do something. Atlanta probably needs to do something.
So real quick, I'm looking at the comments, and Chung Bull, one of my close friends, just commented. He's also a Sixers guy. You think the Sixers gave a pick 29 or 30 next year? Bro, we're ass. he is right. It is, if anyone missed it, the least favorable of Clippers, OKC, and Houston. And given OKC is the best team and has the best record in the league this year, assuming they have the best record in the league next year, it's that pick. It's not the Sixers' own first round pick next year. So just for clarification, in case anybody missed that. But either way, Mike Lampkin said, trade KD to Dallas. I don't think Dallas has enough to get it done, unfortunately. I know there was speculation that maybe they're going after Jimmy Butler, but I don't know. If they got more for Luka Doncic, no, I think they're hamstrung with kind of what they have now with that core.
They don't really have.
Phoenix is in a weird situation because they're second apron team. They need to find a team who would take on Beal that Beal would waive his no trade clause for. No one wants Nurkic. So they had to dangle KD to see how they could fix this current situation, which isn't Matt Ishbia's MO. When Matt Ishbia bought this team, they traded for KD immediately. They traded for Bradley Beal. Like, he pushed all the chips in. And it's admirable that he did it because not everyone would just push in every chip they have immediately after buying the team. But he did. But now it's like they're in a situation where like they had to at least take calls on Kevin Durant, and now they have to go back to KD with the tail between their legs.
Well, they didn't get a point guard.
Well, now they have Tyus Jones for what that's worth.
No, I know, but like they did all this and they've got two guys who are shooting guards. I know Devin Booker can play make. I know Brad Beal can play make, but that's not their main focus. It kind of was just like, we're going to bring a bunch of superstars in who can score the ball and hope that they can figure it out, which is, kind of what Brooklyn did. It was a train wreck.
Yeah. Poor KD. He just wants to solidify his legacy and win a ring with someone other than Golden State, and it's just not.
You think that's why I didn't want to go back?
Yes. I'm very big on that theory.
I don't hate it. I think that's feasible.
KD left the Warriors to sign with Brooklyn to try to solidify his legacy and prove he could get it. I know he has the finals MVPs on Golden State, but with all the backlash he got for joining them to begin with, he needed to, solidify his legacy and win a championship elsewhere. And so far, he has not been able to do that. And he's running out of time to do it because it's not going to be on the Suns team, at least right now.
No. Unless a miracle happens. I don't know what that miracle looks like, but
So, okay. We obviously have the De'Aaron Fox trade on screen. We are going to bring in momentarily Noah Magaro-George. You guys know him from the Vic and Roll. Obviously, Vic and Roll playing on Victor Wembanyama, in case anyone needed that clarification. We have De'Aaron Fox, Jordan McLaughlin to the Spurs. Kings get Zach LaVine, Sadie Sissoko, who they since flipped for Jonas Valanciunas in a couple seconds. It says on here on this tweet, 3 first-round picks. That 2025 Charlotte first is actually lottery protected and conveys to 2 seconds if it doesn't convey this year, which it's not going to. So it's basically it's those 2 firsts, the 2027 Spurs and 2031 Minnesota, and 5 seconds. The 3 seconds that sit and the 2 that Charlotte would convey for that 2025 first not conveying. The Bulls get Zach Collins, Trey Jones, Kevin Huerter, and their own 2025 pick back. That was top 10 protected that the Spurs owed. So let's go ahead. I'm going to add Noah in 1 second. And I just need to play this while we're adding Noah.
What does the fox say? What the fox say?
So every time we talk about De'Aaron Fox, you guys will be hearing that lovely song. Noah, how are you doing today?
I'm great, man. I'm great. I feel like San Antonio kind of got away with highway robbery, and they got a guy next to Victor Wembanyama for fairly cheap, and I mean, they didn't give up Castle. They didn't give up Sohan. They didn't give up Vassell. They didn't even give up Keldon Johnson, which is, I mean, we've talked about him several times, not even a guy who I'm particularly high on. They gave up Zach Collins and Trey Jones, who probably wouldn't have been playing very much anyways with Chris Paul still in town. So I don't know what to say other than happy. I mean, I don't think you can look at this as a Spurs fan or somebody who covers the team in any capacity without being happy.
So, real quick, we are actually going to add Corbin in here momentarily. But, I mean, here's my opinion. Let me add Corbin first. Corbin, how you doing?
What's up, y'all? I'm doing good for someone who just woke up a little bit ago, you know?
Yeah.
How's it going, Noah, Julian? Good to see y'all.
What's up?
What's up, y'all?
So, De'Aaron Fox. Oh, of course, that blocks Corbin's face. Sorry about that, Corbin.
Wow. It's all good. You need it.
Anyway, we have the straight up.
It's okay.
So we have, here's my opinion. I think the Spurs basically got De'Aaron Fox for free. I mean, obviously nothing is free in the NBA, but again, that Hornets first is 2 seconds. So he gave up 5 seconds and 2 first. You would envision the Spurs 2027 first not being very good because that would be year 4 for Victor Wembanyama. That could very well be Victor Wembanyama's first MVP year, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
So it's really the Minnesota 2031 first. We have no idea how good. That could be a trap pick if Anthony Edwards is a Timberwolves lifer. It could be a good, but we have no idea. But otherwise, they gave up guys that aren't in the rotation in Zach Collins and Trey Jones, basically. So I think they did great.
So I have a question for Noah on this. Were you surprised when you saw the trade and you saw that a couple of first-round picks were given up? Were you surprised that none of the Hawks picks were involved in this?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if you're Sacramento, how do you not? I mean, I guess, you know, the leverage there was somewhat gone. Fox wanted out, supposedly wants to go to San Antonio to play with Wembanyama, but you got to do something to get one of those picks because that 2027 pick from San Antonio is probably not going to be very good if you've got Wembanyama in the middle of his prime. You've got Fox in his prime, whatever they add between now and then. And then, you know, like Steven already said it, that Charlotte pick was really just 2 seconds. The Minnesota pick, we have no idea what that's going to look like. So yeah, I mean, I was super surprised they didn't really give up anything of consequence, of real consequence as far as their assets go. So yeah, I was really, really surprised, but hey, I'm not complaining. Not at all.
So when I was trying to formulate the deal, like on a trade machine, like before the trade happened, I'm saying, I thought it would be Keldon Johnson. I thought it would be at least Jeremy Sohan. Like they kept every rotation player they have. Zach Collins, I think, is fine for a backup big given the money he makes. He might be a little overpaid. Trey Jones is definitely expendable now that they have De'Aaron Fox and Chris Paul. Again, they gave up nothing of consequence to get almost a perfect pairing with Victor Wembanyama, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit of a hater real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, Zach Collins was pretty awful. Like he shouldn't even be playing in any context for any team. I mean, admirable for him to come back from a bunch of injuries, work his way back into the NBA. He got paid. He had, pretty good second half of the season after they traded Poeltl a few years ago. But since then, he can't shoot, can't defend in space, not protecting the rim. He's pretty solid as like a DHO guy, but other than that, like he has been awful. He has been really, really, really bad. So, you're not even really giving up a rotation guy in Zach Collins. Here's where I'm a hater, though. Honestly, I kind of would have preferred Chris Paul go than Trey Jones just because I feared this was going to happen. Chris Paul is going to start pretty much for the rest of the season. There's really nothing that's going to stop them from starting Chris Paul and De'Aaron Fox together, which is not something I wanted to see. But Chris Paul at his press conference during media day was like, I'm not coming here to mentor. I'm not here coming, to come off the bench. I'm here to play. I wouldn't have signed with San Antonio if I wasn't going to play, if I wasn't going to start. And so I was like, well, when they bring in De'Aaron Fox, I wonder if that tune changes. They asked him after the game last night, Mitch Johnson, they were like, hey, is Chris Paul going to continue to start? And he was like, yes, this is the starting lineup from here on out, basically. So personally, I would have rather kept Trey Jones around because he's a guy who probably could have fit in here longer term. But Chris Paul, to me, is still a one-year rental. But I really don't want to see Chris Paul start next to De'Aaron Fox. I'm sorry. I know that's kind of nitpicky, but really don't want to see Chris Paul start for the rest of the season next to De'Aaron Fox. I just don't think it makes any sense. When you could be starting Stephon Castle, you could be starting Jeremy Sohan. You could even start Julian Champagny for all I care, but Chris Paul and De'Aaron Fox is such a weird combo, especially when they forced it during crunch time last night. That was a little weird too. But yeah, sorry. A little bit of a non sequitur there.
So, Corbin, do you have any potential Chris Paul, suitors potentially in mind for the deadline? I put you on the spot here a little bit.
A little bit. No, I'm kidding. Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't see why Chris Paul can't be a backup guard for the Spurs. Like, I just don't like him starting. But I do think, Trey Jones, I guess Trey Jones solid too. But, like, I don't know. In spots, I think Chris Paul's still solid. I think you don't want to overextend him. I think there has been spots in San Antonio where that's been the case. The guy is definitely at his, like, floor general spot 3 portion of his career, And we saw this with a lot of great point guards to like the last 2 years. John Stockton, Jason Kidd. Like, those kind of guys. It's like, all right, basically, I call it 6 and 6. 6 points, 6 8 assists. Like, that's where he's at. So, if you want someone to come and do that from, like, a backup spot, sure. I don't see why it couldn't be San Antonio. Maybe he's, like, deep bench for, like, first De'Aaron Fox, then Trey Jones. That makes sense to me. As far as any other team, literally, I think there's a few teams that could use his services as a backup guard. But what are you trading for him? And I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's not like he's making like a ton. I just don't know in my head like packages that you would go, hey, we see you, Chris Paul. I want you right now. Let's give you, like, I'm not gonna use the Lakers. They changed so much. But let's say the Clippers want it back, and the Clippers are like, let's do some combination like Kevin Porter Jr. and like,
Clippers could use him, I think.
Yeah.
They don't have
to trade it back to the Lakers for like Maxi Kleber.
I wouldn't hate it. I really don't feel like he's going anywhere. I mean, personally, that's just my feel. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's pretty happy because I feel like nowhere else can really promise him that you're going to start for the rest of the season. And like San Antonio, to me, always tries to do right by players, even if it doesn't do right by them. And they're going to see this thing out, man. So this season, I'm like, whatever happens, happens. I think they can make a play-in run, whatever. But man, I wish Chris Paul did not have to start for the rest of the season. And maybe something changes. Maybe he changes his tune, but my feeling is probably no. I mean, he was pretty adamant at Media Day. Like, I'm not here to just mentor. I'm not here to come off the bench. I value my time in the NBA, and there's not a lot left. So, yeah, I think he's here. He's here for at least the rest of this year.
Okay.
So we have a question, a non-Spurs related question, actually, from Gamercraft. What do you think Portland will do? Who is the best player for Portland to build a team around? I'm assuming that's build a team about him.
They already have DeAndre Ayton. What do they need? I'm just
kidding. I was having this conversation the other day, actually, with Cam, I think it was, where I think 2 of the 3, like if you look at the 3 guards that they have, you can't actually pair any 2 of them together. If you put Shaedon and Scoot together, you have no shooting. If you put Simons and Scoot together, you have no like size. That's just too small. And then if you put Shaedon and Simons together, you don't have a true point guard. So like they're like these 3 mismatched guards, very talented. Don't get me wrong. But I think 2 of them are going to have to go. Simons is gone for sure.
Yeah.
He might go today, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if he's gone today. But
I will love him in Orlando for what that's worth.
That is where a lot of people have talked about for him. I wouldn't be shocked if the guy that they decide to build around is Shaedon.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, Scoot Henderson has been the last like 10 or 12 games substantially better. Portland, I think, has won 9 out of the last 10 actually. So like they
and I think he's averaging something like 18, 5, and 7 over that stretch. And I think he's shooting like 45% from 3 on like decent volume, and like a lot of those are pull-ups. I don't know how real that is because I don't believe in Scoot as a shooter. He hasn't really shown that to this point. But hey, I hope it is. I hope it is because it'd be fun for that to kind of work out for them, because I feel really bad for Scoot. I feel like the second he got to the league, people were like, bust. He's bust. And like, yeah, I feel like that's a little unfair with guards, especially guys who are going to a bad a situation as he was.
Yeah. Again, what about Donovan Clingan? I mean, he's not like a guy you build around, but like he's definitely a piece.
I like him.
I mean-
I think he's definitely a guy you might be able to anchor a defense around for sure. I don't know that he has a whole lot more than that. I will give him that I think he's a good high post like hub. I think he can pass. I think he's a pretty solid passer. But yeah, I don't know. To me, I agree with you. He is kind of just a piece there.
Okay, so let
They've
me
got
see.
some pieces at least.
It's Scoot.
I think they haven't.
I'd agree.
They have
Yeah.
enough
I'm so sad about it.
bites at the apple, in my opinion, that they're in pretty good shape. Let's talk
Maybe
about
they'll get
this.
lucky and get Cooper Flag.
Not if they keep winning. If they keep winning 9 out of 10.
Something tells me after the deadline they'll find.
That surprised me, by the way. They like I'm never paying attention to the Portland Trailblazers, but that surprised me the other day. I saw that graphic from like ESPN or something. I was like, really? Well, that's great, I guess, for them.
So I have Zach LaVine to the Kings. I mean, how much better or worse are the Sacramento Kings now they basically swapped De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine? My issue is Malik Monk going to be the starting point guard going forward? Like I think he's a great secondary ball handler, but I don't know. Corbin, what's that face
Can we
for?
cue the womp? Can we cue the womp womp womp?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh,
We're getting
no,
there.
That's how I feel. Like, listen, I love Zach LaVine. I love offense. Like more buckets. I want more buckets than KFC. Like that's what I'm with. Come on. But like, if yesterday was an example, like, geez, like I don't know. Defense. I mean, I like to usually think defense is important because obviously it's two sides of the ball. But I look at defense as a little less important than offense because it goes to score more, right? And that's the way my brain works. I don't like this though. Like in my head, I was like, okay, it could work. You know, if you get like, I guess you have a platoon between Zach LaVine and Malik Monk, like it's playmaking by committee. But there's too many defensive holes, especially in your guard spots. Like the Atlanta Magic just did a lot of switching and getting, you know, Paolo Banchero, Franz Wagner. And those are like matchup nightmares anyway for most guys. But like for the Kings, it was like 2 points. All right, let's go. You know, and if the jumpers aren't falling or they're not getting to the rim, it's a problem. You know what I mean? So I guess maybe more time to gel is going to be important, but I just wonder if you're talking about a foundation of Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis.
Yo.
Like,
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Nightmare on Elm Street, dude.
Yeah. That's like, oh snap! Like, and we're trying to win. Like that's what's crazy about it. It's like that's what they're trying to do. So I don't know. I think on his head, like the fact they were able to get Zach LaVine and not have to give a lot was great. Now the fact that they did end up trading, of course, you know, De'Aaron Fox, I guess you could say that was what they gave up, but not really. Like, I don't know. I just, for a guy who loves offense and likes Zach LaVine and likes the Kings, I didn't understand the fit.
So we talked a little bit about it. Julian and I before Noah and Corbin had the opportunity to join. And that is last night's trade that happened around midnight, where the Lakers acquired Mark Williams in exchange for Darna Connect, Cam Reddish, a 2030 pick swap, and 2031 unprotected first, which I'm not sure how valuable, as I already reiterated, that 2030 and 2031 first is going to be now that the Lakers have Luka rather than aging Anthony Davis. Corbin, let's start with you. Friend of the Center Hub, Cerebral Sports, asked, are the Lakers now a serious playoff contender with the addition of Mark Williams?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, provided he's healthy. Like I think that's kind of the big elephant in the room, or stays healthy rather, huh?
Do you think they trade for a second big man?
I think if I had to look right now, I would look at like another guard personally. I think Jackson Hayes is fine as a backup big. Like I made a joke. I said if Jackson Hayes is the answer, I don't want to know the question. But like the question now isn't is Jackson Hayes a center, right? I think you do, depending on what you do with Ruby, I think is the important thing. Because if you're gonna keep Ruby around anyway, like LeBron's there, presumably at the 4. I'm sure Luke is there. Like Ruby can kind of do what? Backup 4 or starting 4, and then like spot backup minutes to Jackson Hayes depending on the matchup. So I guess you do need another big, but like at this point, who are you going after? Like a Daron Sharp? Like you may not have given all your assets away in a Luka trade, and that's great. Mark Williams did take a bunch, so now you're shopping Maxi Kleber, Gabe Vincent, potentially Rui Hachimura, and some seconds. You know what I mean? Like you gotta be creative. Yeah,
For what it's
exactly.
worth, after the Luka trade and after the Mark Williams trade, the Lakers only have 2 swaps and 1 second-round pick to trade, and they don't really have any young Darden Connect or Max Christie type guys to trade.
Yeah.
Jalen Hood-Schifino is gone too. Can we mention that?
Yeah. Oh, thank everyone. I'm so happy. Listen, he'll be great in Utah, I think. I'm just kidding. I don't know, but like that's the thing. It's just like now your assets aren't there. So if you can try to swing for a trade where you get another guy who could play or keep, I guess, Maxey, if that's the case. Like at this point of his career, he is like a backup 5, undersized, but like backup 4. I don't like it, but I'm just saying, like, if you're not gonna be able to get, I'm just saying you take that package out. If we're done the mock trade deadline and I come to either you, Noah, or you, Julian, with a package that includes Gabe Vincent, maybe Hachimura, and a swap or a second, probably not both, for a backup center that probably did Daron Sharp or something. Like, and we have to talk salary matching and everything. Are y'all like, oh yeah, that could be interesting? Or y'all gonna want more from a draft package?
I don't know. I don't feel moved by any of that, but I maybe yes, maybe yes, just because it's not like a good or bad thing. I don't know. It's not something I've ever thought about, to be honest.
I didn't either until last night. I was like, oh, how can they? Yeah. Oh, Josh. Okay.
So Josh said the Lakers could trade their 2027 first if it's top 4 protected. Otherwise, goes to Utah. At this point, they have Luka Doncic. Like, even if LeBron's retired, I don't think, and that's going to be. They could do it. He's right. I just don't see a scenario where like that would be the asset. I'd rather have the pick swaps essentially rather than. It might be a nice little sweetener, but go ahead.
Chris Paul for Maxi Kleber might be the best thing that they can do.
Yeah, but do the Spurs want to take on that future money of Maxi Kleber next year?
How long is
Kleber's
just for next year? Just next year,
next year,
and then then they're done. Then they don't have to like pay him in the future. So honestly, I'm a little bit of a hater. I like Chris Paul. I think he's been wonderful for the Spurs for like what they brought him in for, but. Yeah, I mean, I'd be fine with that, just so that we don't have to see them start next to each other. It's weird.
We could toss you a second if that pushes the needle.
Yeah, we'll take any asset. Yeah, give us assets. We'll take we'll hoard them like the Thunder.
Tops,
for sure.
Yeah. That's gonna be interesting. I don't know, but like I think to answer the original question, even as they are right now, I think that they're a serious playoff contender. Like again, playoff. I mean, honestly, you could even make a case if they get the right matchup, injury luck. Like who knows when things shake out? But at least for the playoffs. Already top 5, already been on a strong way. I think they won 9 of 10 or something like that. 9 out of 10, 8 of 10, or 7 of 8. One of those. The point being, that's without these pieces coming in. You probably get Luka over the weekend. You probably get Mark Williams over the weekend. I think both are projected for Saturday. Like that. I mean, give it some time, of course, to gel. But even with that, the talent on the floor, you actually have a balanced roster. I kind of worry. Gabe Vincent's been Miami. Gabe Vincent for the last month and a half, and I love that. But I've been hurt before. Kendrick Nunn. So I do wonder if he will regress, but he might not. If he's like finally found his like form, then this is great, right? Obviously, you're still incorporating Jared Vanderbilt. Rui Hachimura is still trying to find a place if he's still on this team. They've still been playing well. They defend really well. At least recently, the three balls have been going down at a really good pace for them the last 4 games. Like, it's been kind of crazy.
You're selling me a little bit. Okay.
So, at that point, and then you got Luka and LeBron, who's going to make those shots even easier. So, yeah, I just think that they have a real good chance at least maintaining that 5 spot and maybe making some damage if, these pieces do gel and they grab one more guy where they keep going up.
How many
you think?
I was going to say, how many teams would you take in the West over the Lakers? Julian, I don't know if that's where you were going with it.
I was going to ask if they could beat OKC.
Okay, so
what's funny?
Let's do the West hierarchy then. Corbin, who's your West hierarchy right now?
No one could beat the Lakers. I'm just kidding. OKC's interesting. I do think OKC's interesting because, like, I thought the Lakers were a good matchup for them before, but that was back when they had LeBron, right? And I thought not LeBron, AD.
As opposed to now, where
Anthony Davis. I'm sorry, my mistake. You got me. Yes, but like it was an interesting matchup. Like the Thunder didn't just steamroll them. Like they had some problems with the physicality and the like. That's a tough matchup, right? And then with the Mavericks, I thought they had a rough one with Luka and Dallas. Like it was interesting. Again, dogfights. We saw the Mavericks beat them a couple of times. So now it's weird because I don't know. I think Luka and LeBron, that's a lot of size. Both of those guys are devastating passers. Both of them can score in isolation. You could do 2-man games where they're posting up, shooting from distance. If you get the right matchup with them, you potentially can outscore them. Now, can you defend? SGA. Who guards SGA right now? Like that's, or Jalen Williams for that matter. Like that's, I mean, I guess you have Jared Vanderbilt, but like defensively is where my concern is at the moment. Memphis, I don't know. I like Memphis. I think that'd be an interesting matchup. Denver's always been the Lakers' Achilles heel. So I don't see why that changes now. But maybe for once, the Lakers can actually outscore Denver instead of having those like devastating droughts that they get where they can't defend Jokic or the Jokic-Murray 2-man game, and then they also can't score, you know? So I would say probably 5th because I think those 3 teams safely, like putting my Lakers hat down for a second, I think it's safe to say those 3 teams can stay in that area and above the Lakers.
What about Houston? Anybody have any thoughts on if they are they OKC from last year? Will they need a year to get their feet wet in the playoffs as a young team?
Overrated, in my opinion.
Okay.
They're so weird to put a handle on. I'm gonna also agree with Julian a bit. Like they've been playing well when they're deep. I mean, haven't they lost like 5 straight now? I mean, they lost some games in some wacky fashion. So, but like, I don't know. I feel like there's moments defensively where you can attack. I think offensively
they've lost 4 in a row.
There you go.
Yeah. So my Houston concern, I think that the guys that they are built around, I don't think are particular. Like, I think there's a big drop off in what you can do with those guys in the playoffs. That's my issue with Houston. Like, so Şengün gets targeted a lot. Jalen Green gets targeted a lot. And I don't think Jalen's efficient enough. I know Şengün does a lot of things offensively. I think with those 2 guys as your build around, I don't think you're going to beat some of the more efficient playoff teams.
So then I'm going to preface this to say, what about Golden State? Where are we standing with them right now?
What about them?
Got Jimmy Butler.
Are they kind of like Phoenix is now, where they got like a lot of, I guess, top-end talent, but they don't have anything else to show for it? Or
they might be. They very well might be. I think the cost of what Jimmy was, I know Wiggins is, a helpful player for a playoff team, but like they gave up him and a pick that's likely to convey in this upcoming draft that's top 10 protected if, they bottom out. But, I mean, I don't know how much better it makes them, if that makes sense. And I think you guys seem to be in the same sentiment as me in terms of that.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious about like, is Butler, I mean, and I'm not saying he was like horrendous this year or anything like that, but like, is he as bad as he was this year because he was like disinterested, or like, are we at that point where he's kind of like reached the cliff and he's like starting to fall off that cliff because of age? Like, that's what I'm most curious about to see in Golden State. And if that's the case, that's going to suck for them.
Again, it was such a low, if you do a cost-benefit analysis, it was such a low cost to acquire him that whatever, you just do it and hope. The extension is hefty. It's 2 years, $121 million, I think it was.
Yeah, I was going to say that makes it a little bit more of an investment.
Corbin and I actually had this argument back on the offseason when we were talking about the potential of them trading for Larry Markkinen. And Corbin and I, we had an argument of basically, does this make Golden State a contender? And I said, well, you sort of need to maximize Steph Curry's final prime seasons, whatever. I know that's crazy to say because he's 35 years old and we're talking about his prime, but he's still damn good. Like, you have to give him another bite at the apple, another chance at a championship. And once it became, I suppose, out there that they wanted Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant was not interested in a reunion, I mean, like, it was Jimmy Butler, Nikola Vucevic, and that's really what it came down to. And this is the route they took.
So it's not a big deal, but Curry does turn 37 actually in about a month.
Yeah.
And Jimmy's what? 34?
I was looking up the ages while you guys were
Yeah.
talking. Jimmy's 35, Draymond is 34, and Steph is 36. It's a retirement room.
So like literally, if you're doing this for next year, then like Steph is gonna be 38, Jimmy's 36, Draymond's 35. Like roll out the rocking chairs. Who needs the ball? Like,
Who?
listen, they all qualify for that health insurance now.
What starters on that team are not in their mid to late 30s?
Somehow they still have a Kaminga. Moses
Oh, that's
Moody,
right.
who they'll never
Kaminga's gonna die a warrior. Like we
Moses-
keep anticipating every year he gets moved and he just doesn't.
He
I
never
thought the same with
does.
Moses Moody. All they're gonna do is change his position. They had
Moody.
Moses playing power forward. Next year he'll play center. Like they'll just keep moving him
Him and
around.
Trace Jackson Davis is the 4-5 combo.
And like, listen, I do think like an older team with experience can work, but maybe I'm hurt from, I don't know. I saw those 2022 Lakers. Like, remember that 2022 Laker team? I'm sorry. Like, Russ was a bad fit, but they surrounded Russ with veteran role players. I think 8 of them we haven't seen in the NBA since. Like, between Trevor Ariza and Avery Bradley and Dwight Howard and, you know, all these guys. that were like,
JaVale McGee!
yes,
Yeah.
like,
Oh.
no, he's not. Wait, is he? I thought he was in the Kings this year.
JaVale?
Let's find out.
Was
Yeah,
I
I
wrong?
think
Was that
last-
last year?
No, I
Last
think
year,
he's gone.
he
I think he's
That was
out of
last
I think he's
year.
out of there.
That was last year, yeah.
I
Okay.
think last year he was.
No, Alex Len is the Kings guy who keeps sticking around.
How is he still in the league?
That is always one. Suns legend.
Give me Zach
Alex
Collins over Alex Lynn. Zach Collins over Alex Lynn.
There you
That's
go.
going to be a battle for that backup, or I guess starting center position, wouldn't it be? Because you're not starting Sabonis at the 5.
Listen, I don't even know how that's gonna go. Yeah, that's weird. So I don't know. Josh said they don't want to pay Kuminga. I wouldn't be shocked to make another deal. If they would, that'd be great. Because yeah, I like Kuminga for this team as like an energy like depth piece. I mean, you're putting a lot of ducks for Jimmy Butler. I mean, I guess you already did when you made the trade. Not then like players and capital, but like that's a lot considering that you want to win a championship. This is the best you could do, you know. And now that Jimmy's a bad player, but like I don't know. I just think it's a lot riding on him, Steph, and Draymond to make it work on the floor.
Okay. What about? I'm looking through the band to see what other deals we made. Okay, let's talk about this one. Brandon Ingram is a Toronto Raptor.
Do you not know about this?
I woke up about 20 minutes. Like what? I woke up, like washed my face, changed my clothes, and got on.
Did you
here.
know
So,
about
no.
the Mark Williams deal?
That I was recording till like 1 on that. So yeah,
This was last night.
Yeah, I
before
think this
that.
happened last night. Yeah.
I thought it was rumored. I didn't know it happened.
It happened.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like
No.
official.
Oh no, I totally missed that, y'all. I thought I was like Mark Williams, Lakers are back, baby. Good night. And like I had my phone. Wow, I was sleeping literally on this trade. That's crazy. Okay, well no, I saw it was rumored. That's the last I saw. I was like, that's stupid. And then I kept moving. But I guess it's not stupid.
Or maybe it is stupid and it's actually done.
Yeah. When did they post this trade? Am I serious? This was last night.
Yeah,
Shams
it was last, they were
posted
like
it
talking about
Oh,
the
what if it
Raptors and the
was
Hawks were
about midnight last night.
Oh yeah, no, then I just missed it. Dang. I don't. Like, how would you argue for this? Like, how does it make? I guess the Pelicans are trying to. What?
Well,
No, what do you think?
I don't know. I was really confused all around for all parties. Like even adding Brandon Ingram to the Raptors is a little weird. It kind of reminds me of when the Spurs were like, we're all in on LaMarcus and DeMar and Rudy Gay, and like, okay, like great. I don't know where that gets you. I'm not sure what putting your eggs in that basket does. But go for it. Like you're probably good enough to do something. Nothing of any consequence, but you could do something, make a little noise. Yeah, it was weird. To me, it was really weird. I don't know if it like means that there's other moves coming for the Raptors, but I would assume so. I mean, I don't know. What do y'all think? Do you think they're done and they're like, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna compete with these guys this year, or are there more moves to come?
RJ has to be gone. He has to.
So let's do this. I'm going to have to hop off for a work meeting momentarily. Caleb will be jumping on to host. Julian will also be jumping off. We are going to be joined by Blake Stern, another Center Hub contributor, and the admin of, I want to make sure I get it said right, ldsport.com, a salary cap site. So let me see. What did I just do here? I just messed everything up. Okay, we are good. So, Julian, your opinion on Brandon Ingram trade before we have you hop off for about an hour? I think you come back on, or no?
Me?
Yeah, I actually have you coming back on at 1:30 Eastern to help me close the show through the end. We'll figure it out. If you want to hop on before.
Okay, Julian, I see. brought your Thursday best.
Yeah, no, I had to come on with something a little different. Bring a little
Look,
flash.
I'm live.
Today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty
Let's do this. I'm gonna add Blake in. Blake, how you doing?
How's it going, guys? Good to see y'all.
Definitely good to see you.
Good to see you. And then I'm gonna add Caleb real quick. Okay, now we're playing with fire.
Full house.
6 of us.
All right.
So
There's so many heads.
I am hopping off for a work call. I will be back in about an hour, so 12 Eastern. Julian, you want to hop off now, or you want to stay on for another half hour?
Do we want 5 cooks in the kitchen?
Hey, I can pop out for a second. It's all good.
Nah, I'll pop off. I'll pop off.
Okay, so Julian and I'll be back at 12. Julian will be back probably around 1:30. Depending if we have a cancellation or something, we'll rearrange that schedule. But meanwhile, Caleb is going to be hosting everything. I will be back soon. Corbin says I have breakfast to eat in the private chat. So Corbin,
yeah.
Julian, you want to stay on until Corbin gets a bite to eat, and then
it's right here. I just want to eat it.
Oh, eat it.
I'll stay here while Corbin stuffs.
Appreciate you. That's exactly what's gonna happen off camera. Love y'all. All right.
Okay, so Julian, a little chaotic. Corbin will hop back on, and then Julian will hop off. I'm gonna go. Caleb's hosting.
Yep.
Hopefully, nothing too crazy happens in the next hour because I'll be pissed. But I'm gonna pop out, and yeah. Good luck, guys. I'll see you soon. I'll be watching.
Thank you, Steven. You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
Nice. I wish we had a fake. I wish we had a fake Twitter account that we could use to troll Steven.
I think we need to do the equivalent of the eyes emoji for the players, basically, just for Steven. we need
100%. Well, jokes aside, Steven's been doing a great job hosting the start of this trade deadline. I've been watching from the sidelines. It's been really enjoyable to kind of hear some of your guys' takes. Noah specifically on some of the takes on, the Darren Fox trade. And then you guys also touched on some of the other trades around the league. Most recently talking a little bit about that Brandon Ingram trade. Did you guys have any? I was dealing with some technical difficulties trying to get onto the right account on StreamYard, so I didn't get to hear the end of that conversation. Did you guys have any closing thoughts there?
I think we just thought it was kind of strange.
Yeah,
and that I think Julian was saying that it probably means Barrett's gone, which I don't disagree with. It's just weird if that's their only move and they don't do anything else. That is a really weird roster makeup.
Blake, you're also joining on here with me. What are kind of your takes? You're a resident cap expert that we have here. We'll show some of your site here in a bit, but I just want to give you a chance to introduce yourself to the audience, and then as well, maybe talk a little bit about some of the motivations, maybe from a cap perspective for this Ingram or Olynyk deal. However you want to phrase it up, Pelicans, Raptors, doesn't really matter.
Yeah. My name's Blake. Just for the audience, I guess. I run a cap website called lbsport.com. Just goes over all the cap information you need, just all the cap sheets, all the team information, draft picks, that sort of thing. In regards to the Ingram trade, when I saw this deal, the fact that it was Toronto surprised me. That's for sure. Just the level of interest for them. I thought for the price that Toronto got it for, I guess it's worth it. But like now they have to pay Ingram. So they basically, they have to pay him, or they at least traded for his bird rights, essentially. And they'll see how it plays out in the second half of the season. But the fact that they gave up one first that is okay, that Indiana picked, that will probably be in the teens, 20s next year, I think it's a fine price. But Ingram is probably going to expect a extension in the $40 million range for multiple years, which that's a lot for a guy like Brandon Ingram. And I don't know what the ceiling is of a team that's their starting five on paper looks very good. Like it definitely is like capable of maybe making some noise like in play-in or the first round, but like I don't think there's a real championship level ceiling with that kind of core. I would agree with Noah that it seems as though it would, if they're going to pay Ingram, that Barrett would be the odd man out there. Just in terms of you have to pay. They already have these three guys on major, pretty big money guys who aren't necessarily, I don't know, your typical winning players. You have Quickly, who's $32 million for the next 5 years. You have Barnes on a fun max, and you have to pay Ingram too, and you have Barrett. So that's a lot of money committed to guys that haven't necessarily proved, like at least in the playoffs, that they are, and they haven't really proven together that they congeal well. So I don't know if this deal is gonna pan out well for Toronto. It's kind of like, okay, we didn't really have to pay very much. Why don't we take a shot at a guy who was a former All-Star, and we only had to pay really Bruce Brown, and they were able to get off the Olynyk money next year, which is fine. I mean, it was just 12 and 13, and so that was decent that they were able to get off that. But yeah, I mean, I didn't love it for Toronto. I thought the return for New Orleans was fine also. Like, I didn't think that they definitely could not have paid Ingram. That's really the bigger thing, is from the New Orleans side. I think New Orleans, they needed to get rid of Ingram because they aren't going to pay the tax. They're one of those teams that just, they have a solid, like, hard cap at the tax. Like, their ownership will not pay the tax no matter what. So I think that New Orleans, it's a good move. You get expirings back. You have to take some Olynyk money, but overall, like, you weren't going to pay Brandon Ingram anyway, so you might as well get something for him.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that you touched on a couple points there that were really strong. One thing that I wanted to bring to the floor was kind of the conversation is, if you are going to pay Brandon Ingram, like the Raptors could possibly, and they're kind of trying to put themselves in the situation to make that decision at the end of the year. What do you need to see from Brandon Ingram that can convince you that him, Scotty Barnes, and then maybe another piece or two could be a decent championship core? Julian, do you have any thoughts on this core?
Well, see,
forward?
It's interesting. I actually kind of look at it the other way. Okay. I look at Brandon Ingram as a potential max slot that's on an expiring deal. And from that end, it's like, okay, yes, we're going to have this really clunky roster. Thank you, Matt. Like this really clunky roster of a bunch of guys that don't really fit together. But at the end of the year, we're going to free up a hell of a lot of cap space and maybe find someone that we can trade to pair with, find some sort of trade to pair someone with Scotty once the season's over. That's kind of where I'm thinking about it. Because if you're looking at it from a winning perspective, one, I don't know why the Raptors are trying to win right now anyway. They're not even close to competing for a championship. And two, if you're going to compete for a championship, trading for Brandon Ingram on an expiring contract is not really the way to go about it. So, again, like I was going to actually ask Blake this, but like, do you think that opening up the max slot to potentially acquire someone to pair with Scotty is a possibility here as to why they decided to do this?
I don't. I mean, like at most they can get to like 14 mil in cap space. So like it can't really open up a max slot necessarily because they have so much money already committed. Like they would have to trade Barrett for probably an expiring if they were going to go down that route. But I think it's more just they saw what was coming up in this free agency and like they wanted to get his bird rights. And so they don't know, like there's not that much competition necessarily for who's going to pay Brandon Ingram max money. And so maybe they can be like, okay, we can negotiate it down a little bit, get him on a deal that's a little below the max. I mean, Brandon Ingram probably won't be very happy with it, but if he's plays well and he congeals well with their guys and they're able to get him on a deal that's slightly below market value, then it's probably worth it. The thing is, when you look at this free agency class, like there's not many guys that could, theoretically fill that max slot. I mean, you could fill it with 2 or 3 guys that are okay players instead of Brandon Ingram, but like that's what you had. You had Bruce Brown, you had Boucher, like where you again like you brought up before, like they shouldn't be really trying to win right now. And so, I mean, if they're going to commit their money to 2 or 3 guys, then that's kind of strategy of, okay, we kind of want to start to be good. So as long as they have a guy like Ingram, who's like one guy who like, if he hits, then we might have a guy for a long-term core. And so I think it was more of just get the bird rights, have the opportunity to maybe get him for a little bit less than what he's worth, like, or what he thinks he's worth at least, and play it by ear. I think that's kind of what they were doing. They're kind of taking a gamble on like just seeing if Brandon Ingram works.
Yeah, I definitely think, I mean, in the Raptors' perspective, where they're kind of standing in the Eastern Conference, Scotty Barnes obviously still very young. I think with Brandon Ingram, you still bring in somebody who can achieve some form of upside. And, you never know what can happen with the end of this season. So I think it'll be interesting to see kind of where that situation shakes out. I want to pivot the conversation to talk about some of the other deals that I didn't have a chance to talk about. I wanted to just like brush up on the Mark Williams deal, but first I wanted to talk about Chris Middleton to the Washington Wizards
Talked about that
for
one yet.
Kyle Kuzma heading to the Milwaukee Bucks. Obviously, I'm from Wisconsin. I live in California right now. So when this news broke, obviously I'm a little bit less attached to the Bucks as I was growing up, but still, Chris Middleton is somebody that I really identify with. Playing with Giannis Antetokounmpo especially, and I found it just kind of jarring that they're willing to move on from him. Really, for a player that doesn't represent the brand of basketball the Bucks generally like to play, especially when you look at the players that are already on the roster. There couldn't be a player less similar to Bobby Portis than Kyle Kuzma in terms of like their approach to the game. So I just found that is like a really interesting approach with this deal. But Middleton's contract, I'm sure you can talk more about it, Blake, in a second, but I'm going to open this up to Noah. I was curious, just as a fan of the league, what kind of your thoughts were seeing Chris Middleton kind of get moved for this package. And I felt like even the most valuable future asset in this trade, I mean, you could argue based off recent performance, AJ Johnson is the most valuable part of this deal, and he got traded alongside Chris Middleton to leave.
Yeah, no, I thought it was really weird. And I was a little bit sad too, because I do associate Chris Middleton with the Bucks and Giannis. Like, I think he's been there with Giannis since the very beginning, like 2014, 2015, something like that. And, Chris Middleton probably isn't the same guy he used to be. And like, he's gone through a lot of injuries, and this year they've had him on a minutes restriction, but whether it's fair or not, I do think I want to remind people, this is a dude, I think last year in the playoffs, who averaged like 24, like 9 and 5 on good efficiency, really, really good efficiency. So I'm not saying like that's who he is or that's who he can still be, but to give up somebody like that for Kyle Kuzma, who, again, as you already mentioned, doesn't really necessarily play the brand of basketball that Milwaukee is known for with Giannis, that is a little odd to me. But I will say Kyle Kuzma did contribute to that Lakers championship. I think if you have him in a more defined, reduced role, but is that what they bring him in for? Because now, you know, like, is he kind of like the number 3 guy, number 4 guy? Like, where does he fall in the pecking order? I'm not really sure. So we'll see what he can do with Milwaukee, but I do think it was, as you said, a little jarring to see him added to this Bucks team and Middleton go to Washington, because that's tough if you're Middleton too. Like, Washington's not exactly a premier destination right now, so it's tough all around.
Let's call it what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of was said. I mean, in terms of like between Chris and leadership, because I would assume, especially when a guy's been on your team for over a decade, on the way out, you're going to give them some sort of like a heads up on like, hey man, like, this is a rough day. Like, we thought, honestly, we'd probably never come to this. We thought, you know, it'd be you and Giannis and some form of a core to the end. And you're sending them to the Wizards. Like, you know what I mean? This is a highly competitive driven professional basketball player who's in the, like, you know, not the prime of his career anymore, but as you said, he can still get after it and impacts the game in a lot of ways more than just scoring and shooting, which he can be kind of, you know, placed in that kind of box as he's just a scorer, just a shooter. Gets after on defense, especially, you know, in the playoffs. This is the type of guy you want on your team, veteran experience. I don't know. I thought it was kind of a head shaker and a head scratcher for sure. But I just wanted to talk about it for a moment. Blake, did you have any thoughts on this deal?
Yeah, I thought it was really an interesting deal. I think it's kind of a little bit of a malaise that it's a basketball move. I think this move is pretty straightforward for financial reasons. I mean, it's unfortunate because, like you said, I also associate Chris Middleton with Milwaukee. Like, literally, like, him and Giannis together, it seems like they were going to at least ride into the sunset together, or at least until Giannis maybe would want out. And so the Bucks, that's really their concern. But to see here is that Chris Middleton is getting paid about $30 million this year and then has a player option for next year about $33 million. While Kyle Kuzma, he has one extra year. He also has a lot less money on his deal, and it's also a declining deal. And so this deal was able to get them out of the second apron, which was a big deal for the Bucks because they were able to so if they would have stayed in the second apron, their first round pick for 2032 would be frozen. And they wouldn't be able to trade it for at least until they got out of the second apron for 3 to 4 years. So it would be a problem, at least with flexibility, given that Giannis is Giannis and is always a threat to maybe ask out. You never know when that's going to happen. And so they wanted to make sure they got out of that. They saved a bunch of money on the luxury tax by taking in Kuzma instead of Middleton. And you could make the argument that they improved for this season. I mean, Chris Middleton is he was getting older, and Kyle Kuzma, while not necessarily isn't like the most natural fit with the Bucks, I think that like with Middleton was kind of just coming off the bench, giving a little bit of scoring. I think Kyle Kuzma brings at least Kyle Kuzma. If you get Kyle Kuzma from last year to come in and contribute like he did with the Wizards, then you could have something going. But I think it's just a matter of a bunch of tax savings, getting out of the first apron or the second apron, excuse me. And unfortunately, they had to give up on AJ Johnson and that pick swap, which isn't really that valuable. But I think it was just they had to make a move. Middleton was kind of like their only like big salary piece that they could use to maybe duck something. And so unless they were trading like Lopez or Portis. But I think given that Lopez and Portis kind of have a bigger impact on the team right now in terms of what their goals are right now, I think Middleton was unfortunately the odd man out. And we'll see how it works out. I mean, just when you look at it from like thinking about what like 3 years ago, you see this move, you're like, what are the Bucks doing? Like Kyle Kuzma, and Chris Middleton is basically like an all-star, but it's unfortunate that age just kind of happens.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was trying to find Blake, maybe you could help me out. I was trying to find the link to your website.
Yeah.
Maybe you could slap it in the private chat and we'll pull it up at some point after we pivot a little bit. This trade I thought was really interesting. I woke up to this one. And I was I don't know, I was kind of intrigued by the return that the Hornets were able to get for Mark Williams. And I know that a lot of people are also curious of that return relative to what the Mavericks were able to get for Luka Doncic. So I'm curious, we can open up the floor for a bit and talk about some of these Laker trades, starting with the Mark Williams one. Because I haven't been able to even talk to Julian really about this, the Luka trade at all. So I'd be curious to hear your thoughts to start with the Mark Williams trade, Julian.
I mean, I was talking about it a little bit earlier, but I mean, I think the Lakers are doing a good job. Rob Pelinka, as Steven mentioned, like, yeah, he's kind of had things fall in his lap a little bit. But he somehow managed to not give up a ridiculous amount for really good players. I love Mark Williams on this team. I think they need another. We'll have Corbin talk about it probably too when he gets back on. They need another guard, and they could probably use a little bit more wing depth on the roster. I think they may move on from Gabe Vincent or Maxi Kleber or Hachimura. Those are probably the three names that they can move on from, that they can get at least something for. But yeah, Mark Williams is kind of perfect for both the roster right now and pairing him long term with Luka if he stays healthy. I know that's a big if, but I think you're kind of maximizing your value on Dalton Connect here, and your first round pick is not going to be very important for the next 10 years probably, in terms of an asset. So yeah, I think they did a good job here. And I also don't hate it for the Hornets.
I actually had something that Steven sent me that I want to share for a second regarding a deal that could possibly be in the works. See. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So I would assume that kind of deal would be something like LeVert probably going back to Atlanta for Hunter. And I'm not sure like what else they would have to add. But I think like Cleveland's also, they would, let's see. So Cleveland would probably have to add like somebody like Dean Wade if they wanted to like get out of the luxury tax too. I mean, Atlanta definitely wants to get out of the luxury tax, that's for sure. But Cleveland, or hold on, so Atlanta's on the luxury tax. Sorry, confusing myself. I would say it's going to be some kind of Hunter LeVert thing if there was going to happen. I like DeAndre Hunter just as a player. I think he's really good, and he's got a pretty good contract. And I think that really helps Cleveland if they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, I think it would be huge. DeAndre Hunter has definitely like fallen symptom to he got paid a little bit early and kind of had to develop into earning that paycheck. And has been pretty good recently, and is like you said, Blake, one of the more like stable 3-and-D wings in the NBA right now, and has a decent contract that could help Cleveland get out of the luxury tax. Good stuff. So
also in that deal, I would assume because Cleveland to match, they would probably have to put in Jalen Tyson.
That's what I was thinking.
I would assume that he would be going out. I mean, definitely before the draft, I definitely was a big Jalen Tyson guy. I don't know, like, I mean, Cleveland's been really good this year, so he hasn't really, had that much opportunity to do much this year. But I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on maybe putting in Jalen Tyson?
I mean, I think he's definitely not had like the crazy strong start, but I mean, as you can see, even guys like Connect at this point aren't really untouchable to get deals done. And I'd say at this point, Dalton's more valuable probably than Tyson is. So, I don't think that he's going to be somebody that's untouchable.
I would not be surprised if Tyson goes in this trade. Actually, it's funny, in the mock deadline we did, as the Atlanta Hawks, traded Larry Nance and got back Jalen Tyson. So I'm in favor.
Also, if I don't want to mention also, so if they get Hunter, so right now I have Cleveland for 25 for next year. They would probably have to dip into the second apron if they were to get Hunter. So, because Hunter, right now, they are projected at about $11.7 million under the second apron. And so if they were to acquire Hunter, they would kind of be pretty all in, because it really is the start. Donovan Mitchell's extension kicks in next year. And so his salary raises quite a bit to 30% of the salary cap. And so that's that's a next year issue. Like, they're kind of just going all in on this year if they were able to make a Hunter move. And so I think that might be some kind of concern for Cleveland in the back of their mind. But I mean, if the team is first in the East right now, so I mean, that's kind of not really the priority, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to break like anything that doesn't need to be, broken for sure, obviously. But you definitely don't want to try and fix something that isn't broken, as everybody knows. So I think it will be interesting to monitor this deal and what it ends up becoming. I don't know how consequential LeVert would be to them possibly dipping or anything like that at all early on, as Hunter would gel with the new core, in his perspective, but still valid things to consider. Especially
here's the question: do you think
number
this is
one in the East, and they've been super dominant of late?
They have, but they've struggled against Boston. Do you think this is a move to get more versatility to chase Boston then?
Yeah, I mean, that could be fair. I don't know. I don't know who on the current Cavs roster is like somebody they could slap on Jason Tatum or even Jaylen Brown if he's having a really, really good night.
That's what you bring in DeAndre Hunter for.
Yeah, it's definitely a fair assessment there, Julian. I wanted to. I'm gonna pop up your website here, and give you a chance to kind of talk about some of your work here. I've taken some peeks at it. I haven't spent a ton of time on it, but from what I've seen, I've been super impressed. So be sure to, if I'm looking at something incorrectly or should go look at something more.
Yeah, so I just pretty much go over all the player salaries, all the team salaries is kind of on the side there. So you could kind of take a look at that. If you wanted to go more in depth to each team, you just go up to the cap sheets, go through. I think the most valuable tool that I have, at least for this trade deadline, you could go and scroll up to more. It's the future draft picks page. So it kind of goes into detail of how many picks each. Obviously, it's all kind of listing what picks each team has, but then it also lists how many picks, first round picks, they're able to trade versus. I think a lot of sites come out and say they have 10 first, or the Nets have 10 first round picks, but really they could only trade or whatever a certain amount. So I definitely want to differentiate the maximum amount of picks that a team can actually trade versus not actually, versus how many picks they actually have. So Detroit is they have all these picks, but they're kind of messed up because they have protections on all their picks. So it kind of gets very confusing. And there's a lot of language in these picks that can make them change every once in a while. But I think it's a good resource to have, and I update it after every trade.
Yeah, it looks excellent. What are some other features here that maybe you want to show off that might be pertinent? Maybe we could take a look at the Lakers cap sheet.
Yeah. Oh, we got a trade.
Wait, hold on a sec. I'm about to get going here, and I'll use this moment to switch myself and Noah out for Cody and Corbin. But it looks like the Raptors are trading Davion Mitchell to the Heat for PJ Tucker in a second and cash.
That is a tax
move. On that note, I will see you guys at 1:30.
Thank you, Julian. Yeah, I'm gonna get this up on screen in un momento. But what are your initial thoughts here, Noah and Blake, on this trade? Well, we have, I believe I'm adding Corbin and Cody back in here.
Sweet. Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, I'm not like a big cap expert, and like none of these players are super interesting to me. So it's probably a better question for Blake. But I would assume it's probably like a cap move, right? I don't know that anybody's super interested in PJ Tucker in the year of our Lord 2025. So.
It's a move for the Heat to deduct the luxury tax. That's pretty simple what the move is. I mean, they get back Davion Mitchell. That's not like a bad acquisition either. I mean, he's a fine guard. I don't know how much he'll play for them. But yeah, this move was pretty much the Heat had to find a way to deduct the luxury tax. They were going to originally do it as part of the Butler deal by sending Kyle Anderson to Toronto, but that fell through. And so instead of a reunion with PJ Tucker, they trade him to Toronto, and he probably will be bought out.
I was going to say he's back where he started in 2006, 2007 with Toronto.
That's true. That is true.
It's wild, but yeah, he'll probably be gone.
Yeah. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on Mitchell doing anything for the Heat? I mean, I don't know. Like, do you think that does anything for the Heat?
I'm a big fan of his game, just kind of how the way he approaches the game. Scrappy, defensive-minded guard who can get his own shot in, play make a little. Those type of guys are, a dime a dozen. They're all over the league. So I don't necessarily think that he is like a game breaker for them. And he's obviously, been moved around a little bit recently as kind of some of his efficiency has dipped over the last couple of years. Some of that buy-in on that 3-point shot really isn't there. So I think, long-winded answer, but it's going to be really just, as far as his game can go going forward with a new situation, new scenario, those type of players tend to thrive with the Heat. Those scrappy, just kind of head down guards who just get after it. And I think he'll have a fun time playing in, a Pat Riley organization. But like you said, I don't know what impact this makes, especially for a team that just traded Jimmy Butler. I don't know, if they're really expecting him to be huge this year in terms of like helping them continue to try and compete. But he's definitely like a good piece going forward to build around at the point guard, shooting guard position. Cody, I thought I saw you had some thoughts there. Did you? We can't hear you.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now? Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, Davion was a part of my the center hub deadline. I went ahead and picked him up from Toronto. Davion's really in a weird situation because he's in a contract year. So depending on how his second half of the season goes with the Miami Heat, he could be a valuable target as a backup point guard for a team looking to contend. So I think that the ball is in his court at this point. What he can make the most out of it. I really like him as a backup point guard. He brings defensive upside to basically any team. He's just a scrappy defender that could play well with depth on a contending team.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. I forgot that he was on an expiring. That definitely helps clear up that situation with me, because definitely then it's a prove it year for him. He just got traded. Your contract's almost up. It's now or never. So, and I mean, especially when you're getting traded for a PJ Tucker, a second round pick in cash.
If he does anything with to contribute to Miami, they can give him a qualifying offer. I mean, I doubt it. I doubt he really gets serious playing time in Miami. But if he impresses in the second half of the season, then they would have the ability to make him a restricted free agent. But I probably will reach free agency. He definitely could stick around in the league. That's for sure. I don't think there's any doubt. There definitely is a place for Davion Mitchell. But we'll see how it pans out in Miami. And also, this is probably going to be tied into the Butler trade, I would assume, just because that was kind of replacing the piece of the Kyle Anderson stuff. So the Butler trade will probably end up being a 5-team deal.
Yeah, I mean, I was. Do we want to talk a little bit about that deal? Julian had to bounce off, and I really wanted to talk to him about the Luka Doncic deal, but so I'll give you guys kind of the option. Would you guys rather talk about this Jimmy Butler deal again, or kind of return even back further to the Luka Doncic trade? Cody, do you have any preference?
No preference for me.
Okay, cool. I want to talk about the Luka Doncic trade desperately. So I just wanted to return the conversation there and be able to also go back to showing Blake's cap sheet before we were so rudely interrupted by Sham's breaking news. So yeah, I really like the vibe of these, Blake. They're like easy to look at. I don't know if my screen's loading it all correctly, but the way it is, I quite enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty simple. It's just cap sheets. It's just a lot of work that I put into it. But yeah, I mean, feel free to check it out anytime. It's free. Just update it with all the moves. And I try to make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible. The colors are important, I think, for sure.
So in a hypothetical situation, if Nico goes out and he puts Luka on a trade block, what does he get in return? Because he only had conversations with Rob, it seemed like.
A lot.
A lot,
more,
right?
more than he got, that's for sure.
But at the end of the day, you're trading him no matter what. So the justification for hiding the trade until it's finalized, I don't know if it's negative PR, because you ultimately end up trading him anyways. Why not get back assets and try and build that? I don't know. It's kind of a weird move to me, in my opinion.
I listen, I may be biased, but I think Luka went for perfect value, kind of considering the marketplace and everything. Like, this was exactly what he would. I'm just kidding. No, jokes aside. Yeah, I don't know. I think it definitely would have been like one of those give up the farm type deals, because you are talking about the perfect combination of like value he has right now, plus future value, plus of course the pedigree he comes with in the NBA alone. It'd be a lot. The fact that this trade happened, I mean, yes, I'm a Lakers fan, but like just as like an objective NBA fan, like it's kind of wild to me. It's definitely one of those trades you force pass on a video game and just be like, all right, we did it, And I was actually talking with kind of behind the scenes with Steven, but like on the mock trade deadline that we do, once a year, I'm good for like one of these trades, like where it's like a crazy sound. I think last year I traded, and I'm not trying to make fun of myself, but I will. I traded Anthony Davis for Julius Randle, and it doesn't have to doesn't matter the explanation why. I don't know why. In my head, I was like, yeah, that could work. A great bridge. We're still waiting. Like I think Nico Harrison was on that Corbin, like that Corbin smoke. I don't know. Like it was like as he's explaining, I'm like, this makes no sense. Oh, like when you become so, it's like when you become so enamored with one particular player, it's like the right combination of that plus a total misvaluation of your own talent, which is crazy when you say it's Luka Doncic, but that's what it is. And then the right amount of people behind you in your ear going, yeah, that's a good move. You should do that. You know what I mean? Like, it had to be the perfect storm of all of those things where you don't ask for Dalton Connect, you don't ask for another first. That's even if you are like hell bent on sending him to the Lakers, which like Lakers exceptionalism, I know, but come on now. Like I don't understand it from that perspective at all. And I really, really want to. But yeah, I'm with you, Cody. It kind of boggles the mind even now.
Can we pull up the Mavs sheet? Because I want to see, do they have something brewing in the background that we don't know? Like, what is the justification?
I mean, you can kind of see the Lakers' plan is try and win a championship, obviously, with LeBron and Luka. And then, 2 years down the line, their cap's going to open up a ton. And they're going to hope to try and, I'm assuming, Blake, try and find another superstar in 2 off seasons.
The Lakers, you're saying? Or the Mavericks? The Lakers, yes. I think they are. I mean, the Lakers are always big fish hunting, but I think it's just they kind of have, like, once LeBron retires, they kind of have a lot of room in that summer of 2026 or 2027. I got to check. Whatever LeBron's contract is up, they have pretty much open waters. Yeah, summer of 2026 when all these guys are going to be potentially available. They have pretty open waters to go after big names, bigger than you might think. Even like you never know. Like maybe they could go after a guy like Giannis in like a trade if they have space.
I mean, that's the one that I put out there a lot. I'm definitely not as much on social media as much as I was at one point. But when I talk to basketball with people, that's the move that I talk about. Where I'm like, this very much feels like the Lakers. They got their 1A. And I've felt very much, and I think all of us have felt for a long time that Giannis has been vying trying to get to either Miami or Los Angeles. And I think that this potentially could be a move that long term maybe brings a player of that caliber, like you're talking about, and specifically Giannis to Los Angeles. I think it'd be really interesting, and I think that pairing would be filthy. I mean, if you talk about just things that you'd think would never have been able to be possible are now kind of starting to fall into place. So anything's possible. And I mean, the Bucks just traded Giannis's longest teammate. One of the last guys, and then I'm pretty sure they traded Pat Connaughton as well. So there's not a ton of players that are still with Milwaukee from that championship team. It's really Giannis and Brook Lopez. So in a couple years, I don't really see a lot of strings there anymore. You know what I mean? Especially with Middleton gone, I really don't see a lot of strings there to Giannis to be like, I really owe this franchise my whole career. That's kind of my soapbox on it.
Yeah, I feel like the Luka trade kind of proves that everybody's replaceable. And that puts it into perspective. I think, okay, if I was to play my Nostradamus, I think Giannis gets moved this summer. They have to start rebuilding. You don't think so?
I think it could theoretically make sense, but only if Giannis wanted out. If
it would be a similar case of the Luka thing where you remove all the basketball politics aside. If you're looking at it strategically from a Luka wants out standpoint, at some point, you're moving him before hypothetically his value would go down, is what you're saying you would do probably with Giannis, is move him before he becomes a disgruntled star who clearly wants out or has a bad relationship so you can get the most return. Which I think, if you're looking at what Milwaukee, is able to settle for Chris Middleton, it's not out of the realm of the possibility we could see them maybe just kind of nut up and take a deal this offseason for Giannis. Because I don't know. It's been rumored for a while. I think there's rumors like 2 years ago that he maybe was on his way out and then he re-signed. So I don't know. We'll have to see.
Giannis is 30.
I want to flip over to the Mavs perspective. Obviously, trading your best player for a new player to replace him is Always interesting. From a cap perspective, what do you kind of see here, Blake, going forward, structure-wise? What can Dallas do to maybe improve this team, or do you feel like they're done?
I think they kind of would have to combine a lot of role player guys that they already have under contract. So I don't think they can go the free agency route. They kind of have too much money committed already. But I don't think the team is like it's a good team short term. Like I definitely think they'll like be competitive. But I mean, they're paying AD, who's 32. You know, they were afraid to give Luka the super max. They gave AD a 35% max. They're already AD's being paid a 35% max as well. So they kind of are stuck on that as well. And they will have to pay Kyrie soon as well. That's coming up in 2 years. So they might have to extend him soon. And they're probably going to have to pay PJ Washington in 2 years, Gafford in 2 years, and then eventually they're going to have to give Lively an extension as well. So they definitely they're going to have their bills full for a while. But I mean, it's just a matter of if they're willing to sacrifice one of those guys going forward to improve.
I think the guy probably on the chopping block in my eyes would be, I mean, I don't know where Gafford really. I mean, if they were trying to move somebody, I feel like Gafford maybe would be the guy still this deadline that they could move. But I don't know if they're going to move on from him. He's just played so well.
I don't think they'll move him on this deadline. I mean, over the summer, maybe as an expiring, he won't have that much value, but like it's still Daniel Gafford.
Mm-hmm. And he's been really solid. I mean, a lot of teams would really value him this offseason, I would think. Especially, I mean, I don't really think they're in a spot to move on from him with how, Lively's been hurt and out. But I mean, it'd be interesting to see, depending on how they obviously utilize Anthony Davis. The one part about this conversation that I thought was interesting, Anthony Davis has talked so much about how he doesn't want to be a center, and he gets traded to a team that has a center of the future. This looks promising, right? But then Nico Harrison comes out and says that he's really happy with trading for an all defensive caliber center. So I'm confused on where do you guys kind of see Anthony Davis fitting long term with Dallas? Is he the 4? Is PJ Washington a name that could possibly then be moved on from in the offseason as well? Or is this an Anthony Davis and then Derek Lively backup center situation? Cody, Corbin, anybody want to bite at it before I give it to Blake? He's been cooking. I'm going to let him keep talking.
I'll let, go with that.
No, go ahead, Corbin.
Oh, no. I mean, I was going to say, I feel like you're talking about him in the center at that power forward spot.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it fits in the concept, but I mean, if they don't move, if Nico Harrison, the guy who traded for him, envisions him as an all defensive caliber center, and he has him for a 4-year contract, what does that kind of look like? I don't know.
I feel like it's going to be the perfect situation where he gets to play the 4 on paper, and then in all crunch time minutes plays the 5. Yeah. Like starting lineup wise, I definitely think you're right. He's playing the 4, right? Especially right now with Lively. I mean, not Lively. Lively being out, like Gafford there, he's playing the 4 great. But then in his crunch time, you need to stop. Come on now, the versatility, the switchability there. No one else on the roster can replicate what he brings from that end. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think that he was saying, oh yeah, we want AD to play the proposition. Then he slipped when he said that. I was like, we caught it. Like, yeah, we caught it.
Yeah, I thought it was just an interesting little anecdote to this whole whirlwind of a trade situation, especially on the Mavericks part. I think it sets them up very interestingly for roster construction wise going forward. As Blake talked about, there's really they're pretty strapped with AD and Kyrie. Both of their price tags are only going up at high numbers. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think the Max Christie snag from that deal obviously was great for them, being able to get back another strong contributor for a team that obviously is trying to stay in playoff contention. When you have Kyrie Irving, you're ready to compete. He's a guy who can put a team over the top any given night with his scoring ability. And there's obviously a ton of young players. Olivier Maxence Prosper is one of my guys that I'm still holding out on to be a really strong contributor in the NBA. And he's had some really solid games of late. And I think that, a move like this, where, kind of Corbin's talking about, where Anthony Davis in some of these spots is going to be a small ball 5, even. It'll be interesting to see the guys like Prosper, even like guys lower down the cap sheet like Kessler Edwards, Najee Marshall, and even bringing in Caleb Martin. The lineups that they can throw out there with Anthony Davis at the 5 will be interesting. Yeah,
I have a point here. Why do you hit the reset button right after the finals? You go from a team that went to the finals to now. Can you pull up that cap sheet again one more time? I just want to look at their 1 through 8 depth. Who are they beating? They go from a top 3 seed to, I know in the West this year it's crazy, but theoretically they just went to the finals, so there's high expectations. That 1 through 8, I don't know if they're borderline play-in team. I know Anthony Davis is great. I'll say that Kyrie's great as long as you can have that value. But what you can't hit the reset button. It just sets up for failure. I don't know. It's too quick to get off the bandwagon. You got to ride your wins while you can.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like, it's obviously a head scratching deal. And it's hard to kind of fathom why the Mavericks would want to move on from Luka Doncic. Obviously, they've told us the reasons why they did, but I don't think anybody's really buying it in terms of like it making sense and being a solid way to operate a franchise in any sport. Trade your most valuable player for something just inarguably less valuable straight up is just not a good way to go about things. I wanted to pivot. I mean, do we have any other news at all? I don't think so. We didn't talk about we talked about the Mark Williams deal a little bit, but we didn't get into a ton of detail about kind of what it means for the Hornets. I'm curious to what you guys thought about getting Connect for their core going forward. Obviously, a team that's starting to bottom out as some of their players, their key players, Brandon and Miller, have gone down for the season. Bringing in a guy like Cam Reddish, who's obviously had a very tumultuous tenure with the Lakers. I don't see him being somebody that comes in and all of a sudden turns them into a contender, obviously. Any thoughts here? Cody, go ahead.
What happens to LaMelo Ball? They're hitting the reset, right? They can't win. Is he just going to waste his career in Charlotte?
I mean, I don't know. They have him under contract for a while. He's been their most marketable player. I don't know. You can make an argument there. That's for sure. And for now, building around him, he's fine. When it comes to like when you have to extend him again, I don't know. You can think about it.
Do you know by chance when he's
so I can pull up their cap sheet real quick.
It would be crazy to see him in Los Angeles.
Yeah. So he just started his Fun Max. And so they got a little bit of time before they have to extend him again. And so I think that they have like 3 summers. So like unless he like wants out, he's probably staying there unless they're like hitting the reset button again. But I think I don't know if you build a team around a guy like LaMelo Ball. It certainly hasn't proven it so far. But they are in the midst of kind of a rebuild. So like, we'll see if they're able to put a better roster around a guy like LaMelo. They did give up one of their core guys just now in Mark Williams. But we'll see. That's kind of
I think
the play with the Hornets. They're definitely very, very. They want to be very patient. I think.
I mean, as you know, I'm sure, Blake. Especially, I mean, when you have a guy like Mark Williams, that role can tend to be replaceable for something that's pretty cheap cap salary wise. Whereas when you have a LaMelo Ball or Brandon Miller, those guys are not replaceable. From like, you can't just go out and sign a player that's going to have that similar impact on your team and upside. So I think it'll be interesting to see when they come back. I think that there's no way in hell that after watching the Mavericks trade Luka Doncic, that the Hornets would trade LaMelo Ball. I just don't think they would do it, especially with the things that he can just do on the basketball court. If you draw those parallels to be like, hey, here's like a heliocentric player that, you know, a team gave up on after going to the NBA Finals. Like, let's not do it before we even get to the point where we can go to the NBA Finals. We haven't even surrounded him with the top 20 player in the league yet. Brandon Miller's could get there, very obviously. So I think that there is cases there. And then when you bring in Dalton, that's your shooting guard, your three, then you can start to play some really interesting basketball because your backcourt is huge. You have a 6'6" point guard, you have a 6'7" shooting guard, small forward, and then you have your 6'8", 6'9" small forward, Brandon Miller, who plays like a 2. So I think that there's interesting core here developing in their backcourt. I think that they've maybe are obviously clearing way for somebody possibly to enter the front court, regardless of what pick they end up with. I think if you end up with 1, you get Cooper Flag. If you end up with 3, you have the giant that's already in your back door, the same as Cooper. I think regardless, you're going to see the Hornets with this move probably take somebody from Duke in the draft. I'll make that guess right now. I think that they will undoubtedly, because they're going to be in the top 3 or 4. So yeah, that's kind of my piece on that. And with Cooper Flag or Malik, those are guys that don't need the ball right away and to be the best version of themselves. Honestly, like Cooper Flag early as your third best player, your third option, that's a demon. And when your fourth option is Dalton, who can also put the ball on the floor in the pick and roll, take a guy off the dribble and kick out, I mean, Cooper's going to be right there. He's shooting like 36% from 3 off the catch. So I think that there's some pieces here that, yes, obviously make it look a little bleak for the Hornets right now, but it was already bleak.
I think it was interesting you mentioned Malak. I think that, the Hornets right now literally have no bigs. They have Musa.
It's who they're going to draft probably.
Yeah, they have Musa Diabate and Taj Gibson, and that's it. So I think they are desperately in need for a big.
I'm a big Musa guy. Like I think he's a crazy energy, high impact. I've loved him since he was at Michigan. So I mean it's gonna be sky's the limit for that guy now, I guess. But like you said, there's very slim at that spot. I think that there's 100% chance that they're going to be eyeing him. And even if they land that number 1 pick, they could be a team that identifies that need and says, honestly, we probably need a center more than we need Cooper Flag right now. But I don't know. With the way Cooper Flag's been playing, I think you just take him and you.
No, if you get 1, you take Flag. You don't think about it. I mean, they could get a big and free agent.
Exactly. That was the returns to my earlier point. I know that there's it's one of my favorite basketball things to fall back on is there was this Kirk Goldsberry plot a while ago. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. And it had it mapped out on the floor, all this shot chart map. And he had it mapped out where the most valuable shots. So the average, pay per the person who takes those shots and the salary. And it's right around the basket is the cheapest spot on the floor. So it's going to be easy long-term, I think, to find somebody who can replace Mark Williams' impact now. I don't know if you can replace Mark Williams' upside. I think that there's some stuff there with shooting touch that I think a lot of people are still really excited about. And Lakers fans are going to run with for sure. I'm looking at you, Corbin. So Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Let's continue. I haven't seen any more news regarding that DeAndre Hunter deal. I did see some rumblings that that the Vucevic talks haven't fallen through at all. Still, I got a text from Steven about that.
It's with with Golden State, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
They have they could take Gary Payton the third's contract, or it's the second, third. They could take Gary Payton's expiring deal as well as Looney to get around to where Vucevic's level is, but it's very hard for Golden State to get back to right now. They're at 12 players, and so there's a lot of complicated issues in terms of filling out their roster minimally to match salary. So I wouldn't rule out a Vooch trade, but it's hard.
Yeah, I imagine so, and I think long term that deal would be interesting if it did go through. I don't know if the Warriors would look back on that and maybe regret kind of trying to push after. I like them already with Butler. I like Looney. I don't think that I like Payton. I like a lot of their core. I don't think that they really need to meddle much after this Butler trade, because I just don't think that they're going to be in a position to contend for a championship anyway. That's kind of my spot on it. So I don't know if you break your back here trying to get Vooch. That's just kind of my take. But it'll be interesting to see regardless.
It's going to be the pick return that does it for him.
Yeah.
I heard that Golden State was only willing to offer up seconds, and I don't know if the Bulls are willing to pull the trigger if that's the case.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, I wouldn't want to give up Vooch if I'm the Bulls, just to help out the Warriors to try and contend with Dallas and LA and Phoenix and Denver. Like, you know what I mean? Why are you trying to help out this other team just go compete in the West just because it's convenient and the deal can get done? I feel like we're starting to see a lot of these type of deals in the NBA where it's just like the teams are doing them just because they can do the deal. And it's swapping players around. Their situations aren't great. I felt very much like that was the case with the Chris Middleton deal, where it's just like, oh, this is the trade we can do. I mean, I guess we have to get rid of AJ Johnson then. You know what I mean? It's like when the CPU hits you on 2K with like that, you finally get like a counter offer back and you're like, gosh, I really want this deal. I just have to say yes. They want AJ Johnson. Oh no. I just have to say yes, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see if that one turns into one of those deals too, where they eventually just take those seconds and are just like, we wanted a first, we probably wanted more and probably should get more, especially if you view Vooch as a guy who's going to get you over the hump. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Because that's what basically the Warriors are telling you by making this deal is we think Vucevic is our missing piece. Well, if I'm Chicago, wait a minute, why isn't this guy our missing piece? Obviously, they're in a little bit different of a spot. They don't have one of the top 5 players of the decade on their team. But, yeah. Let's see here. We lost Blake. I don't know what happened. He just kind of froze up and disappeared. And it's a rough part of the day for news. It's right around lunchtime. So our deal makers are probably getting their lunches as well on the West Coast and eating breakfast breakfast on the East Coast, lunches on the
wrong way. Other way.
West Coast, lunches on the East Coast. But
okay,
right.
One quick thing. Do you think the Wizards are? I really like what the Wizards are doing. I don't know why I like it, but I feel like they're having a really sneaky deadline.
Yeah, I mean, from what perspective? Like, just bottoming out even further and bringing in a vet piece in Middleton?
I feel like Middleton is negligible at this point. He's not a part of their future. AJ Johnson is pretty cool. I don't know. It's how much you really believe in AJ Johnson. But I mean, a 6'6" point guard with crazy athleticism, if he can ever fill out his body, he could be contending with Bub going forward. And that could be a really dynamic backcourt to a certain extent. If they're looking to play positionless. Plus they have, I mean, what are you thinking? A top 5 pick at the very least. So they can continue to build around Coulibaly and Sarr. I mean, backcourt's looking pretty good in the future. They need a center.
No,
And-
I mean, they need a lot more than just a center.
Yes,
but
yes.
they're definitely getting there. And I mean, I think anytime you add a player like Chris Middleton, you're at least getting something positive. I think he's going to bring leadership and obviously spacing to that team. We'll see if maybe they flip him for picks. But then again, I mean, if the Bucks had to settle to trade Chris Middleton to Washington, like I mentioned before, when you have a guy for a decade plus, you'd think that they're going to send him to at least a competing team. So I don't know if there's any more deals out there for Chris Middleton. I mean, speaking as the person who operated as the Bucks during the NBA trade deadline for the Center Hub, our mock trade deadline, nobody is out there to trade for Chris Middleton. Nobody wants him. No GMs in the league want his contract. And even though we don't have to go watch those teams that we created play, it's still very barren market out there for him. I know that we are going to be getting Steven here in a few minutes. I want to welcome a new guest. We have Aaron Washington join us from No Trade Clause. How's it going, Aaron? Joining us on deadline day. How are you doing?
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me. I am still trying to kind of make sense of all this. I'm sure as you guys are. It's been a wild deadline, but it's been a lot of fun just to see like all the pieces move around and how the NBA landscape is changing right before our eyes. So yeah, just having fun with it. Glad to be here. Yeah,
we're happy to have you. I don't know if you're familiar as much with myself as you are with Steven. But I'm Caleb. We got Cody Corbin on here, Cody and Corbin on here for the NBA trade deadline. We have Aaron joining us here towards the top of the hour. For any, I saw we had also a couple of new viewers join. We're racking them up. But so those of you that are just joining us, we're just pivoting our conversation to talk about some other trades. And we'll kind of open the floor to you, Aaron. What was the most shocking deal of the deadline to you so far, besides the Luka Doncic trade?
Well, that's obviously the easy answer, but if we're excluding that one, I might go with the trade you guys were just talking about, the Chris Middleton, Kyle Kuzma swap. I didn't expect the Bucks to move off of Chris. It looked like they had already kind of said that they were going to stick with that core three of Chris, Dame, and Giannis. And the fact that they, relegated him to the worst team in the league, didn't see that coming. And going to get Kuz. But now that I thought about it a little bit more, I get it. I get what the Bucks are trying to do. We've seen a lot of deals over the past 6 months or so that we wouldn't have seen a few years ago because of these new apron rules with the CBA. So we saw what the Minnesota Timberwolves did with trading Cat and what the Bucks have done with Middleton. The common theme of a lot of these deals is they just want to shed salary and get below the second apron if they can. So, if that means regressing a little bit as a team, they're willing to do that. Ownership is willing to make that sacrifice. It's unfortunate, especially if you're a fan of those teams, to see a downgrade. And, I don't know how you guys feel about that swap and how they compare as players, but I think at least this season, it is a little bit of a downgrade going from Chris to Kuzma. I was looking at Kuzma's shooting numbers recently. I mean, they're just absolutely awful. Shooting, subpar from every area of the floor. His 3-point percentage is under 30. Free throw percentage, I think, is under 70. And
no, I mean, he's a Hall of Fame chucker. I mean,
exactly. No, he really is. I'm sure you guys have seen some low light film of Kuzma from earlier in the season where he's just jacking up shots and they're just air balls just left and right. So, I mean, he is a Hall of Fame chucker for sure.
He reminds me of Antoine Jameson on the year after LeBron left the Cavs.
Yeah, I can see that. He is a bucket. I mean, I won't deny that. He can definitely get buckets. but he's going to need to rebound in a big way to be of value to Milwaukee. They're going to need him to be a legitimate spacer for them to make space for Giannis and Dame. So we'll have to see how that goes. But, on the surface, I mean, I guess I understand it. I don't know if I would have done it in the Bucks position because it is kind of a risk there. So we'll have to see how that all shakes out. But, yeah, that definitely stood out to me as a deal I didn't see coming and, definitely caught me off guard a little bit.
I think the biggest part, I mean, I opened my hour of hosting with it. The biggest thing that shocked me, like I said, and when you even were backstage, like seeing a guy here for a decade, really his career has resonated and, can be kind of like seen, in the same, like, look, he's just a Bucks player, like even more than he is like a basketball player to me. So it was interesting to see them move on from him and then also relinquish one of their best younger assets as well going forward. I mean, I'm a big Tyler Smith believer, but I can even admit that, AJ Johnson has shown more to me lately at the NBA level that he could be a really solid player at some point. And I don't know why they moved on from him in this deal. I maybe it was a roster, spots thing, or it was strictly just, Washington wouldn't get it done without bringing in something else at least positive in terms of like a young piece. What are kind of your thoughts on that, Aaron?
That's a good point for sure. AJ Johnson is a pretty raw player, but the upside is there for sure. He has a lot of athletic ability, and I'm sure the Bucks have been impressed with what they saw. But I guess in their mind, to make this deal work, they were willing to part with him. And yeah, for the Wizards, I love getting him back in this deal for sure. It can definitely work out for them long term, and obviously that's what the Wizards are going for. They're making long term moves overall. Although the Chris Middleton acquisition is kind of a little bit of a head scratcher in that sense. You're going for more
I think honestly, I think they were trading for AJ Johnson.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
That's how it feels more and more we talk about it. I think they were trading for AJ Johnson. I think they were trading Chris Middleton as nothing more than a trade exception.
That's a good way to think about it for sure. There's a lot of moving pieces, but yeah, I mean, in that sense, I like it for Washington, getting a guy like AJ to slot in there, just see what he's got. At this point, you just want to get guys in the door and see if they're going to be a part of your long-term future. It looks like Koulibaly is going to be one of those guys.
He's so good.
Trending. He is, man. A triple-double last night. He's really shown some good stuff recently. They have a few pieces, but there's a lot of holes left. So hopefully AJ can fill one of those for them and help them kind of try to get to the next era and see what they got there. So yeah, from that perspective, I like it for sure.
I texted Rafael Barlow during the draft process, and I said I like Koulibaly I liked him more than both the Thompson twins. And I'm still standing with that every time I talk about the Wizards. I think that they have one of those guys who could be just like what you want your star basketball player, either your 1A or your 1B or even your second option to look like, in terms of somebody who can go guard the best player on the other team, create for others, while also, still building his own shot repertoire. He's been fun to watch grow. And I mean, like you said, it's another opportunity for a guy like AJ Johnson, who when he has played lately for the Bucks has looked pretty good. And I think he's going to be somebody that you'd much rather give minutes to if you're a developing franchise than Kyle Kuzma. Probably. I mean,
that's fair.
Yeah. So I know Steven's getting back. I didn't want to pivot to another another conversation before he did, because he is the star of the show, the main event. Everybody, how are we doing? How's work, buddy? Can't hear you. Okay. You're good now.
Okay. It was good. I just had a work meeting. I obviously had to attend for an hour, so we are back though, and I am with you guys until 3:30 Eastern. So basically through the trade deadline. You said you didn't want to change topics. Did you end up talking about the tweet I put in the private chat or no?
For
the Nikola Vucevic?
No, we didn't really talk about it too crazy in depth, but I touched on it a little bit with Blake.
So Blake said he had internet issues, and that's why he just dipped out. He told me to let you guys know.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Okay. So where are we?
We just finished up kind of talking about. I asked Aaron what the most shocking trade of the deadline was to him, as we introduced him to the audience, and we talked a little bit about the Chris Middleton deal. So,
Okay, so
yeah, this is the tweet I was referring to. By the way.
So Conrad is going to be on in about 15 minutes. He's the Center Hub's resident Golden State Warriors guy.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have to get his opinion in terms of, if they're able to pull a Vucevic deal off as well. But let me see. Do we have the Warriors cap sheet anywhere? Let me see. Aaron, how updated is no trade clause? Are you guys updating them as they're happening, or?
I know Anil is getting to them. I don't know if he has got. Let me check and see if he has.
Well, meanwhile, I do have it on Yossi Goslin's cap sheets.
Okay. Yeah.
So Vucevic makes what, about 21-ish? 20 even. So if Golden State did, it would probably be what? Gary Payton II, Buddy Hield, and Looney? Maybe something like that, because the issue is Golden State is hard capped after first apron, and they have $1.4 million in space under that, with only 11 guys under contract.
Yeah, I just checked, and I don't know where he went. But...
Oh no,
it's feasible, but it's difficult.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Came in like you never left. Love it.
Yeah, I went to swipe to my other browser, and then I swiped out of the call. But yeah, it's feasible. I'm very fascinated to see how the Warriors would be able to play those cap gymnastics, given the fact that, as I said, I'll pull that back up once I'm able to. There we go. So, again, they have 11 guys under contract, and they're 1.4 under their hard cap of the first 8 points they can't go over. So, it's just they're playing cap gymnastics. And the fact that they're able to even get Jimmy Butler, let alone Jimmy Butler and Vucevic, I mean, that's something that happened. If we want to talk a minute about the mock trade deadline, that's what Conrad did as OGM. And we'll talk to Conrad in about 10 minutes or so. But yeah, how good will the Warriors be? I'll say this. Before I left, and we were talking about the Aaron Fox and the Spurs acquiring him. Real quick, let me play the sound.
What does the fox say?
Okay. Every time I mention Aaron Fox, that's my goal. But Corbin, you were on. We were talking about the West hierarchy of where the Lakers currently stack up.
Yeah.
Where would we say if Nikola Vucevic is actually headed to Golden State?
Yeah.
Where do they line up with all? I mean, where will the Warriors be with the lineup, I suppose, of Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, and Nikola Vucevic, and not much else behind them?
Yeah, I mean, nobody's going to want to see that team in a 7-8 playing game. No, I'm kidding. I think 7-8 they'd be fine if they were 7. I think that they're probably a really dangerous playing team. There's a ground to make up. You have to make sure that there's ground to make up, first of all, from where they are right now in the Western Conference, right? You have to worry about how they gel on the offensive end, because you have some talent here, but like you said, it's not 2K, not basketball GM. You got to figure out how to make it work on the floor. Their bench depth would be pretty rough, especially considering who leaves to bring Vooch in, and assuming it's not any of the starters. So that's a lot. And then offensively, I mean, spacing, I guess Vooch, he's been a really good three-point shooter this year. Obviously, one of the greatest spacers of all time with Steph Curry. And I'm glad you have that, because you have very little else from a spacing perspective. Depending on what you feel about Jimmy Butler, depending on what you feel about Draymond Green. So, yeah. And I think that they're, unfortunately, I don't feel like they'd move that much higher. Do they bounce Dallas where Dallas is? No. Do they bounce? I mean, I guess it's debatable with Dallas, because they have to gel too, and their playmaking depth behind Kyrie's not great. But who do they kind of overlap where they are? The Clippers? I mean, the Clippers, at least identity is secure. Defensively, they are tough, right? So again, I'm kind of looking at these teams and I just don't know who I'm like, yep, Golden State jumps that. No, they're a scary team to play on any given night, potentially. But I don't think they're definitively better than any of the teams that are already ahead of them.
Aaron, you're a Heat guy, aren't you? I know you tweet about them. Did we talk about your opinion of the Jimmy Butler deal or not yet?
Not yet. Not since I've been on.
Okay, so let's do this. Jimmy Butler is a Warrior. I don't have the ticker like I do for this Lakers one because the Jimmy Butler trade is still, seems like a work in progress, maybe a 4 or 5 teamer. What do you think of the return? So offhand, I believe it was what? Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder's heading to Utah. You guys got PJ Tucker, flipping PJ Tucker for Davion Mitchell. But basically, it's Andrew Wiggins and that first-round pick, top 10 protected, was like the main haul for the Heat.
Yep. Yeah, overall, I mean, the trade, I for one, am just happy that the Heat were able to make a deal for Jimmy, get him out of there. He was just dead weight, $48 million on the bench. It's a team that's still a playoff contender. You don't want to see that. So they were able to make a deal. They were able to get Wiggins. Wiggins is in his prime. He's a great two-way player. I think he's going to bring a lot to the team, honestly, on both ends. And I think he's a good fit with the newly established front court of Bam and Ware. So I do like that fit for sure, bringing him in there. And that pick is just icing on the cake. Top 10 protected, so it may or may not convey this year. I believe the protection would extend to 26 if it doesn't. But, getting a first is definitely a good haul because, as we know, I mean, the Heat rarely miss on their picks with Ware, with Jaime, with even Pelle Larson coming in. They usually do pretty well with those picks, even if they're not, top 10. So I think that's good for them. They are short on first in general. I've been tracking their draft pick situation over on No Trade Clause for the past few days. And, they're pretty short on picks that they have and even to trade or anything. So getting that back is definitely a plus as well. Overall, I think I'm a fan of the deal. I like the return. They also shed salary in the deal. I think that's worth pointing out as well. Getting off of Jimmy's $48 million, and he wanted an extension, and he got it with the Warriors. So, paying him $50+ million the next 2 years, I don't think that was necessarily a smart play for the Heat. So there's more flexibility. You're under the second apron, and then now after the subsequent deal to ship out PJ Tucker and get Davion Mitchell, they're under the first apron. So, I mean, they have a lot more options available to them. They can dive into the buyout market if they want. So, I mean, getting a guy that's a really solid player, getting a good value pick, and getting off of the salary that was weighing your team down and eliminating possibilities, I think are all really good options for the Heat. So, no, I think they did good in the deal with what they got back.
So, as you guys see, we have a trade, a minor one, but we have a trade. So I'm going to share my screen just because I want to touch on basically everything that happens. Milwaukee's trading Patrick Baldwin Jr., who they just got for that was in the Kyle Kuzma deal for the Chris Middleton exchange and cash to San Antonio. That means, probably nothing. I mean, he may not even. It's a shame because when Caleb comes back on, we could talk about Caleb's a big NBA draft guy. Patrick Baldwin Jr. was a guy who at one point was a projected top 10 pick. But otherwise, okay. Aaron, let me ask you, what did you think of, I don't know how much you guys talked about, what did you think of the Brandon Ingram deal? Because apparently they may be extending him now. He's an expiring contract. They gave up that 2026 Indiana first for him. So just what's your overall sentiment from a guy who, understands the business of basketball and the front office and salary cap aspect? I mean, was that a wise allocation of resources?
My initial impression was skeptical. I have my reservations about that deal for Toronto. It looked like they had kind of just accepted the fact that they were going to be in the lottery for a few years. So they started to pivot, and they had some good building blocks, but obviously not a team that's really going to contend for anything. And all of a sudden they kind of pivot and change course with this deal, getting Brandon Ingram and, sending out the Indiana pick and a second. So Brandon is a very good player still, a great scorer. Pairing him with Scotty and Pirtle and Quickly and RJ. I think that's a very good starting unit, and they'll win some games. But for me, it's like, what's the goal here? Like, what are you trying to do? Like, okay, you're going to be better than several teams in the East, clearly better than, I think, Chicago, Washington, Charlotte, maybe a couple more teams. But, are you really going to be in that conversation with the heavy hitters of the East? I still don't really think they're there. So that kind of places them in this maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mix. And, like you said, they're thinking about paying Brandon Ingram after the season, giving him a new contract. So, that's a lot more money on your books, along with those building blocks you have. He's entering his prime, so his timeline, it kind of matches with the other guys. It kind of doesn't, going on 27, 28 years old. It just seems like an awkward fit in some respects. I think he might step on Scotty's toes a little bit. Scotty's begun to kind of establish himself as a foundational piece for them. And, the fit with RJ, I'm not sure about as well, because we know RJ loves to get downhill, make things happen in the paint. So both from a front office perspective and from an all-court perspective, I'm just not sure about it. Like, I wouldn't have done that deal myself. I think it kind of locks them into this kind of middle ground where they're not a contender, but they're definitely not a lottery team, at least a deep lottery team. And, they could be stuck in purgatory, so to speak. So I'm going to be honest, I don't love the deal, but obviously things change, or there could be more deals. So we'll have to see. But initial impressions, I'm not the biggest fan of it.
So obviously I have on the screen here, 4th trade deadline in a row where Toronto basically traded for an expiring contract, and they extended Olenek last year after they got him. They re-signed Podol last year after they got him, and Thaddeus Young, I believe, stuck around. So they trade for expiring contracts with the intent of re-signing these guys, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Toronto's not a market that usually acquires free agency. Like, they traded for Kawhi Leonard when they needed to. That just seems to be their MO. Real quick, Cody, have you had the opportunity to watch Nico Harrison's press conference?
I've seen bits and pieces on Twitter. I don't think I've seen everything. I saw Jason Kidd's reaction. That's pretty telling on what's going on.
Aaron, what about you?
Same. I've seen clips. I haven't seen the whole conference. But actually, I just talked with Corbin about it the other day on the NTC pod, and just weird stuff that I think, in my opinion, just the things he was saying about defense wins championships and all that. Just really interesting comments there.
So let me hold on. I just had it up here. Jordan and I talked about it this morning when it was just us two. So I just want to get a couple more perspectives on this. So we have Jason Kidd, obviously head coach, and Nico Harrison just traded Luka Doncic. So I just want to get a couple more opinions while I have you guys on. So I think it's at 3:15-ish. So let's start. Just look at Jason Kidd's body language. Cody, I know you just referenced this, but Jason Kidd's body language looks like his puppy just died. Like, I feel so bad for the guy who was basically hand-fed Luka Doncic as a head coach, and now
the credit,
he's without him.
Trades, you guys have been around here. Trades don't happen at the smallest level without stuff getting out. And Rob and I were able to have, really intense conversations over the course of, 3 or 4 weeks that started out as a coffee that, was more, hey, would you ever, I don't know, would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that. And, we kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. J. Kidd didn't know about it, but J. Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like?
Look at his face.
I know that, and J. Kidd coached them when they won a championship.
Got that NBA
I
EST.
think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes, and so I felt good about it making sense to where we're trying to go.
Okay, so that's number one. And then we have a potential trade that we need to talk about. I'll pull that up. Again, nothing definitive. It's more DeAndre Hunter. Did you guys talk DeAndre Hunter at all when I was gone to the Cavs potentially? Corbin? No?
I think it was talking like briefly when you like right after you left, immediately after you left, but only briefly. So
okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna turn off this video file because I already showed this clip multiple times, so it's not a priority. But what is a priority is a potential DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland Cavaliers trade. So this is Mark Stein of the Stein Line. The Cavaliers and Hawks remain engaged in trade talks on a DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland deal, sources told him and Jake Fisher, with the teams attempting to build out a trade construction in which both stay under the luxury tax. Cody, let's start with you. What are your initial thoughts on DeAndre Hunter to the Cavs?
You know, the Cavs, they're looking to contend. This will build depth. The Hawks are still in this weird position that I don't know what they're doing. That's kind of weird. DeAndre Hunter, I mean, he was a top 5 pick when he was drafted. Hasn't really produced that much in the league, but the depth to Cleveland, I think, is pretty interesting. I don't know what would be in return for Atlanta. If Atlanta is looking to rebuild, they need to move off of Trae Young. They're just kind of staying status quo, and then they're shipping out guys around him. It's not helping him at all.
So I would imagine Caris LeVert would most definitely be involved. That would give the Hawks some cap relief. Hawks are actually pretty close to the luxury tax already for next year. They do have Clint Capella's expiring. And obviously, if they were to flip Hunter into, like, I don't know, George Niang and the expiring of Caris LeVert, they get off that money, essentially. They'd have Niang's next year for, I think, $8 million. That's what Aaron, do you think that's along the same lines of the trade? Maybe a first-round pick's involved as well? Or I think you're muted.
Yeah, I was just saying that possibly overall, I think the Hawks, what the Hawks could be trying to do here is sell high on Hunter while he's been a 6th man of the year candidate this year. So just trying to get the best return possible for him. I do also get the thinking here that what direction are you trying to go in? Are you trying to contend? Are you falling? What's the deal? But I mean, if they are really trying to kind of reset this thing, then I guess it would make sense to ship off DeAndre and see what you can get back. Like I'm not sure what the pick situation would look like, but I'd imagine at least a pick would be coming back to them since DeAndre is to me the best asset in this deal. So I can see LeVert and Niang and a pick coming back for sure. I think that would be a good return for Atlanta.
Corbin, you're actually scheduled to take a quick break. Do you have any thoughts on this before I have you sign off? And we bring in Conrad and Caleb.
I guess I'm a little more like, I think DeAndre Hunter would be an upgrade. I feel like when you are a Cleveland team that's gelled so well, yeah, you've had a couple of, losses here and there, Celtics, or a couple of random losses when against the Rockets, where I think was that Garland who missed the 2 free throws. Like, you've had a few losses, but like altogether, you've gelled really well. You're a really solid team. I just wonder where that kind of hinge between upgrading your roster to also like dramatically kind of transforming with some core role players at the halfway point of the season. Like, it's such a weird pendulum to kind of have that balance. And so that's where I'm curious. On his head, I'm like, yeah, I guess I do that depending on what I give up. But knowing between matching salary and the fact that Hunter is, someone that the Hawks will consider asset, and the need that the Cavs potentially have there, you're probably giving up a good little bit. I'd be surprised if you can get out of it with, I don't know, George Yang matching salary and a pick or something. I feel like it's going to be more than that. And so that's where I'm a little kind of leery of it, but I guess we'll wait and see before, reacting to that. But that's kind of my thoughts.
So Corbin is scheduled to head off. He will be back around when, Corbin? 1:00. So Corbin has a half hour off, 1 p.m. Eastern. So Corbin, Let's plug your work when you come back. But you're good to sign off. Cody, you're also scheduled to pop off. Is there anything you want to plug before we have you sign off?
I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to jump on here with the Center Hub. I know I'm a contributor there. You can go check out everybody's work at the Center Hub. It's great. Once again, thank you for having me. I look forward to continue watching this stream on the live show.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. But okay, so Cody and Corbin are coming off. We're going to add Caleb back in. And then we have, hold on, let me cue it up. Let's cue up the banners. We have Conrad.
Cue his music.
Should I play What Does the Fox Say again?
Dun, 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 dun. It's just Stone Cold Steve Austin music.
Jimmy Butler is a war. I know I didn't do enough with the soundboard, but this is the best I could do for Conrad. March Madness.
You gotta end this day.
Before we introduce him. Okay. Conrad. I don't know how much you've been watching backstage, but obviously the Warriors acquired Jimmy Butler yesterday. They're still apparently not dead in terms of Nikola Vucevic.
Right.
And we obviously part of the Warriors cap sheet. This is the same cap gymnastics that you basically did in the mock trade deadline. When you acquired both Jimmy Butler and Nikola Vucevic.
Yeah.
So let's start with the Butler deal. I don't have a banner for it like I do like this one, for example, the De'Aaron Fox one, because there's still so many moving parts to that deal. I don't want to have the official trade. But overall, I mean, what's your sentiment? Jimmy Butler is a Warrior, and they gave him a 2-year, what was it, $121 million extension, I think it was?
Right.
So let's get your overall thoughts from a Warriors perspective.
I mean, I can't speak for all Warrior fans, but personally, I like it. As you know, I've said many times with you guys on the Center Hub, the Warriors were just mirrored in mediocrity. Like literally, as the time of this recording, we're 25-25, right? We have a point differential of like 0.1, right? So forget what the actual cost of it was in terms of an on-court product. The Warriors just really needed another, obviously, like a lot of people like to say, a second option, but more so just, again, someone who's both a floor raiser and I guess a ceiling raiser, as we've seen Jimmy Butler capable of really elevating himself, especially late in the season and the playoffs. We really haven't had another guy that has that actual like alpha mentality. And even if they had an alpha mentality, the requisite skills, to be able to either take over games or at least not allow games to get away. So for that reason, I mean, if it wasn't Jimmy Butler, I know there were obviously some other names, in the last couple of days thrown around with the Warriors. I mean, he's proven that he can be that guy. Now when you factor in what it took to get him, I couldn't be happier. I mean, frankly, like Mike Dunleavy Jr. did a far better job, in the real trade deadline than our mock trade deadline. However, I made that Jimmy Butler trade before the indefinite suspension and all those other theatrics. But I mean, if essentially what it comes down to, me, I was very adamant, like the Warriors should not be trading any picks past 2027 when Curry, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, and Steve Kerr, when all their contracts expire altogether. That is essentially the rebuild phase of the Warriors. So, I mean, to basically flip Andrew Wiggins and one top 10 protected first round pick for Jimmy Butler, I can more than live with that. I am absolutely pleased with that outcome.
So let's start with Caleb, because I have a question for each of you. Where does this leave Jonathan Kuminga? Because like Jimmy, we know, got paid last night by Golden State. obviously Steph and Draymond. Those three guys, I think, are 37, 34, and 35 years old. And the one upside pick or player they have is Kuminga. And at this point, like, he's what, on year 4? Because he's
year 4.
Yeah. So, like, what do the Warriors do with him?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like Conrad said, when you have the goal of trying to build a championship caliber team, and then when you're level-headed franchise, you can start identifying key points in the future where you maybe need to start to veer off that path for a year or two, and then before you can get back on it. The Warriors have done a relatively good job of picking their spots to reset and rebuild. Obviously, they've been in contention pretty strongly for the last decade. And I think Jonathan Kuminga gives them somebody that they can continue to develop. Although he's not the youngest player on the roster, I think every time he steps on the court, he presents a ton of upside to get better. And you can see with his quick twitch athleticism, there's like a clear role for him to possibly play, the wing at some point in the future. I think for now, he's very comfortable being that, 4 spot coming off the bench, possibly, when the shot isn't going. I don't know if he provides all that much spacing. But when you have Steph Curry at the top of your lineup, you can kind of mix and match and do a lot of different things. But I think he's definitely a guy that you have to keep around going forward. And I think when you're able to get Jimmy Butler without trading him, you're really, really happy if you're Golden State. Because even if he doesn't turn out, he's still somebody this offseason. Let's say you don't really particularly enjoy how the rest of the season shakes out. Maybe you want to flip him into somebody who can strengthen up your backcourt even further, or your front court, wherever the weakness shows up, depending on whether this Vooch trade goes through.
Aaron, what about you in terms of Kuminga and, the financial aspect of, because like you're going to have to re-sign him. You have restricted free agent rights. And like that team is going to be very expensive now that they have Jimmy Butler, with that 2-year extension.
Yeah, I think that's my biggest concern for the Warriors in this deal is that extension. Getting Jimmy in a vacuum, I do like it because as was mentioned before, I mean, they were just kind of just floating in no man's land. And, that's the worst place to be as an NBA franchise. So, you go and get Jimmy and, I guess a part of the deal, they had to give him that money because that was the whole reason, at least from what I've heard, that he wanted to leave Miami is that they weren't willing to pay him that money. So that was just kind of the price of the deal. They had to give him that extension. And, I think it's rich with Jimmy's injury history and how he's getting to be in his mid-upper 30s. There's a lot of risk there. So that part of it is, maybe not the greatest, but on the other hand, definitely makes them better and puts them in I think another tier above in terms of the teams in the West. Still wouldn't put them in the same category as like a Memphis or Houston or OKC, but I definitely think they got better in this deal. For Kuminga, it's challenging because you see a player here with all this upside, all this promise. He's gotten better in his 3rd year, 4th year here. And, there's an opportunity for him to just keep getting better. But with getting Jimmy, it's challenging because it doesn't look like there's a spot for him in the starting lineup. So he has to continue coming off the bench unless there's an injury. And yeah, you got to re-sign him. That's the elephant in the room. He's at 7.6 expiring this year, and he's going to be a restricted free agent. So it does give the Warriors leverage there to be able to match any offer that comes in. But I mean, this is a guy that's, you got to pay him, I would think 20 plus mil on his next deal annually. And combined with Curry, Butler, it's going to put them right back in those apron conversations. And that's a high price to pay for a team that may not be true contenders. So at least they'll be more competitive, but I think it's challenging for the Warriors just because all that money being spent on a roster that not a favorite could be a tough thing to swallow. And then with Kuminga, his development, I think, could be stunted a little bit with all of these guys that are in the front court ahead of him. So not sure what that means for his whole long-term outlook. Kind of depends on where they go from here. But I think they got to re-sign him because he's just that good. And you need young guys in the pipeline. I just think that it could be tough for him to find his place going forward with Jimmy there, with Green there. But I guess we'll see after this season.
So as the banner I just put up indicates, we keep talking about this, and I'm trying to get different opinions as guests come on. So, Conrad, we talked about this morning, you know, the Warriors, the age of their stars, and basically we did this with the Lakers and San Antonio when we were talking about the De'Aaron Fox deal. But where do you think the Warriors at this point rank in the Western Conference hierarchy?
Barring any additional trades, I was asked this last night. At least it was phrased, what is their ceiling? I think their ceiling is a 6 seed and a second round exit.
Okay.
And that does not bother me one bit.
And without Jimmy Butler, I'm assuming it was just missing the play-in entirely.
I would say like we're a fringe play-in team, right? Like you're fighting for that 10 seed again, like basically a repeat of last year, you know, which is still a winning record, you know, like hovering above 500, which is again what we've been.
The West is just so good. It's just the West is just so good.
Yeah, and that's even factoring in New Orleans taking a massive step back this year, you know, because of injuries. You know, I don't believe they're as bad as their record is, you know, or at least the nature of their talent.
Yeah, I mean, I think moving on from Ingram's going to only open up the door for them to gel and try to find like a new way to make that situation work better for everybody involved. Yeah. I think when like Bruce Brown is the ultimate make a situation better guy. So I mean, like you said, I don't think that team's even as bad as
Conrad, Warriors aside, is there any trade that stuck out to you in terms of I really like what that team did? That isn't Luka Doncic to the Lakers. I mean, if you want to talk about Luka Doncic to the Lakers, we could talk about that while we have you.
Yeah, no.
I haven't been able to talk about the Fox trade. I thought the Fox trade was pretty interesting.
Okay, so before we get into the De'Aaron Fox trade,
what does the Fox say? What the Fox say?
Okay. Every time De'Aaron Fox is mentioned, it's getting played. So, sorry, guys. De'Aaron Fox headed to the Spurs. I talked about this a little bit, so I apologize for people that were on with us around 10:30 in the morning Eastern. But I basically said I think the Spurs got De'Aaron Fox essentially for free. I mean, the way the tweet was worded, it was 3 first and 3 second round picks. But that Charlotte first is lottery protected. That's not going to convey. It's going to be 2 seconds. So it's really 2 first, which is San Antonio's 2027, which for all we know, Victor Wembanyama might be the league MVP in 2027. So that Spurs pick's not going to be very great. So it's really that late first. The 2031 Minnesota pick may have some upside in 5 seconds. They didn't give up a rotation player. As long as they had Chris Paul and De'Aaron Fox, Trey Jones was expendable, and they gave up Zach Collins, who kind of fell a little bit out of favor. Spurs did an excellent job. Like, they kept Jeremy Sohan, they kept Keldon Johnson. Kings did okay getting those 2 picks and getting Zach LaVine for De'Aaron Fox. But, Caleb, let's start with you. What's your overall sentiment of this deal?
I think this, honestly, I don't know. I want to know where this puts San Antonio this season in the Western Conference. Because I honestly think De'Aaron Fox, I know a bunch of people probably had this feeling, but he's really embodies the perfect guard to pair next to Wembanyama. There was talks about, you know, possibly like a Trae Young type of pairing eventually in the future, but I really think De'Aaron Fox is the way to go. It's another one of these guys that San Antonio's had, a plus size lead guard, kind of similar to what they had going with DeJounte Murray previously when they were most competitive in recent memory. Where it's, you know, a guy who's a downhill scorer, can distribute. And I think Fox is, you know, just a little bit of that tier above in terms of a lead guard initiator with his playmaking than, you know, they really had in Murray and have had recently. I think this move, you know, instantly opens up Victor Wembanyama even further. When you pair, you know, the tallest and longest player in the league with the fastest guard, it's going to just absolutely wreak havoc. And I think we saw that already last night. You know, Fox had 24 and 13. I think that this is going to be regular, and I would not be surprised if this team in the playoffs, similar to what we're talking about with some of these moves with the Warriors, if this puts them in a spot to, you know, sneak up on a team in the first round, especially some of these young teams at the top where it's like, I mean, you just can't teach size. And I think when, you know, a guy like Wembanyama comes into the league, when we see these dominant big men, they can have an effect early. It doesn't really need to take 2 or 3 years for them to have that type of championship caliber impact, especially when the kid's averaging almost 4 blocks a game. I think really the sky's the limit for this team, especially like they went out and got a star. Like this is a big deal, and they still have
all the assets.
They still have all their assets, and they still have Chris Paul to come off the bench. Like this team went from having literally we're having conversations last offseason about this team having no point guards. Like Trey Jones is really the point guard that Wemby's going to have to deal with. So now we're talking about De'Aaron Fox and Chris Paul. Like what happened? I think that this is the most slept on move by far of the deadline. I mean, it's obviously not slept on, but it's just going to be slept on because the Luka Doncic trade happened. But I mean, I think that this could have the most impact. And I think that this puts them in a spot to compete with teams like Oklahoma City, barring like, I didn't think Chet was going to come back this soon. So, I'm excited to hear that he's back from his hip fracture, and that, gives them their Wemby stopper. So I think I'd take Oklahoma City out of those teams that can maybe be snuck up on by San Antonio early. But Nuggets, Rockets, all these teams that, just don't really have that playoff. Nuggets have playoff experience, but they don't have front court defense to stop a guy like Wemby. So I think some of these top teams in the conference are going to have to watch out for this San Antonio move, because I think it's huge.
If nothing else, it's going to be huge for Victor Wembanyama's development and make him an even better player. If nothing else, as I said.
I mean, if that's even possible, if you can even extend his trajectory even further, I mean, he's already on track to this is the most talented basketball player any of us have ever seen. From like a sheer if you wanted to create what the perfect basketball player would look like, this is what it would look like. And he's only getting better, like you said. It's just, I think this adds so much more to the now than people are going to realize. Too, it's huge.
Aaron, you have about, I'd say, 10 minutes left before you have to sign off. What's your opinion about just the overall De'Aaron Fox, whether it's Fox to the Spurs or whether it's Levine to the Bulls? What's your overall perspective on the entire deal?
Yeah, I'll start with Fox to the Spurs. So Fox going there, I mean, I agree completely. I think getting him for what they gave up was a home run. Look at the caliber of player he is. He's probably a tier 2 point guard. You wouldn't put him in the conversations with the absolute best, but I mean, I don't even think you need somebody that's going to be MVP type player at that position. You got an all-star. You got somebody that's insanely fast, insanely skilled, has gotten better almost every year of his career. And you pair him next to Wemby, and I mean, the possibilities are limitless. You got another legitimate threat next to Wemby. Those pick and rolls are, already deadly. Fox already feels like, it looks like, based off that first game against Atlanta, that he feels comfortable with this team, and playing off of Wemby and Vassell and those guys is going to help, I think, both of them immensely. So yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement with the deal. I like what they had to give up for him. They still have tons of picks. The draft capital page shows, tons of assets they can use in future deals. So by no means are they finished, at least long-term. Maybe this season, this is who they have, but going forward, man, I mean, they can do so much, especially if Vassell continues to make strides in this game. Castle, they didn't give up Castle. I think that was a great move. I'm really high on his upside. I've talked about him at length ever since the draft. So that defensive-minded guy that can slot in next to Fox and those guys is just going to be icing on the cake for them for sure. And then pivoting over to Sacramento, yeah, I mean, I do like what they got back for Fox. Is it a home run? Maybe not, but I mean, Levine is having an incredible year. So, I mean, you're getting a guy that, I mean, on paper has been just about on par with Fox in terms of just sheer output, is definitely a good move. He's a little bit older, but he's still in the midst of his prime, coming up on 30. So, I mean, that's a plus as well. And then get some draft capital there. And, Steven, I remember you mentioning the pick situation, and yeah, it's 2 firsts, but 2 firsts is still solid. And then getting multiple seconds back as well. I think you can do a lot worse in a deal like that. So, for Sacramento, yeah, it brings into question again, like, where are you going with this? It looks like their focus is just to remain competitive. Is this going to put them in the playoffs? still a toss up. I mean, we were talking about all these teams here. Now the Warriors got better, and you see what the top 6 already look like in the West. I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle just for them to make the playoffs, even with Levine. But if you just want to be competitive and then get a few assets back, yeah, I mean, they accomplished their mission. So from that perspective, I think it's a win-win for both sides. They got what they were looking for in this deal. I'm just curious to see, like where the Spurs end up. I mean, that's the big question here. How good are they this year? And then I think going forward, they're just going to keep getting better. So they're a force already. They're going to be a force. And then, Sacramento is who they are. I don't think they got any better or worse with this deal. They're just they are what they are, maybe 9th or 10th in the West. So, I think that's where things ended up. Pretty good for both sides.
Yeah. I wanted to add one last note here.
Go ahead.
I agree. I couldn't agree more with what you said from the Sacramento perspective. I wanted to add one last thing on the San Antonio side. I can't think of a better guard that I'd rather Stefan Castle develop behind than De'Aaron Fox. Like I can't think of a better archetype that I think we'd like to see Castle develop into, which is this bursty downhill guard. I think he has some of the raw intangibles in terms of size. I think he has a really, really, really underrated first step. He just plays a little upright. And I think someone who De'Aaron Fox plays very low to the ground. I think there's a lot of things just physically that Castle can take from Fox that's going to unlock, a lot in the pick and roll for them going forward as a duo. I just think it's such a good move. Some 2K stuff, just absolute utter 2K trades at this deadline.
Yep.
Conrad, I want to get your opinion on the De'Aaron Fox, Zach LaVine 3-team deal as well. And I want you to rank, in terms of this year only, the Spurs, the Kings, and the Warriors. In terms of title contention.
Spurs, Warriors, Kings.
So you think the Spurs have a higher ceiling than the Warriors right now?
I mean, in terms of personnel, as it stands right now, probably. I mean, let's give Wembanyama his credit. I think Wemby alone, as you said, he's a mismatch to any team. I mean, if the Warriors were to, get past, just say for whatever reason, they have to face each other in the play-in or something like that, the Warriors and the Spurs have to play. I mean, I'm not going to count the Warriors out. There's a lot of veteran experience and everything, but in terms of lineup versatility, the Spurs could arguably put out more versatile lineups that would make it difficult for the Warriors or the Kings to match up with. So I'd probably say that right now, especially with Fox being in his at least his physical prime. Maybe not skill wise, he's still ascending. But going back to the trade itself, I largely agree with what Caleb and Aaron said. I like the way Aaron said it, that Fox is maybe a tier 2 point guard. I kind of agree there, or I do agree there. I feel like that's kind of in a way his ceiling. That's not a knock. I just don't really see him really entering that tier of say Luka, SGA, Ja, however you want to rank them. Which is fine.
Wemby's going to be in that tier, which is the
exactly.
Wemby will be in that tier for the big guys.
Yeah, I do believe that Fox. It's not necessarily his production, but again, the complementary skill set produces that force multiplying effect, both for Wemby and trickle down effect. Sohan puts everybody in their natural positions. So ultimately, I like the move. I just don't believe Fox is good enough to be the second best player on a championship team, which I think is fine. I think they have the flexibility, both asset-wise and cap-wise, to go out and get that guy who could be the second best player. I'd likely, in terms of roster balance, maybe being that wing. Who that is, I don't know. Obviously we saw this deadline. Anything can change like that. So, I mean, I think I've appreciated their aggressive approach. Aggressive in the sense of trying to not waste even Wembanyama's developmental years. let's not try to delay or even like hinder his development by putting ill-fitting pieces around him. So that's cool. For the Kings, I don't know. I mean, I guess I agree in terms of a strictly like, asset, transactional thing. I guess they did okay. I think it's a setback. Let's be real. They basically took two of the Chicago Bulls' top 2 leading scorers from last season and put them on the Kings. I mean,
which is such
I don't know.
Kings thing.
I feel like I don't understand. I'm not gonna try to speculate as to what situation they were dealing with behind the scenes, but it seems like it's difficult to say that you can identify a clear direction with that team. I've had conversations with Corbin about this. He's like, well, Conrad, what if their goal was we're just going to lean into offense and be, an all-time, explosive offense like we were 2-3 seasons ago. And I said, okay, I mean, if you're operating under that mentality or that approach, cool. But then you have to question, is that the right strategy? Is that the right approach? It clearly didn't work, these last couple seasons. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like they just create more questions than answers. And that might just have to be what they settle with for now, given that they're just, again, trying to recruit assets and give themselves the flexibility to try to make a move, in the offseason or moving forward. But so I'm not as high on it for them, especially too, because I still feel like DeRozan has kind of made it difficult. It's kind of stagnated Keegan Murray's development. I don't believe that they're a good complementary pair. It's kind of relegated Keegan to being nothing more than like a spot up shooter. I'm not saying that he should be like, pounding the rock or anything, but it's really, really kind of put him like in a definitive box.
It's tough.
When I think
to get those guys touches like that are like that generally used to get a lot of their on-ball touches via the post up. When they're like that those 3-4 tweeners where Keegan can shoot it well enough and he's just athletic enough, can play defense well enough to where he can guard a 3 and play the 3 alongside like a big lineup or a small lineup in the backcourt. And it's just like you're saying, it's so tough when somebody like him thrives so much off of just being able to get a post-up touch against a mismatch and get to like a dribble pull-up or trying to abuse the guy in the lane. And he just does not get that anymore. So I don't know how their moves with DeRozan and Levine are going to help him at all. Like you're saying, it's going to be tough.
So I know we're talking about the Kings pertaining to this Fox deal. I just wanted to pull up real quick just because we were talking about the Spurs and the draft ammo they still have to go make a move. So this is NoTradeClause.com. Obviously, Aaron is one of the founders of No Trade Clause. And yeah, Spurs have this year's Atlanta, next year's Atlanta, the following year's Atlanta. Like, they have so many other picks that, like, they could go get someone else. Like, to pair, like a wing to pair with Fox and Wemby, whoever it may be. So I've had this up for a couple minutes. Hopefully people had a chance to look at it. Go check that out on NoTradeClause.com. Aaron, I'm going to get you out of here in 1 minute. So is there anything you want to promote meanwhile?
Yeah, just No Trade Clause. If you guys are looking for those draft capital pages like Steven just showed, be sure to check us out. Also, our cap sheets. We have those being updated with every trade as well. So between the picks and the contracts, we're trying to stay on top of those as best as we can. So be sure to check us out on there. And then if you guys are on Twitter and you want to give us a look, you can go on there as well and find our updates. We do the same thing over there whenever there's updates to our draft capital, things like that. Our handle is going to be NoTrade_clause over there. So be sure to check that out. And we post our podcast over there as well and things like that. So give us a look. So yeah, Steven, I just want to say, appreciate the time. It was great to be on. Caleb, Conrad, it was the great to be on with you guys. Had a great time. So I appreciate it. Hope you guys have a great rest of this recording here. And yeah, hope to talk soon.
Yeah.
We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Fun talk, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got it.
So,
Happy deadline day.
as Aaron is popping off, we are going to re-add Corbin. Corbin, I don't know if you saw it. We have our first failed physical of the trade deadline.
No, I missed it. Who?
So Caleb Martin failed his physical with the Mavs, but the trade is still happening. It looks like, let me see, I'm sharing my screen now. According to Mark Stein of the Stein line, Caleb Martin's basically Sixers giving that 20-30 second round pick they just got from the Wizards in that deal they made earlier where they got Jared Butler. They're giving an extra second to Dallas to amend the trade because it doesn't say failed physical, but he's been sidelined with a recent hip injury and was said to be nearing a return. But after consultation between both teams and league office, they agreed he's failed the physical. They gave him an extra pick. That's what it sounds like to me. But so we have our first failed physical of the deadline. I'm just putting this up because I didn't think I'd have the opportunity to use it today. But there we go. Except I need to modify it to add this 20-30 seconds. Let me see. Caleb, you were scheduled to pop off, I believe, for an hour. So Caleb will be back at 11. At 11, what time?
PST.
PST. I have Caleb PST, Corbin MST, and myself, Julian, all of us are EST. So I'm trying to play with all the deadlines.
Make it all work out. Yeah.
No, I appreciate you coordinating everything, Steven. I've had a good time talking to you all. Corbin, Conrad specifically, Aaron, Blake as well. I'll be back in an hour, but be sure to stick around. The trade deadline will not stop until the end of the day. So no reason to leave just because I am, ladies and gentlemen.
So
even though people are going to be Steven,
we're going to lose some naturally. Yeah.
We are in good hands because we are adding Matt Kostoff, another contributor at the Center Hub.
What's going on, guys?
Resident Cleveland Cavaliers fan. So we talked a little bit about the possibility of DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland. Matt, I mean, just what would your opinion be of, again, we were speculating, we said it'd be something like Karis LeVert and George Niang in a first for DeAndre Hunter. Maybe it would be Karis LeVert and Isaac Okoro. We don't totally know, but it would probably be one of the two, and LeVert would certainly be involved.
Yeah.
So what's your overall opinion of DeAndre Hunter and the possibility of him joining the Cleveland Cavaliers?
I honestly love Hunter. I didn't think he'd get traded until Jalen Johnson got hurt. But then once that happened, I mean, the Hawks are in a tough situation at that point without their second best player. So I kind of thought that would be more of a reality once the Cam Johnson stuff was all going on. And I was like, I'd rather have Hunter, honestly. I mean, I feel like he fits the mold of a better three than Cam Johnson does. I feel like Cam plays more of the four sometimes. I'd be all right with – I'd honestly be completely fine with giving up LeVert. I mean, it was 3 years ago to the day where we got LeVert from the Pacers. And I saw a stat on Twitter the other day. DeAndre Hunter had more threes last night than Karis LeVert had in his last 7 games. So, I mean, that's just one testament to how good Hunter is and how up and down LeVert's been. I mean, he's been solid this year, but throughout his career with Cleveland, I mean, he's always been up and down. And then Niang, I don't really care if he's on the team or not. I mean, he doesn't add much besides our backup four. And I mean, you could do a lot better than backup four of George Niang.
I think, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you comment a trade in the YouTube earlier today?
Yeah, I saw like a mock trade. It was like DeAndre Hunter and Larry Nance for George Niang, Isaac Okoro, LeVert, and a first-round pick.
Okay, I'm trying to find that. I'll pull it up on the screen once I find it.
While you do, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Man, I guess I was curious. From a talent perspective, I guess kind of agree. Like, it is an upgrade, meaningful, but do you think there's something to be said for, like, the chemistry of the team and, like, making a trade like that for a guy who, while a different talent, it kind of throws rotations out of whack, a little bit of gelling. Like, what do you think about it? Because I said just before I left an hour ago, and I was like, on the one hand, like, yes, he's an upgrade. They need help at the three. He's one of the better ones on that end. On the other hand, like, you have a team that is like they play better than the sum of their parts in a weird way,
Mhm.
outside of course, their core four. And so I wonder if when you take that out, does that do you discount that? Do you think it's probably a bigger deal or not as big a deal as people think? What are your thoughts about that?
I definitely think it's a big deal. I mean, Levert and Niang are two huge locker room presence. I mean, just like looking at like the team, I mean, obviously it's a great group of guys. They all love each other. From that standpoint, I'd hate to give up Isaac Okoro just because he's like one of the longest tenured players besides Garland. So, I mean, I love Oak. I love Ice. But, I mean, if it has to happen, I mean, you got to make a trade now if you want to win now against the Celtics especially. I mean, you saw the matchup the other night. They went down like 20 in the first half, and then they somehow came back out of nowhere. I think also Hunter would be a lot better of a matchup on Jaylen Brown or Tatum if Mobley goes out of the game.
Okay, I like that for sure.
So let me see. Sorry, we may have a new additional guest that I was anticipating coming on. I'm just trying to find out what time they would work. So yeah, Matt, as I put in the YouTube comments up here, Levert, Niang, Okoro, first round pick for Hunter. And that's a home run for the Cavs, in my opinion. I'm glad Matt brought up Cam Johnson though, because he was like the one name that so many people were anticipating, like not only being moved, but like him going to like OKC or like Memphis for a haul, given the amount of assets those teams have. It's been quiet on the Nets front in general, and specifically Cam Johnson. At this point, do we think he even gets moved, or I don't know. I haven't heard anything on it. Does anyone have any not intel, but like, has anybody seen anything suggesting Cam Johnson's going to be moved today? Because I haven't.
It's been like radio silent.
No.
Radio silence is the perfect word for it.
Yeah, I feel like his.
I mean, then again, the Lakers and Mavs moved in radio silence. So
That's right. Lakers might be looking to get him right now for a package around Rui Hachimura. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I agree. Apparently, according to Shams, teams are also still making aggressive pursuits of Kevin Durant. That's interesting.
Okay.
But yeah, nothing on the Cam Johnson front.
You said according to who?
Shams?
Was that on Twitter, or did he say that on like ESPN?
The live show that ESPN is also doing. Yep.
Interesting. Because Phoenix really shot themselves in the foot. Let's talk about that real quick. They basically were trying to get Jimmy Butler. They were trying to move up Bradley Beal to do it. Bradley Beal has a no trade clause and an awful contract. So they weren't able to move him. So then they started, okay, well, if we want to upgrade this roster, no one wants Beal, no one wants to no check, maybe we need to dangle KD. And now they kind of shot themselves in the foot and had to go back with the tail between their legs. And hey, KD, you're our guy, blah, blah, blah. Like,
we were just joshing with you. You know, we didn't really
like
mean that.
This time yesterday, we were pretty certain Kevin Durant was going to be moved, whether it's to Golden State or whether it's to Miami. It seemed like more than a 50-50 shot that Kevin Durant was going to be moved. So, like, what do they do from here, Phoenix?
They put themselves in a real tough spot. I mean, you pissed
they
off
did.
Durant. I mean, Beal. I mean, Beal honestly his whole no trades clause like blew up kind of the whole trade deadline. If he had that no trade clause, I feel like everything would have gone a lot differently. And also, you're just wasting Devin Booker's prime right now. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what they're doing anymore. You're barely above 500. KD's pissed off. Booker's probably pissed off. Beal probably doesn't really give a care in the world.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the team is whatever. I mean, you got Nick Richards, you got Nurkic, who was supposed to get traded. I don't know. I think they could just blow it up, but at the same time, like, what are you going to do from there?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything in the aftermath of their failed pursuit of that 3-team trade, like, to me, it's all been damage control. You know, I think they absolutely, when there's that much smoke, there absolutely was a trade in the works. You know, whether that was because of, my guess is, like, I don't know. I feel like it was the surrounding pieces, the ancillary pieces, whether that be like Jonathan Kuminga and draft picks. How many are going out? Who's getting them? If there was like a tug of war between Miami and Phoenix of who should be getting the picks, I feel like that was probably the biggest factor that led to that deal falling apart. But Yeah, I mean, I love the way I believe Brian Windhorst last night. The way he phrased it was moving forward, the Suns will look to lean on chemistry and improved play. That's how he phrased it. What chemistry are you talking about, man? I mean, again, right? Like James Jones can't go out there and say like, yeah, my team sucks, man. But I mean, as you said, I mean, if it's not, obviously Beal's not going to waive his no trade clause, and you don't want to move off Booker, it has to be Durant. Durant is your biggest trade chip. And I can understand that. If you think you could do a better job than whatever you would have gotten in the return from a 3-way deal with Golden State and Miami, but, is what it is now. You're limiting your options as well.
So we have Nicholas in the chat. I don't know if you guys talked about this yet, but what are your thoughts on the Bucks getting Kuzma? So This is Conrad, go ahead. No, you seem enthusiastic, so go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was going to say earlier when you asked the question, what was your favorite trade so far? I don't want to be like that guy. Like I'm going to be different, contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. But like, I actually like the Kuzma trade.
I like it too. I know people don't. I like it too. I guarantee you, Joshua is going to be in the comments in a second. Kuzma is not a productive NBA player and hasn't been in 3. Whatever. The Bucks were able to get out of the second apron. So from a financial standpoint, they didn't give any additional assets really to do it. And I think Kuzma's a hair bit better of a player than Chris Middleton is at this point. It gives them more size. Justin, I told you, he never has been. There he is in the comments. But yeah, I mean, I want to say I'm like on an island here, but clearly I'm not if Conrad agrees with me. The finances are useful. Yeah, Kuzma's on a descending contract. Middleton was $31 million this year with a player option next year. And I think the Bucks might have gotten a little bit better. Like, if they could buy Kuzma into, like, the role of just being a catch-and-shoot, a spot-up guy, I think, Corbin's making a face. Corbin, you disagree with me?
Yeah, I guess I do. I mean, I like the idea of moving on from Middleton was not the issue. I have no problem with that. Like, I think it was good. The idea of getting a Kuzma was, I mean, it reminds me. There's been a lot of good memes on social media about it, so I'm not gonna go about it. But like, you're asking a lot of ifs for Kuz. Like, if Kuzma regains that defense, if his shooting comes around, if he's able to gel, as a 3, even though he kind of plays a 4, like in that position, if he's able to bring a level of basketball he hasn't brought since, the 2021, 2022 years of the Lakers. That's a lot of ifs, and yes, the money works and that's great. And I do think, I think as a regular season player, he has a chance to be more productive than Chris Middleton was, but that's not saying a whole lot because Chris Middleton's been, trying to find his way in the regular season. I get the postseason, but I do agree with the Bucks of trying to move on to upgrade on somebody for now instead of like trying to wait and see if Middleton can regain his form at 34, that he's been the last 2 years in the postseason. I just don't know if I think Kuzma's the answer to that.
Conrad, anything to add? And they'll get Matt's opinion because I know you're on the same boat as me. Is that you liked it?
I mean, obviously, I think you laid out the financial advantages, the cap advantages, the cap flexibility that they produce. I mean,
they
frankly,
gave up no assets, no addition. They could still make whatever move they want to make easier because of this deal, and I think they got better. So that's my take.
I mean, the nature of Kuzma's contract, right? It's a significantly lower AAV. It's a descending contract, right? He's 4 years younger than Middleton. And frankly, like, I'm sorry, you could throw out then Middleton's reputation because everything he was on that championship team, he is not that guy. I've literally been like doing these comparisons on like Crafted NBA and like Synergy. They have like absolutely, there is no drop off defensively between the two of them. So if you're telling me, right? I mean, like, seriously, I'm with you. Does it make them a better team if you're just simply like comparing their stats like one for one? Not necessarily, but I think we're at the point where they can no longer hope, because that's what it's become. You're hoping Middleton can regain that form, and he's given no indication, right? Whereas Kuzma, yeah, it's an inherent risk, for a guy that's been on a bad team. It's hard to make
bad on a bad team,
But I mean, in a lesser role, if you're basically going back to asking him to do what he did for the 2020 Lakers, I feel like he has a better shot of doing that than Middleton trying to become a second or third option again, to becoming Robin, in that championship year.
You get the some over here. No. So not cool. Okay.
I didn't know how long it went for, so I didn't know if I should pause it or if it was going to. Okay.
Not cool. No.
And then we'll get Matt's perspective on this because
I feel like it's like, and this is a guy, I think I brought this up with Conrad a bit ago, but I just feel like the risk, it reminds me of like the big fish, small pond theory, where you get a guy who was a role player, you put him on a bad team, he becomes like a featured player. Then you go, okay, now we trade you back to a team that has chances of trying to win. Can you go back to that role? The Aaron Aflalo.
Aaron Aflalo theory. I hear this every other podcast with Corbin.
And every other podcast I say it, I feel like I'm proven right. So I'm using it again in this case because I'm a Kuzma fan. I just don't know if you take a guy who is on the record said, oh, I'm going back to being the way I am in this type of way of like Kevin Love, stop fitting out, try to fit in. And now you're like saying, okay, now we're going to get you to come back in this pecking order. I'm sure he has some level of self-awareness where he's all right, I'm the third guy here. But like, what does that mean for him? Especially for a guy who, again, it's one thing to be on a bad team. I get that a lot. It's another thing to play really bad on a bad team. And so that's where my questions come in. But those are just questions. At the end of the day, I was a proponent of moving on from Middleton. If this is the best they could do, I probably still would say yes, I guess. It's just I have questions.
Matt, anything to add on the Kuzma Middleton swap?
I just kind of thought from a standpoint of like being a fan, I always thought that Giannis and Middleton would have ended their careers together. I mean, or Giannis would just make his way out. So I honestly didn't think Chris Middleton would ever not be a Buck. It's definitely sad because, I mean, he's been there for 12 years, won a championship. He was just he was an afterthought in the trade when he got traded there from the Pistons. And honestly, he's proven himself to be one of the most underrated technical stars in the NBA, in my opinion. 3 All-Stars, NBA champion. So from that standpoint, it kind of sucked to see him get traded. Kuzma, I feel like Kuzma is a catalyst. If you look at the Wizards now, like after he got traded, they looked like so happy last night after Koulibaly. He got like a triple-double and they win. They're doing like the post-game press conference with the sideline reporter, like the Thunder do. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it just looked like they were like freed in a way. But also, I don't know what Middleton's going to do now, like on the Wizards. Like, do they buy him out? I mean, you can't really because his contract's so thick. Do you try to trade him somewhere else? Because like it's Chris Middleton, he's 33. He doesn't want to be on the Wizards right now. And then also I thought about it from the standpoint of like they randomly traded DeLon Wright for Jericho Sims. They got rid of AJ Johnson. Middleton was kind of a 2 or 3. So, I mean, they're just getting rid of depth at their guard spot.
It makes me – sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
No, you're good.
It makes me think they have a Bobby Portis trade lined up.
That's what I was thinking.
If they preemptively made that trade for Jericho Sims.
Mm-hmm.
And now that they're out of the second apron, they could aggregate, Portis. I talked to Corbin about this yesterday. They could aggregate Portis, Pat Connaughton, and that 2031 first for a guy like DeAndre Hunter, for example, who we were talking about a couple minutes. Like someone like that. Marcus Smart apparently is a guy they talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Matt, finish your thought, then we'll move to Conrad.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. I think Portis might get moved. Just because, I mean, you get Jericho Sims, you get another big. Lopez isn't going to leave, in my opinion. Nobody really sees him as an asset at his age, and Portis is just better in a way that he's younger. So,
Conrad, is that what you were going to say?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a trade. Bear with me. I'm pulling it up. I'm trying to pull up the tweet to share my screen.
The Suns just traded Yusuf Nurkic.
Thank you, Corbin. Thank you.
Yusef Nurkic and 2026 first round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Cody Martin, Vasily Micic, and a 2026 second round pick.
So that's actually the move I thought the Hornets might make, given they traded Nick Richards and Mark Williams. They literally had no semblance of big man. But the fact that they got a first round pick in addition to Nurkic, like that's just another. I think Bobby Marks yesterday, friend of the Bird Rights Pod, posted the voluminous amount of first round picks the Hornets have accumulated. This is another one for basically eating Yusuf Nurkic's deal next year. For the Suns, honestly, salary dump. That's really all it is.
Yeah. I like Micic. I mean, he's not going to get a chance, I don't think. But I like him as a point guard.
How many picks do the Suns even have now? I feel like they have like 0 in the next 10 years.
No, they didn't. But then they made, that trade with the Jazz last week. Remember they traded the 2031 first for 3 seconds, like crappy seconds? That opened up the stipend rule for them that they were able to have a first every single year for the next 7 years, which means they could trade up to 4 of them, if that's accurate. So they were able to replenish with that trade. That's why they did it in 27, 29, or 26, 28, and 2030. They were able to accumulate those picks. So they could trade up to 3 firsts. This was one of them. So now with the 2026, they could trade a 2028 first and a 2030 first, essentially. But the question is, do you have like anybody to attach those picks to at this point?
I did think I didn't know honestly what the Hornets were going to do. I mean, I looked after Mark Williams at their roster and I was like, who are they going to start at the 5? Taj Gibson or Diabate? Like, and then obviously this makes a lot more sense now they have a 5.
Yeah, again, like they're not trying to win. So like Yusuf Nurkic, with the way he's been this year, they're actively going to help with tanking. But okay. Conrad, anything? You're scheduled for another couple minutes, and we're going to bring Julian back in here. Do you have anything to add for anything in the deadline? Unfortunately, this deadline today this was the first semi-big trade I feel like we've had. But luckily, so much happened yesterday and leading up to this that we had plenty of talk about. So is there anything that you want to add?
Yeah, I think going back to the Jimmy Butler trade and kind of people questioning like, the merit of even doing it and how it really positions the Warriors, like how or if it positions them any better in the West. I mean, I think we discussed earlier that I think it does. It gives them the ability to. What that ceiling is, that's obviously to be determined. But for me, when people ask me like, okay, you do all this and you top out at, say, like a second round exit, is it even worth it? It is. It is. I know like we have a lot of really astute and intuitive guys here, both Cap and asset management, draft analysts, but sometimes there are things bigger than basketball. As a lot of people like to say, like coaches, retired players, a team often takes on the personality of its best player. And in the Warriors case, the Warriors as a franchise, what it has become has adopted Stephen Curry's personality and his mindset and his approach, which is to respect the spirit of competition. And frankly, doing these moves to me is the best way to honor Steph. Not just like, hey, as everyone likes to say, let's not waste the remainder of Stephen Curry's prime years, but more so, respect the game, right? And compete to the best of your ability. Give yourselves the best shot to compete, regardless of the outcome, And like I said, for all those people that quote unquote are afraid of mortgaging the future, the Warriors did not do that. I think the Warriors as an organization, they are prepared for life after Steph, which is going to be tanking, which is why, like I said, I mean, like, they have not, carelessly given away any of their future draft capital. All the contracts of their main core players are all aligned, and hey, right, you're not, at least for the time being, with 91 minutes to go for the deadline. You still have some of your young guys in Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Podjemski, Moses Moody, my guys, Quinton Post and Guy Santos. See, they came through.
Quinton Post, who's most likely going to be converted probably
as
soon as today to a standard contract.
So, I mean, as my co-host on my East Meets West podcast, I always like to remind, professional sports, they are entertainment. They are a story, and a story has a beginning, a middle, and the end, and it's up to you to decide how you want that story to unfold. Right. And it could still be a beautiful thing, even if you're not, on the championship podium at the end. So this is what I wanted in the remainder of Steph Curry's Warriors tenure. So let's do it.
Beautifully said.
Conrad, anything you want to plug before we sign off and add Julian back in?
No, I mean, you guys can find me, on X at CP3_777. You'll find all the links to my podcast, East Meets West. There's the Twitter handle, the YouTube link. Feel free to subscribe, check out any of our episodes, drop a like, a comment. We always appreciate that. And if not, you'll find me every now and then featured on some kind of piece on the Center Hub.
Yeah, you know it. Indy,
And of course, yes, indie basketball with Corbin Ford.
Right. I'm like, you the co-host, my guy. No, that's on me. I love it. It's always good collab with Conrad. The guy knows ball. A lot of fun. And happy to do it, bro.
Sounds good.
Okay, Conrad, we appreciate you. If Nikola Vucevic does end up as a Warrior, feel free to just pop back in whenever, and we'll get you if you have time.
We'll do. I'm hoping. I'm actually hoping for either real Vucevic, Bobby Portis, or Andre Drummond. If those guys are available to the Warriors, I hope one of them lands with the Warriors. So
Bobby Portis would be a good get. And again,
I love Bobby Portis.
As Matt and I just said, he may be available.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, guys. Let's enjoy the trade deadline day.
Thank you, Conrad.
All right, take care, guys.
Okay, so Julian is back. Julian, unfortunately, not much
I'm back.
Has really happened since the last time you were on.
Yeah, I know. It seems like things are in the works. As I'm going through Twitter, I see teams are aggressively pursuing the man who I said was going to move on deadline day, Kevin Durant. I think something's going to get done. I'm telling you guys, something's going to get done. It's too quiet, which means that everyone's on the phones. So there's something cooking. I'm telling you guys.
And we have an hour and a half. We have an hour and a half till. At this point, the floodgates will probably open, I'd say, in about a half hour. Half hour to 45 minutes, the floodgates will open. And
I hope.
If not, nonetheless, it's been a very eventful deadline. Either way.
Dude, it has. And I think that kind of the Luka trade was the first. I think when a trade that shocking happens, everyone kind of just opens the door. You know what I mean? I feel like usually with trade deadlines, either it kind of feels like everyone kind of like waits around for someone to do something. And the bigger that first something is, the more big things that tend to happen after that, and the more dominoes fall in a row. And an unprecedented trade of a top 5 player in the league for less than Rudy Gobert, is a damn big domino to fall with about a week to go in the trade, before the trade deadline.
Insane.
Matt, what was your opinion on that deal? We didn't really get to get your opinion on the whole Luka AD thing.
I mean, thought it was pretty. I mean, it was obviously shocking, probably the biggest trade in North American sports history. I didn't think it was. It wasn't warranted. Nobody expected it. Nico's an idiot. He was the same guy who messed up like the pitch to Steph Curry to become a Nike athlete. So it kind of checks out. Luka and LeBron's gonna be sick. I mean, when you're doing this much to have a 40-year-old LeBron win another championship, it's pretty special. I mean, Rob Holinka has done more for LeBron getting a ring than Altman did back when the Cavs traded for Isaiah Thomas and that whole ordeal. Yeah. So, I mean, it's pretty crazy. Mavericks, it's going to be interesting to see. Honestly, Christie looked really good last night. So at least they have a future starting shooting guard. Maybe he's still only like 21 years old. So, but I mean, also you're trading. If you want to trade Luka Doncic because he's injuries and his weight issues, and you gain back an Anthony Davis who has the same type of injury issues, it just honestly it doesn't make any sense. But here we are.
Can we talk about how Luka on Media Day did not look anywhere close to 270 pounds?
No, he didn't.
He wears his weight well. No, I'm kidding.
So, in my article I wrote for the Center Hub, I took it from Ramona Shelbourne and Tim McMahon's article. They basically said when Luka was out in the end of November with that wrist sprain that he had, they actually were sitting him for 11 days to have him lose weight. And apparently it did not go well. So, like, I can't make this stuff up. Like, that was a legitimate thing that was in that article. That was intel that they were given. So, maybe it's just a straw that broke the camel's back. But you're 29 other NBA GMs. Let him play 270. I don't care. But here's my thing. Here's a theory I heard on the mismatch with Chris Vernon and Dave Jacoby that I can't get out of my head. Rob Pelinka obviously has a Kobe Bryant ties from previously being his agent, and Nico Harrison obviously knows Kobe Bryant from Nike. They negotiated those shoe deals before. Nico Harrison may be so hamstrung and stuck on this Mamba mentality that he wants his star player to have that Mamba mentality. And because Luka didn't have that, Julian's give me a face. What? Do you think that's too much of a stretch?
I think that's way too much of a stretch. Can
Okay.
you hit the womp womp?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Wait, hold on.
Come on.
No. Yeah. Yeah, get this man out of boo this man.
I'll be honest. The conspiracy theory that I saw posted on Facebook about the gambling thing and the Mavs moving to Vegas is more realistic than
I totally agree.
Half-brained.
I didn't come up with the theory. I just heard it on podcast.
The mismatch just mismatched. I think that's
it's
what
a mismatch theory. Let's put it that way.
No.
Okay.
I do think there is definitely some validity to a Nico Harrison was not he just didn't like Luka. I just think he didn't like him. I mean, there's like all sorts of indicators that
mm-hmm.
Yeah, which again,
crazy how that can be the decision. Just because you don't like somebody, you change your whole franchise's forecast for the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah,
well, but I mean, some GMs, I guess it's like I guess it's a personal thing because you see a lot of stuff coming out. One that he was 270, which again we just talked about. He doesn't look like he's 270. You see Luka talking about how every time he was close with people on the staff, they were getting rid of them. There's the video of Luka drinking a beer with his dad after a game, and one of the Mavs execs just taking it.
Mike Finley was like, "Nope."
I don't know. I think there's something. I think it is where Nico Harrison may have let personal feelings about Luka Doncic interfere with his ability to run the Mavericks.
100% agree. It's like Julian and me during the mock trade deadline. Like, it was on site. We just didn't like each other. No, I'm kidding. But seriously, like, it seems like when all accounts are pointing to like the simple explanation, it's that. It's like, hey, yeah, I'm good. And I think also a severe undervaluing of what Luka brings, because even then, I don't like you, but you are as talented as you are. I mean, we saw it. Jerry Krause and Michael Jordan didn't like each other. You know what I mean? I'm sure LeBron and the front office of a few teams he was on, they didn't like each other. You just make it work because that's your star player, and the end is greater, than like the means. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Point being,
It's funny because if you talk about the Michael Jordan, Jerry Krause situation, and you go to The Last Dance, I mean, that was because Jerry Krause didn't like Jordan. That was Jordan's last year in Chicago.
Yes,
and the Bulls haven't been anywhere since.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we just saw it with James Harden and Daryl Morey.
Mm-hmm.
Daryl Morey is a liar.
It's like you got that South Park clip. My opponent is a liar and cannot be trusted.
So I just put on the screen here Anthony Irwin, who is the Lakers beat writer. I've been told since last night and through this morning, the Lakers are still very active. They like to move Maxi Kleber's contract and draft capital or land a defensive-minded too, and they're going to be active on the buyout market.
What draft capital?
They have 1 second-round pick left, and they have 2 first-round swaps. So if anyone, I think that the swaps on 26 and 28, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, those are super valuable. Everyone wants to swap with a Luka Doncic and LeBron James led Lakers team. You're gonna get a lot of mileage out of those 2 pick swaps.
Well, that's what they have to work with. And unfortunately, between they did a great job getting Luka Doncic and Mark Williams, but that's just the reality situation of what they have left.
Who would be on the buyout market for them, you think? First ones that come to mind, Duarte, Josh Richardson.
They would have to get out. They would have to get out of the second apron, but Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
Back to the Lakers again.
Back to the Lakers
that would
again.
be so funny.
That would. I like
Reggie Jackson potentially.
Reggie Jackson would be cool.
Like what about DeLone Wright, who just got traded to the Knicks for Jericho Sims? He's probably the first roster spot cut they make. They just said they wanted a defensive-minded too.
Yeah, but I feel like the Knicks would keep him because Thibodeau loves those type of guys, crazy defensive players.
Thibodeau does,
and they don't really have any
Thibodeau does love his.
Besides McBride. Landry Shamit's their next guard off the bench, if I'm thinking correctly. So I think DeLon Wright's got better defense.
I'd have to look at the roster.
They have Campaign.
They do
Deuce
love
McBride.
themselves some.
Yeah.
Campaign's a dog. Don't hate on Campaign. I'll take no Campaign slander.
I'm not hating. I'm just saying he's the second guy off the bench behind Deuce McBride.
I'm surprised that the Trailblazers having bigger sellers at the deadline. They have an overmass of young players that are playing in the G League.
Whoa!
I see. Matt, you're about to be happy.
We
got more news.
Give me a second. I'll put it on the screen. DeAndre Hunter is headed to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Fuck yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Karis LeVert, George Niang, 3 second-round picks, 2 swaps.
Really? Dang. I can't believe they got it.
So let me put this
I did not expect them to make a move of this magnitude at the deadline.
No, not the team that no.
This is a this is a we're going after you Boston move, because we didn't hear anything about them making a move until they played Boston 3-4 days ago.
Yep. I won't say 2 days.
I'm just saying.
I can't believe they got away with it without trading Okoro or Jalen Tyson too.
Yeah, that's shocking to me.
That's wild. That's where the swaps.
That tells you that says all you need to say about the Atlanta Hawks.
How does that work out with the cap now, Steven?
Let me do quick math, and I could tell you.
That's awesome.
Because Hunter makes about Hunter makes about 21 million. LeVert makes about 16, and Niang makes 8. Honestly, the Cavs probably got out of the tax. The Cavs probably got out of the tax too with this deal. Just looking at quick math, because they got the best player in the deal, and they got out of the tax without giving up a true first-round pick.
I wish that I had actually been running the Atlanta Hawks for this mock deadline.
You were the mock deadline, just not the real deadline.
I mean the real deadline, because
the real deadline you're here with us.
I got multiple second-round picks and Jalen Tyson for freaking Larry Nance. And they're out here giving up DeAndre Hunter.
I can't believe
Yeah, hold that, Julian. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see DeAndre Hunter and Ty Jerome play again together. Last time they played together was when they won the national championship. So history repeats itself. Virginia Cavaliers, Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll see. It's going to be fun.
That's fun.
That's a really good trade.
That. Yeah. Wow.
That's
Cavaliers. Sorry, I'm making the banner.
Or is he first man off the bench?
He's been 6-man for them, but he's averaging 20 points a game. So, like, he's been playing substantial minutes and playing very well.
That's ridiculous.
Hawks.
I'm wondering. I'm sure against Boston he starts because of the matchup. He has to, but I'd play him over Okoro.
Yeah, easily. I mean, I think he fits better. I mean, that at the 3 than Okoro does. Okoro's a bit undersized at the 3, but either way, Okoro coming off the bench to replace him for defense is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, you lose a little bit of bench scoring, but I think there's enough on that team already that you're not really that concerned.
Yeah, hopefully they hit maybe a Mo Bamba just to get an insurance big that's not Tristan Thompson. I think that's the only thing they lack realistically.
Which is why I thought Larry Nance Jr. could have been in the field like Matt proposed earlier today.
I would have loved to see him back in Cleveland. That would have been awesome.
Jericho Sims maybe could have been interesting if they'd gone for that too.
Okay, I'm just trying to see what the picks were, if we know. We have the Hornets pick, the 2026 they got for Nurkic. It's the least favorable of Phoenix, Washington, Orlando, and Memphis. So it's likely Orlando or Memphis, or maybe Phoenix is. The least favorable of those next year. So it's probably going to be a pick in the 24 to 27 range, I would guess, for taking Nurkic's deal. I'm waiting to see we know which seconds and which swaps the Cavs are giving. But yeah, seems like a home run. The Cavs may be a little financially strapped going forward, given Evan Mobley's extension is kicking in. But hey, they're going to get all the tax this year, and then if next year's the first year on the tax as a legitimate contender, let it be,
That's a really, really good move, in my opinion. I mean, that's you had your core 4, now you got a fifth guy. Fifth legit 19 points per game score on the Hawks, at least.
Who doesn't really take the. He also doesn't take the ball away from either Garland or Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Cavs' issue for years, dating back, since LeBron left, basically, was that yes, they have 2 bigs, 2 undersized guards, and no wings. And they finally got Dean Wade playing well, obviously. They obviously added Karis LeVert a couple of years ago, but he needs the ball in his hands. It's they finally, I feel got that ideal spot-up type wing that fits with this roster. And DeAndre Hunter has size for a wing, too. He's one of the bigger wings that you could get.
Yeah, that's a big win now move.
That's the first trade I think Altman's made on the deadline since he got LeVert 3 years ago.
I can smell Kevin Durant moving right now. I think his bags are packed, man.
Who's kind of a team you guys think is surprising they haven't made a move? I thought it was the Cavs before that just happened. I'm just curious what you guys think now.
What about OKC? Just because they have so much ammo, they don't need to make a move, but push the chips in. You have so many assets.
I agree.
They have the luxury to do if they want to.
Honestly, if I'm OKC, I don't think you need to. I think you wait until the offseason. See what plays out with the guys on your roster, see how they perform in the playoffs. And then you can push the chips in. At least that's what I would do.
Here's something interesting. The Cavs, I believe, got out of the tax. The Cavs got out of the tax. The Hawks are now $2.1 million in the tax. So I'm assuming they did it 2 for 1. I'm assuming they're going to make a small move around the edges to get out of it because obviously they're not going to pay it. So that's another move we could be on the lookout for.
I feel like the Nuggets would have been a team, in my opinion, that would have made a move.
Apparently, they're still going after Chris Boucher.
Okay.
I think the issue is Toronto doesn't want either Dario Saric or Zeke Naji. And those are the guys they'd have to move to make it work. I don't blame them. Yeah.
You guys surprised Portland or Orlando haven't done anything?
Yes.
100%.
No.
No. Why not?
No. Portland has won 9 out of the last 10, so I'm not totally shocked that they haven't made a move.
Where did they not? Why not? Like, they're going to lose eventually. It's nice.
Who are they going to sell? Jeremy Grant, who no one wants, and DeAndre Ayton, who's not dominating?
Anthony Simons.
Anthony Simons, yeah, that's the one. And maybe that would be the move Orlando makes. Maybe Colin Sexton is the move Orlando makes.
Orlando needs to make. They've been looking apparently at Kobe White. Like, I think Orlando needs back like guard depth in the worst way.
Yeah, I agree. Suggs is hurt.
Yeah.
I thought they would make a move for Kobe White too.
Yeah.
I just thought the Blazers would move like those pieces. I mean, they have Jabari Walker playing in the G League. I thought they'd get rid of those depth pieces that don't play. Ryan Rupard, Jabari Walker, Delano Bayton doesn't play. So, like, I mean, they're probably on expiring contracts. I'd have to imagine at least Bayton and
they are.
So, I mean, I thought like somebody like the Lakers would try and go get an extra wing. And Jabari Walker, he's a good player. He used to be in like their rotation before they got Tumani Kamara and everything. So I thought somebody would make a move for him. Duop Reese, not bad in the G League either.
Reese is a guy I want the Lakers to go get as a backup to Mark Williams and an insurance policy.
That's a good. That's an option I was thinking about too.
Either him or Robert Williams, him or the Time Lord.
Yeah, I'm surprised Robert Williams.
Williams. We already got one injury. I don't want to. Exactly.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say, Corbin.
Yep.
Apparently, the Blazers are holding firm on wanting a first-round pick for Robert Williams, so that's probably why he hasn't been moved.
Yeah. Well, we know the Lakers can't do that.
Lakers could do 2 swaps and a second.
Please don't.
What about
Phoenix?
Houston?
Phoenix, maybe Phoenix could get him. They might be. They're trying to get Kevin Durant, which makes no sense. I'm sorry. I think that's a terrible idea. Yes.
Also, can you guys believe Miles Turner survived another?
Weird to me. I'm curious what you guys think about what they've done the last.
To answer
he's
the
one
Miles,
that makes no sense to me either. He's like on the block every
single year.
Yeah. And he's an expiring contract once again. So, are they going to re-sign him again, or?
I think the Rockets are in a good spot, honestly. I thought the only person they'd maybe think about moving is Steven Adams. Doesn't really make sense with their timeline. But, I mean, you have, like, such good young depth in your starting lineup and then off the bench, too, with Whitmore and Eason. So I didn't think they'd make any moves. I mean, I heard that Kevin Durant was, like, their main target. But, I mean, are you in win now mode? Yes, but how desperate are you to win right now with the roster you have? Aren't they, like, second or third in the West?
Yeah, that's my thing is, like, if you're the Rockets, I think I wasn't even a fan when they brought in Van Vliet and Brooks. I thought those were 2 players that are not good for what they're trying to do. I guess it accelerated the rebuild a bit, but, you know, they have so many good young players who are going to be very, very good. I don't think you mortgage any of that away, especially without seeing what it looks like in the playoffs with some of these guys as well. Maybe if you get rid of Jalen Green in a Kevin Durant trade, I think I would be a little bit more like, okay, now we're talking a little bit. But like all these like really good wings that they have, and obviously Şengün, like I wouldn't get rid of any of those guys.
I'm seeing Pelicans are not expected to trade Zion or CJ McCollum before the deadline. CJ surprises me. Not
who takes.
I think that's the issue. No one, like, for $33 million a year this year, next year, like, who would want CJ McCollum? He's a good player, don't get me wrong, but for $33 million.
That's fair.
Like, just matching that money itself is difficult. What about, I'm thinking of a 3-team deal where CJ would go to Portland and, like, DeAndre Ayton goes to the Pelicans. Like, CJ goes back to Portland. Simons goes to Orlando. And, like, DeAndre Ayton or something goes to the Pelicans.
I don't know if they're going to move Ayton, though, just because of recent at least, he's been playing really, really well. And they don't have like, if you're trying to build for the future, how old's Ayton? 25. And they don't have another center really who's besides Rob Will, and I feel like he's more realistically moved than Ayton, just because you look towards the future. I mean, this is a team that could easily compete, not win a championship, but compete with Scoot playing like he is. Tumani Kamara's an all defensive player. But I don't know. I just don't think that realistically they would move Ayton now that they're playing so well. And I mean, they're not going to they might make a plan. I don't know, but especially when you're playing this well, you can't blow that up.
Yeah, that's why I said I wasn't that surprised that they haven't. Okay, well, we don't have anyone in the waiting room yet. We will have 3 new people coming in. Matt, is there any deal you wanted to talk about that you didn't have the opportunity to while you've been on?
What do you guys think's been, in my opinion, for me at least, what do you guys think has been the most underrated deal? I thought Davion Mitchell going to the Heat was a pretty good deal for them. I mean, that's a Heat culture type of guy, gritty guard, plays good on defense, gives you everything he's got when he's on the floor. So I was curious what you guys think is like the most underrated deal so far.
That's tough for me just because so many of these deals have been so massive.
I kind of like what the Wizards have been doing, to be honest.
I agree.
What about the Sixers getting Quentin Grimes?
That was big.
I was thinking of that too. I didn't want to be a homer.
No, I mean, like, realistically, like, Caleb Martin, I think his money was probably neutral for 4 years, $32 million left, but a lot of people perceived it as negative value across the league. So, like, the fact that the Sixers got a contract that many executives think is negative value for the next 4 years, for a young guy that's 5 years younger and Quentin Grimes, that, yes, you're going to have to pay him in restricted free agency, and they got a second-round pick for doing it.
Well, they also had to give one up when everyone realized.
Oh yeah, because the failed physical, yeah. But...
And he's young. He's so much younger too.
Okay, so the swaps for the Cavs, 26, 28 swaps, which were already on top of the Utah swaps for the Donovan Mitchell deal. So Atlanta will have the second most favorable of basically the Cavs and the Hawks, if that makes sense. It's not a 1-for-1 swap because they already had the swaps with Utah.
I think it's crazy how you get leading 6 man of the year candidate doesn't get a first round pick in return, and now they're stuck with Niang until 2027. Pretty crazy to me. I don't know how they just pulled that off, but I definitely thought Jalen Tyson would have been in that deal. Just because like how the Cavs have traded of late, they always seem to get rid of their guy who they drafted in the first round. I mean, Ochai Agbaji had to go. Can't really think off the top of my head who else they've traded from the first round, but they're always giving up draft capital and young players. So I'm really surprised he's not gone. But I'm glad he's still here because he's sweet. And he's a good depth piece if anybody goes down.
Yeah. Okay. We have a new guest about to pop in. Just trying to think what other... I'm looking through the banners to see what other deals went down that I am not thinking of. But the floodgates are definitely going to be open, I would say, in the next hour. It has to be, because that's when the deadline is. So we'll have to see. And to help us out with breaking down what the Bulls have done, with breaking down everything that's transpired so far, it's been a pretty hectic deadline. We are going to add Mo Banks momentarily. Matt, anything to add in general? Anything you want to plug before you sign off?
No, I did just want to give a quick tote to the Sixers. I thought Jared Butler was a good pickup too. He's been playing really well with the Wizards. No, I'm excited. I'm glad I was on here for the Cavs trade.
It worked out perfectly.
Pretty crazy. Yeah, honestly. But yeah, no, this was fun. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on as always.
See you, Matt.
So let's add Mo in here. Mo, how are you doing?
Hello, gentlemen. I'm doing great. How are you?
The Bulls finally made an in-season trade.
Yeah, it only took like forever. But yeah, Bulls have made a trade finally in season.
So let's see. We have Zach LaVine to the Kings. I've been using the De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs one because obviously that was a prize of the trade. But we have Zach LaVine to the Kings. So, Mo, give us your initial thoughts. I'm sure you've already written and I know you've written about it. Written podcast. Just what's your overall sentiments of how the Bulls did?
Yeah, I'll first say to set the context for how I feel. It's definitely a not surprising, polarizing trade within the Bulls fan world. Ecosystem of Bulls fans. A lot of people, if you talk to Bulls fans, they feel like, oh, that's all we got for Zach LaVine. The flip side of it I'll offer, and this is where I stand, is this is just what it's going to be, unfortunately. I've been highly critical of the Bulls front office for the better part of a whole calendar year. For my publication, I will quickly plug Bulls on Tap. There's just been a lot of either reactionary or inactive decision making from the Bulls front office, and Zach LaVine is the culmination of that. There's been on record multiple opportunities which we can get into in the past where the Bulls have had opportunities to find a more suitable return for Zach LaVine, but they're at a point now where just interpreting from the optics from the outside looking in, moving Zach LaVine has been this high priority for the Bulls front office for some reason. They finally get to that deal with a familiar trade partner. They just wrapped up the 2024 offseason where they sent DeMar DeRozan over there. There's also even reports that the Sacramento Kings had interest in Alex Caruso, which also could have been, quite frankly, a beneficial deal for the Bulls if they elected not to choose. I've likened it a few times. I'll keep hammering this analogy. My view of the Zach LaVine deal, I view it like it's like a bankruptcy deal, basically. Nobody ever feels good about going to bankruptcy, but when things are just mismanaged to the point where it's you have to do that maneuver. That's what the Bulls did with trading Zach LaVine at this trade deadline. They liquidated him for nothing, basically. The one thing that's positive for it is they were at least somewhat, they being the front office was confident enough to renegotiate the protections to regain full control of their first round picks for the next 3 years, which is important. Because however this front office wants to view it, practically speaking, trading Zach LaVine finally ripped the Band-Aid off of starting the Chicago Bulls rebuild. And it's necessary at this point. So it's not, the traditional or the preferred way where you want to get into rebuild, where you start acquiring capital, draft capital, and doing the right things to get yourself flexible. But it's better than nothing, which, I think the Bulls front office could have been capable of doing nothing with LaVine this trade deadline.
Corbin, real quick, let's get Corbin out of here. We have 2 more people coming on. Corbin, anything you wanna plug?
Excuse me. Check out me on social media at Corbin NBA. Don't laugh, Julian. It's all good. No. Hopefully, I think I'm gonna try to be back for the last segment. That's the plan. So hopefully I'll be back for that. But for those who leave in between that time, at Corbin NBA on social media, check out the podcast Indie Basketball that runs on the Center Hub. Support good basketball work. And Mo, good to see you in person.
Yes, this is our first time in the flesh same time.
Yes, I'm about to tune in and say in the comments because we've been long-time collaborators.
Yeah, so excited about that.
Cool. But definitely, stay tuned. Hopefully, I'll be back in a bit. And at Corbin NBA on social media. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Thank you, Corbin. So let me see. We have
Corbin trying to figure out how to leave. Mo, I was going to ask you, before we introduce our guest back in, do you think anything else is going to happen in the next hour? I know Vooch is someone that's been talked about. Kobe White's been talked about. I don't think Giddey's going anywhere, but do you think that there's still business left to be done before, 3:00?
I'll couch it this way. There should absolutely be business that is being done. I think from what I just know from experience observing the last, or the immediately 3 previous trade deadlines, I frankly don't expect the Bulls to do anything else. I think what I expect is, the front office, they're going to have a press conference in about an hour and a half or so. They're going to get in front of that mic, and they're going to do a lot of talking about, thank you, Zach LaVine, and they're going to probably do a victory dance or victory lap about re-signing Lonzo Ball, which I think is a peculiar move, to be frank.
Yeah, he was another name that I think we thought was going to be on the move at the deadline. He still
technically could be, I believe, even though we signed that extension, Lonzo Ball.
Yeah, I've seen reports that he's still trade eligible.
Yeah, I don't think he will be, but I think he's eligible. We have one more guest coming in momentarily. Crap, we're talking about Zach LaVine, which means we're also talking about De'Aaron Fox, correct?
What does the fox say? What the fox say?
So, okay. Mo, Bulls aside, we talked a little bit about apparently Nikola Vucevic still could end up in Golden State. That deal is not dead yet. Do you think at this point, obviously, we have an hour till the deadline, does Vucevic get moved?
I don't know. So I just saw a report from the local Bulls beat, Joe Cowley. I'll read his quote directly because I just tweeted that very recently. Or our outlet, Bulls on Tap, tweeted that. So Vooch market is currently flatline. Nurkic traded to Suns, but Phoenix has shown no interest in Vooch as they are currently constructed. I assume when you say they, he's referring to the current setup of the Suns roster. So, I mean, Vooch's name is probably most strongly been connected to the Golden State Warriors. And obviously, Warriors just did the Jimmy deal yesterday. I have to go back and look at it, but I thought I saw something this morning that said, it's not dead, but at the same time, the hang-up seems to be the Bulls are asking for a first-round pick for Vooch. I personally think that's an excessive price. And so it doesn't surprise me that Vooch hasn't been moved yet, if that's going to be the sticking point.
Yeah. So, Mike, obviously everyone, he just kind of snuck in. Mike Shearer, Basketball is Poetry. Mike, since we only have you for a half hour, I know you do your trade grades on the is it Substack or Patreon?
Yep, that's right. Substack, Basketball Poetry, you got it.
Okay. So on your Substack, you do trade grades. Who has so far you given the highest grades to?
Does the Miami Heat A- for Davion Mitchell grade count? Is that the kind of big name you're looking for?
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious one's going to be the Lakers for Davion Mitchell. The Lakers for Luka Doncic, right? But I think that's probably well-trod territory at this point. I think the Hornets are doing awesome. I think looking cumulatively at the assets they're getting back for guys that I didn't necessarily think were worth the value they're getting in return is very impressive, and it's kind of continued a winning streak for them outside of the Miles Bridges re-signing, which we can leave alone. But they're definitely. Even going back to getting a very strong first round pick for PJ Washington last year, it seems like they've really done a good job of negotiating hard for their guys. So, they haven't gotten super flashy names back unless you count Dalton Connect, but I've just been really impressed with the way that they have maximized the value of guys I frankly didn't think were going to get that kind of return.
Okay. Caleb, any thoughts on the DeAndre Hunter deal since that's the only trade I think that's happened? No, that and the use of Nurkic deal, I guess, also happened since you last were on.
Yeah, I mean, the Hunter deal. 1 second. I got to close the door. There's gardeners showing up.
I hate when that happens.
Go
ahead.
The Hunter deal I thought was particularly good for Cleveland. Obviously, adding. We talked about it before I hopped off. Just adding some wing stoppers to that team where, their backcourt is relatively small, I think boosts their playoff ceiling pretty good. I don't know what Hunter's ultimate upside with them. And I didn't exactly see what the package was returning besides LeVert. Oh yeah, obviously LeVert and Yang in the 3 seconds. But I mean, seconds to Cleveland at this point. I mean, most of those are going to be back of the second round at this point of their own.
I don't know if they're Cleveland's own seconds. Has that been reported yet? Did anybody see which seconds they
didn't see
were?
any of that, but
okay, let me see.
Even there, like Levert needs the ball to be the best version of himself. Obviously, there's two guys already in Cleveland that need the ball to be the best version of themselves. Ty Jerome's been pretty solid, shooting 43% from deep. So you don't really, need to worry about justifying like losing like a shooting guard. So I think going all in for like a wing stopper, hopefully somebody that can put a clamp on like a Jason Tatum, like we talked about earlier. Shout out to Blake, by the way, who basically predicted this deal on this show an hour ago. It was pretty dope. So, yeah, that was kind of my thoughts on that deal. And then you said which other deal?
The Yusuf Nurkic was more of a salary dump to the Hornets. Him and I'll put it on the ticker. Him and a 2026 first-round pick, which will likely be either Orlando or Memphis's, the lesser of those, for Cody Martin, Mitchich, and a 2026 second-round pick. Again, is the salary dump. That's really what it was.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand it from trying to like get under, get out of the tax. I guess does this deal take them out of the tax, Steven?
Who? The Suns? No.
No, that. So I mean, I don't even know why you're doing this.
It's more for future flexibility because Nurkic has a deal next year.
Yeah, but I mean, you could still move him for a big. Like, I've got to move him for at least a younger big. Maybe if it's not an equivalent piece.
Yeah, but who the hell wanted Nurkic? I mean,
no,
they had to attach a first to get off of him.
That's the problem.
100%. So then just keep him, and you need a center on your you need centers on your roster. You'd rather have Nurkic than have. I mean, just from the Suns basketball I've watched, I guess Nurkic isn't the answer, but no Nurkic isn't also the answer. Is just going to be the obvious thing. Yeah. So I'm assuming this is setting up for another deal, but again, you're giving up a 2026 first, which is more valuable than Nurkic, to get rid of him. So why not just wait and do that in the offseason when a lot more teams have a lot more flexibility? You can talk about players that eventually will be in his salary range that could get signed and traded. You never know. Like, things open up way more in the offseason, obviously, than at the back end of deadline day. So I didn't see this when it broke. I mean, honestly, this is the first time I've seen this now, besides like just Nurkic got traded. And I just think it's pitiful. It's pitiful management. This team doesn't value their picks. And so I don't know how we're going to go forward trying to get like a franchise big man if we just keep getting lackluster returns for the ones we have.
I will say Ramona Shelbourne is on the ESPN trade deadline show. She just said there's toxicity in the Suns locker room. And the fact that they had to dangle Kevin Durant to try to get Jimmy Butler because nobody wanted Bradley Beal. Obviously, there's going to be a little
we have two players that have bad contracts and nobody wants. I mean, you saw what happened had the Bucks had to do with Middleton. It's just tough. This is what happens when you get your hand caught in the cookie jar, trying to go trade for players that you just don't need. I don't know why the Suns ever thought the answer was bringing in Bradley Beal. We just had the same problems we had with Chris Paul are the same problems you're going to have with Bradley Beal. Like, neither one of them can stop anybody important when it comes to the playoffs. And that's what you need to pair next to Devin Booker, somebody who can stop, that lead guard so he can use all of his energy on offense. I like Cody Martin. I think he's a really good player. Been a big fan of him and his brother for a while as just as solid value role players. But I don't know. It's whatever. Get rid of the salary. But then what are we tearing it apart, I guess? You know what I mean?
Steven, did that trade get them under second apron?
No, they're so deep in the second apron.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's what I asked him too, is like, I just don't, that's my point, is like, there was no reason to make a move here. You just have to suck up your crappy situation you built yourself with and let Bradley Beal come off the bench for the rest of the season. Just have him come off the bench. I mean, it's just flat out, he's going to have to be your sixth man and play like more of a backup, like scoring guard than anything. And it's just like, he's unplayable during the playoffs, in my opinion. I thought the most like embarrassing moment for us was like similar to what people were talking about the Luka Doncic stuff, where it's like in the playoffs, when Bradley Beal was assigned to guard Anthony Edwards, like that was his assignment, and it's just like that doesn't work in any universe ever. So hopefully Cody Martin can come in and maybe buckle it down defensively, but again, it's like you have to make these moves like the Cavs are making to go get players that can provide you a certain strength that makes you stronger against your opponents you're going to face. I don't know. I mean, maybe they look at themselves without Nurkic and say, hey, maybe we can try and out small ball the Lakers. But
Lakers aren't going to be playing too much small ball.
Do you have
not anymore?
Steven, do you have
Do I have what?
Do you have the Houston assets in front of you?
Give me 1 second. I could have it pulled up.
Because I want to see what a Kevin Durant trade to Houston looks like. Because I think that's if he's going anywhere, that's probably the only team that can and would be able to trade for him. Oh, because I don't think does anyone think OKC is doing anything at this point?
For Kevin Durant or like in general?
No.
In general.
They seem pretty confident in what they have already.
Dude, they have single-digit wins at the trade deadline, and they just got back their second best player and their best defensive player. I think there's no way they'll make it.
So they're fine. Do you have their cap, Steven?
Yeah, but I can't pull up both at the same time, I don't think. But here's their cap.
I want to look at the cap first. So what's Kevin Durant making? Like 40, 50 million right now?
51. Yeah.
51. Oh my God. So you do what? Steven Adams, Jalen Green, and a bunch of young guys and a first round pick or two?
Jalen Green's poison pill, so it even might be a little difficult for him to be in the deal.
It's probably Dylan Brooks.
It's Dylan Brooks and minimum Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams, or if they want, if the Rockets want to get frisky, Fred Van Fleet and mix in somebody else with that.
I mean, the problem is the Suns. The Suns would probably be stupid enough at this point to just trade for Fred Van Vliet just to bring in some sort of draft capital to get their fans off their back. But that wouldn't help anything. I think that you got to go get like a Dylan Brooks, got to go get Steven Adams. I think that's definitely the more like appealing package. And then what, like, I don't know, Tari Eason and Cam Whitmore. I mean, I don't know if like.
What, you think you're getting both of those guys back on top of that?
It's Kevin Durant. Are we? I don't know. Do we watch this? I just think.
No, I know, but I mean, Kevin Durant is a guy
brought in more than a four-player return, where then the Suns are throwing. That's the thing that makes it tough is matching.
But his value's not there anymore. He probably wants out. Like his trade value is not what it was.
He literally does not. He said the thing that makes this whole so difficult is that he does not want out. He said he was blindsided by the fact that teams are calling his names during trade conversations.
It seems like they want him out though.
Why would they want to get rid of a top 10 player in the NBA when they have Devin Booker in his prime? That's the thing. Is I don't think the Suns have any interest in trading him. I think they just made it very clear that they're trying to create some sort of flexibility in the future with their cap to hopefully add somebody else to their core. You know what I mean? And if anything, they would have to. The deal would have to include somebody like Eason and a Whitmore. Like, I mean, Whitmore wants out. That's the only player in this deal we're talking about that wants to leave the team they're on is Cam Whitmore.
I just think Suns are hamstrung in terms of anything they could do, so they had to at least entertain the idea. I think that's 100%. What it came down to. But meanwhile, let's talk about trades that did happen rather than ones that didn't. Mike, I know you said Davion Mitchell was an A- for you. Let's talk about some of these bigger deals. Obviously, I'm sure Luka was an A. What do you think?
Can I stop there for a second? Because
Sure.
I think everybody has immediately assumed that that's a slam dunk for the Lakers, and I think that's probably the likeliest outcome. But
Okay.
there is definitely a world where Luka just ends up being a slightly better Zion Williamson going forward, right? Like, I don't think there's a 0% chance that he's injured and fat and out of shape forever. And I think, like, it is worth acknowledging, at least, that there is a slim possibility that the Mavericks in 5 years will be like, wow, Nico Harrison was so brave. I don't think it's likely. I certainly didn't give Dallas a good grade or the Lakers a bad grade, but I think it has to be acknowledged that there is some possibility. They know Luka better than anyone, and like no matter how much Nico may personally detest Luka, like that is not a trade that you are going to make willy-nilly without having some pretty strong reasons for it, right? So I do want to call that out just real briefly.
I would add to that. I mean, Luka, in my estimation, I don't view Luka as like some sort of plug-and-play player, right? You know, granted, yes, you have LeBron James and all that is, but in 2025, there's a whole separate project now the Lakers have to sort of be willing to engage, which is called building a Luka roster, which the Mavericks took them 4 or 5 seasons finally get right. So it's not, you know, to your point, Mike, I don't think it's trivial that they have Luka now. It doesn't instantly solve problems for them. I think at least going to get, you know, a player like Mark Williams, it at least now opens up the realm of possibilities where, like, could the Lakers actually be a title contender now? Like, you have that conversation a little bit more than I think they did before that deal, because now you have, like, you know, at least a competent, like, AD replacement. Like, and it's the AD side of it that I still don't understand. I feel like a lot of people think AD is, like, this washy dude, but he's having, one of the best seasons of his career right now. Yep. And he's, you know, league top 15 defender. So it's like those things matter still for the Lakers.
Yeah, they're going to be a bottom 5 defense going forward. I don't think it's going to be close. Like, they were a below average defense with Anthony Davis. As swapping him and Christie for Luka and Mark Williams, who Mark Williams has a lot of potential, but it's pure potential. And I think people watch him, you know, once every 3 months. They're like, look at this guy getting 3 blocks a game, scoring 15 points. So like, that guy is a future superstar. And right now it is purely potential energy. Very little is kinetic. And I'm a little bit worried about, like, if he doesn't stay healthy is the biggest thing. And if he doesn't turn into a defensive tentpole, like, it's just spent a lot of stuff to get a guy that might not be like an average starting center in the future. I like Mark. I live in North Carolina, so I see a lot more of Mark Williams than most people, I'd bet. But and I think he had, like, you catch him on the right night, like I said, he's amazing. But I don't think there is a guarantee that he turns into like this tentpole superstar. Although the offensive fit certainly is very good. But going back to your point, Morris, like I think the defensive woes are going to be exacerbated this season, and they don't have a clear-cut way to improve defensively going forward unless Mark Williams makes these like big leaps, which is possible but not certain.
I think the thing that's like, oh, go ahead, Joanne.
All right. I think like the main issue with AD isn't the talent, because, you know, I think if you look at on paper pairing Kyrie and AD, it makes sense, right? The issue is the age, and you've essentially shortened your championship window by probably 5 or 6 years from what it was with Luka Doncic. I think that's kind of the issue that, at least like for me personally, that I have with the trade, is you traded a 25-year-old in his prime who is a top 10, top 5 player in the league for a guy. Yes, Anthony Davis is great, but he does have injury problems as well.
New trade.
I have it.
Yeah,
that's what I was trying to say. Is that this conversation is great, but I think that we have a new trade.
Which I don't know if you guys saw. I made a face because I saw the trade and am very confused.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm sharing my screen.
So I guess the Hawks took the picks they just got and sent them out for Terrence Mann and
Bones Highland.
That's worth Bogdan Bogdanovic and 3 second-round picks. Is there something
kind of what
salary related here I'm missing?
Well, they did go into the tax with that DeAndre Hunter deal. This got them back out, most likely.
There has to have been a cheaper way to do that.
Yeah, this makes no sense.
It's a move.
Man.
It's a move, I guess.
All right. Am I going crazy? What's going on?
I guess
they were like, I think they were like, what, 4 or 5 million into the tax before that. Like this, there's no way that this is the price to get that much money down below where you were, right? That's crazy.
I mean,
yeah, we're all silent because we're digesting.
I guess the theory is they wanted a wing in Terrence Mann with some ball handling chops rather than a guy who's going to play strictly on ball in Bogdan. I mean,
they just got Karis LeVert though, which I thought they did. I was writing I actually think Karis LeVert's a nice fit with what Atlanta had in Jalen Johnson's absence because he can do that ball handling and playmaking, a little bit. Terrence Mann's I don't know, fine, I guess. People in the league seem to value Terrence Mann a lot more than people outside of the league, right? That seems to have been the going sense for a long time.
He had that one playoff stretch where he was really good.
That's all you need, I guess, is to have one good playoff stretch in your hero forever. Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the tweets I saw about it literally said Clippers legend Terrence Mann.
For
sure.
For what it's worth, Terrence Mann makes $11.4 million this year. Then he signed that extension. He's making $15.5 each of the next 3 years. So Atlanta's locked into his deal at $15 million for 3 years after this year. Bogdan had 17.3 this year, then 16 and 16. So they basically took on an extra year of that money, basically.
And gave up 3 seconds. Don't forget that.
And gave up 3 seconds.
Which I'd bet anything are the ones they literally just got. So they weren't there long.
Which I don't even think the deal fully got them out of the tax. I still think they're in the tax by a couple $100,000. But
they're probably gonna waive Bones or something, right? That'd be my guess.
Yeah, but they need a. Do they have an open roster spot right now?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I have to look.
Too much movement.
But okay.
Well, that's gross.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think they do.
Well, it makes you wonder. At least, is this the Clippers? Is this the Clippers clap back to the Lakers? They're both 5 and 6 in the West right now. So I guess the Clippers feel compelled to do something at least.
I just like how the Clippers said, "Oh yeah, Terrence Mann is off limits for James Harden, but we're trading him for Bogdan Bogdanovic." For the years that have passed since they said Terrence Mann is untouchable for James Harden, and they finally have them both. Now, Bogdan Bogdanovic is a great player. I'm not saying anything bad, but if that's your untouchable, so that was I guess, interesting trade. Again,
So
doesn't
what
make
are
a
we
whole lot
thinking
of sense.
What are we thinking about the Hawks' return for Bogey and Hunter then?
I liked it a lot better 5 minutes ago. I think the DeAndre Hunter trade was a perfect match for both teams. I think it's selling as high as you possibly will ever get on DeAndre Hunter, who I think is outperforming the way he has played in the past and probably the way he will play in the future, right? Even aside from health, I'm not a believer in Hunter hitting
I think
this
beyond
level
defense, hardly anything.
Yes. So I think, but he's a great fit for Cleveland. I think most people would agree, right? He's kind of what they needed in that spot. So Cleveland paid a pretty good price for him. I think he'll be a good fit there. And Atlanta sold high. I thought that was a great trade for both sides before. This makes me not as good for Atlanta, at least, right? Unless there's gonna be more details that we find later.
So does that make the return what? If we're summing it up for both these guys, they've got 1 second-round pick. They got Karis LeVert, George Niang, Terrence Mann, and Bones Highland for both those guys.
And 2 pick swaps that aren't even the most favorable. That are second most favorable behind Utah.
Yeah, I think the thing to remember too about Karis LeVert, and I just know it's because he was one of my own mock trade deadline moves. He's expiring this season, so he may not be there in a few more months.
So, okay, Mike, anything you want to say before you sign off, since we only will be graced with your presence for this short half hour?
Yeah, no, it's been a hell of a deadline, right? I got a question for the panel. What's everybody's favorite kind of under the radar move so far? I've already said I think everything that the Hornets are doing is pretty awesome. So that's definitely the team I think should be receiving more notice, but it's just not sexy to talk about getting middling firsts back, I guess. So is there anything that we're not talking about enough?
I'll leave it to others because I answered this question when
I
Matt left the show.
I also answered this question about 40 minutes ago. Mo, what about
sorry.
you?
I was eating lunch.
You're fine.
Honestly, I would have to agree with that. Just seeing the return that the Hornets have right now, and I know that's a franchise that's somewhat still kind of in flux, right? The ownership's changed, front office has changed. What else is there honestly besides LaMelo and Charlotte right now? So they to me, more than any other franchise, they have to be like really like laser focused on trying to build up as many assets as possible to set up for whatever the future is for them, because I don't know if they have it set yet.
Yeah. For what it's worth, Jake Fisher just reported the seconds that are going to the Clippers with Bogdan. It's 2025 Minnesota, which might be a mid-seconds. 2027 Clippers own, and 2026 Memphis protected 43-60. So that one's like probably wouldn't convey that Memphis one.
Clippers one might be okay. You said 2027.
2027.
That could be decent.
And the Minnesota 2025 second is decent. Minnesota's in the middling Western Conference team right now.
True.
So, okay. Mike, anything you want to plug before you sign off?
Nope. Just the Center Hub and basketball poetry.
The two best in the business.
That's right. Thanks, guys. Good seeing everybody.
Short and simple,
Thank
dude.
you.
See you, Mike.
So, Mike is off. We are going to be adding Josh Earl in here momentarily. Josh, for people who know and are big fans of the Bird Rights podcast, he's been on, I think, Josh, the last 4 episodes now?
Something like that.
The 3-pod mock trade deadline, and then also the Anthony Davis, De'Aaron Fox emergency pod that we were on. And for people who don't know, Josh and I like to argue because I'll post my trade machine deals in there, and I get a response from Josh. Why would X team do this? Why would Y team do that? And you guys know I like to think I'm pretty savvy when it comes to front office and like the business side of basketball type stuff.
Do you?
But
You are.
if there's anybody in the industry that humbles me more than Josh, please find them, because I don't think there is. Josh, how you doing?
I'm doing well, my friend. How are you guys doing? You enjoying
Fantastic.
this crazy deadline?
It's been nonsense.
Yeah, like whoever said that the NBA had a problem is dumb. Like, this has been the best trade deadline ever.
It's overtaking the Super Bowl. Like, I live in Philadelphia. And people are talking about the trade deadline more than about the Eagles right now. And we're Birdstown.
Yeah.
Like, it's craziness.
Shout out Nico Harrison for livening up the NBA.
Shout out Nico Harrison.
Yeah.
Brain
I do, for a couple of reasons, I do want to touch a little bit on the De'Aaron Fox trade.
Okay, give me 1 second.
What does the fox say? What the fox say?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay.
The other reason is I haven't really heard many people in general talk about how like the Kings are probably going to be better offensively after trading Fox, which is crazy to say, but Levine's fit, particularly in the system that they run centered around Sabonis, is going to be elite. And on top of it, Monk has actually been a far more productive playmaker and driver than Fox over the last 3 seasons. So I don't necessarily think the Kings are going to get better because that defense still sucks, but I would not be shocked if their offense improves despite moving the bigger name.
Yeah, I'm probably equally qualified to talk about the Sacramento Kings, although I am not a Sacramento Kings fan, because I mean the Sacramento Kings really are the Sacramento Bulls at this point.
Yes.
The offense is gonna get, like, I've seen this movie already. Like, the offense is going to get a bump for sure. Defense is not going to be anything. You might have some flashes of brilliance occasionally from Zach or DeMar and like help defense. But yeah, it's like they really have set up a system that's like borderline like West Coast carbon copy of like what the Bulls did when DeMar came to the Bulls that first season, where you had Booch, you had DeMar, you had Levine obviously, and a lot of like figuring out where DeMar like gets his spots, but then also just trying to like push pace constantly, because that's really always been Zach Levine's like sweet spot, is like he's a open floor transition threat more than anything. To his credit, I will say this season before he got traded, Zach was actually embracing a lot more off-ball movement that I've seen in his career, specifically for the Bulls at least. So there's going to be some interesting offensive wrinkles that I think the Kings developed that they it feels like they had shied. Like somehow something got off the rails with them because that first Mike Brown season, I thought it was like a brilliant offense. Honestly, you thought like Mike Brown basically he's supposed to be a defensive guy, but he like implemented like full-on Warriors like beautiful basketball there.
Yep.
Yeah, I would watch a lot of Kings games because they're going to be very high scoring.
Yeah, for both teams.
Exactly. It'll be like, average score of 125 to 115, probably not in the Kings' favor most times, unless Zach LaVine gets the ball in the clutch.
Going back to Paul Westhead style.
Josh, let me ask you, because we didn't have the chance to talk much about it last night.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of Brandon Ingram headed to the Toronto Raptors? And a point I'll say real quick before you respond is I had up on the stream earlier today. This is the fourth straight year the Raptors have acquired a guy with an expiring contract. They either extended or re-signed the other three. So they made this deal with the intention of re-signing Brandon Ingram.
100%. And for that reason, I'm not too fond of it. I mean, that 2026 Indy first is probably maybe around 19 to 22-ish, probably. So it's not really that good a first. I don't know what the second round pick is. But you and I had been talking about this, that there hadn't seemed to be much traction on a Brandon Ingram trade, like all season, basically. And I was telling you, if I were the Pelicans, I would have been pitching him as an expiring contract, like a massive expiring contract, instead of pitching him as like Brandon Ingram doing what he does, which he has been an all-star. He is a good NBA player, but he's not worth what he wants, especially in the apron era. So it's a little weird to me to trade for him with the intention of paying him likely what he wants or close to what he wants, especially when the fit doesn't really seem that strong to me next to Scotty and RJ. It just, I wouldn't have done it, but I'm also not Masai Ujiri. Maybe he has some additional insight, or maybe this is just the trade deadline of curious GM decisions.
I mean, were you surprised at both of the teams that were in that race? Because the Hawks were the other team that were mentioned there.
Yeah, especially since Jalen's down. Like the Hawks
at least don't have their own picks, though. So, like, they don't have
but, like,
to tank.
again, we've had this conversation, Steven. Even if they don't have control of their own picks, it's not like, and I'm not suggesting they tank, but it's not like if you're bad, you get, like, an additional, like, demerit. Like, you made that deal. You agreed to that deal. Those picks are gone. So, like, any shame you might feel about the Spurs getting a nice pick is kind of silly, in my opinion. Like, maybe you did mess up the trade, and that's something you have to reflect upon and try to get better on as a franchise. But that deal's done. That's sunk cost fallacy. I don't care about the sunk cost. But again, you know me, I'm a curmudgeon. I push back on even really well-crafted trade proposals like Steven does, because I want things to be very realistic. And the idea of this, ooh, yeah. I'm trying to sharpen you, my friend. I'm trying to make you even better. But yeah, like I think operating from a sense of fear to how you might look because another team who you already did a deal with, like, gets a good value pick out of it. Like, I think that's a stupid way to approach being a GM. But like the fact that Jalen's out, and now they just traded DeAndre and Bogey, like they're not gonna be good, but they're also in the East, so they probably still luck into the play-in because it's the Hawks. They just stay mid. That's all they've done for the last like 5 years, mid. So I don't get why the Hawks would want Ingram either. I think before Jalen went down, I think they were already getting to a better offense without needing somebody like Ingram to also take some of that usage away from better decision makers and Trey and Jalen. So unless they were looking at it as an expiring and trying to maybe move off of a longer term salary to get BI, then I don't quite get it. And again, Brandon Ingram is a good NBA player. He is a former All-Star. He's a good NBA player. But for the contract that he wants, does that, work, particularly in this first and second apron era?
The Atlanta Hawks traded Cody Zeller. They're 2 guys over after the trades. I know, game changer. Cody Zeller with the second to Houston. So they're 2 guys over the roster spots after these trades they made. So, Josh, now that you're on, and then we'll get everyone's opinion. Not Preston asked, do you think Middleton gets moved again? I don't. At least not in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think they mentioned, like I've seen some reports that like they intend for Middleton to be a mentor to their young players, and he's going to be great in that facet. And he
a lot of money to pay a mentor.
Well, yeah, but like when you're the Wizards, you need to hit that salary floor anyway.
I understand it. I understand it. I'm just being facetious.
Yeah,
I want to piggyback on that for a minute because like I've had some conversations about that today within my own sort of like Bulls fan circles because of the Lonzo Ball extension.
Yeah,
and I have to say like here's where I'm coming from. Like philosophically, I don't put a lot of credence in that whole vet mentor thing. I don't think that's like something that should be a direct goal of any sort of transaction or roster move. I think that's a nice intangible to have if you find the right person for it. But I'm curious, like, is there a world where it's like that is something that should be sold or like?
Well,
should
honestly,
we be taking that in consideration into a deal?
We also don't want to discount. Yeah. We also don't want to discount the quality of Chris Middleton as a player. Can play that 3-and-D spot even if he isn't the off the dribble superstar. The D is lacking a little bit these days. And the 3 ball is slipping, obviously. But still, somebody that can just step out there and provide spacing above what they already have is going to open the floor up for these young guards that, like Bub, and then they bring in AJ Johnson, who, yes, are okay shooters, but don't necessarily have that knockdown, catch and shoot package as a part of their game. They're more trying to get downhill. And adding somebody like Middleton, it doesn't take away from any of that. If you play him 25 minutes a game, you're going to get 25 minutes of at least veteran leadership on the court, not going to get poor decision-making like we've seen from guys on their roster and the guy that they traded away, which I think is also part of it. Would you rather have Kyle Kuzma showing Jordan Poole and all these young players how to play the game, or would you rather have Chris Middleton? I coach youth basketball. I can speak for myself, and I know that I'd rather have Chris Middleton in my gym teaching kids how to play basketball than Kyle Kuzma.
2 quick things. One, Amari Sinfoka, Detroit Pistons beat writer for the Free Press, stated Dennis Schroeder will end up with the Pistons as part of the massive Jimmy Butler deal. Josh, that might be the 6-teamer we've been looking for.
It might be. Because he was originally going to go to Utah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that actually drop it down a team?
Yeah, maybe it would drop it down.
So it'd probably still be a 4 or 5 team. But
yeah, but
that's still something.
I just put on the screen here, Joe Cowley basically said they're not trading Nikola Vucevic, it seems like. Offers were underwhelming, and Bulls front office doesn't think they could drop more than a few spots in the standings without Vooch. They feel he'll bring in more value this summer. Moving Zach LaVine, getting back picks was a priority. Bulls are good ball.
Yeah.
This is the face of I had that script in my back pocket actually. Like this has been the same MO of this front office. And I'm going to try not to get too dramatic about it, but it's just like it's the same. It's been the same thing every single like trade deadline. That wasn't the one where the Bulls front office brought in Nikola Vucevic. Other than that trade deadline, it has been like just lethargic inactivity, and it's unacceptable to a large degree. And I think that's what most Bulls fans would say. And also, like, they completely fumbled Nikola Vucevic this season. Like 5 months ago, Vucevic was completely untradeable, and to Vucevic's credit, he held up his end of the bargain. Like, people were speculating at one point, like, oh, is Vucevic going to be an all-star this season?
Mm-hmm.
Like Vucevic completely reclaimed himself. He looked like a washed carcass at the end of the previous season. But like now he came back, and I think to his credit, he must have felt some sort of motivation to remind people, like, oh, you think I'm washed? I'll show you. And the Bulls front office fumbled this, and from what the reports are saying, asking for a first-round pick for a 34-year-old center that already looked like he was on his way out of the league. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? What do you think you're doing?
You have to, at this deadline, it's been made abundantly clear as you have to pair that player with a first-round pick to get rid of it. And you're not going to get anything you necessarily even like in return. You're just going to get numbers and players. Like that's what some of these teams.
This trade deadline has proved a lot of working the salary cap a lot over getting value. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah,
I was gonna follow up by saying, like, what obviously they're expecting a first round pick. Like, what do you think is a reasonable offer for Vooch? If you were sitting in the GM seat, what's a reasonable offer for Vooch?
Cap flexibility.
I wouldn't ask. Yeah, I wouldn't ask for more than like a second round. Like I would have moved Vooch for a single second round pick. That's the top end. If it was the right mix of just breaking up my cap sheet, yeah, Vooch would not be on the Bulls.
What if it was like Clint Capella's expiring deal and a second round pick? Something like that. Like, you get the cap flexibility and you get an asset.
Yeah, so there's a report that went around. The Bulls rejected a Clint Capella offer. I don't believe that offer had a second round pick attached. But even Clint Capella, like, is expiring. This is what befuddles me and befuddles a lot of Bulls fans about the front office. The Chicago Bulls ownership group has a long storied history of not paying the luxury tax ever. That's a known constraint in terms of how you run that basketball operations department. Yet, this front office has pushed this roster continually to the brink of luxury tax and continues to, like, for some reason, want to spend up to the tax, just at the tax. Why wouldn't you look for ways to bring more flexibility into that cap sheet where you're not even talking about the tax right now? Which is, like, to me, what a Clint Capella expiring deal would do. Like, it takes the tax out of the equation. You get to reset. You get to start fresh. You get to do a real rebuild. But, like, it's kicking the can consistently. I also do believe there's an aspect of this front office, and I've written about this. There was a piece that ESPN over the summer, Jamal Collier from ESPN, they published a piece that was a real in-depth profile of the Chicago Bulls front office and their thought process at the end of the 23-24 season, and a lot of things that actually led to the Bulls going out and getting Josh Giddey straight up for Alex Caruso. And I do believe that there's a sentimental parameter in how Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley function when it comes to how they value and judge their players in-house. And I think that is been a major obstacle and major roadblock to constructive deals being done to the Bulls' benefit, is because they continue to hold on players well past the point of value recuperation. And it's just like, most front offices should be trying to grow the value of their operations, whereas, like, the Chicago Bulls front office routinely depreciates the value of their assets, and it does not make sense at all.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, the thing is I agree with everything you said. I also don't get where they went with the re-signing of Lonzo with the extension. If you're not going to also move Vooch at this deadline, I think that the part there that they talked about in that tweet where, could be a move maybe looking forward to the offseason, because, you never know what changes with potential suitors. And as you were saying, Vooch has shown the ability to continue to play himself into a better situation in other teams' eyes. So, I mean, as a Bulls fan, all you can do is continue to root for the guy, and then also hope that Lonzo's in the same spot, because Lonzo also, even though as much as people don't want to, acknowledge it, the Ball brothers do have a bit of marquee, especially in their name and the way they play. So there will be people this offseason where if Lonzo stays healthy through the rest of the year, that is a player that could get you your return where you don't have to give up something alongside it. A franchise is going to be willing to take him in, and you can give them that pitch of being like, hey, you're getting a guy who's literally a instant fast break on your team. This guy will put a couple thousand high schoolers all the way to college age kids in your seats every night just because he's on your team. And those type of things, you can get in a trade offer where you can't really look to convince people on that point with Vooch. It gets tough. And I think that's probably where that Warriors talk fell short, where we talked about earlier on the show. There isn't that need or like urgency on other teams' part to bring in a player like Vucevic at this offseason, I don't think, or at this trade deadline.
I think you also look at guys like Kobe White as well that are and Dosunmu that are really good assets that could be moved to that you can actually get something positive for. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mal.
I completely agree.
White and him all could have been moved for if you're really trying to offload stuff that people want.
This is where I go back. I seriously question the mindset of the Bulls front office in terms of how they set the prices for their players when they go to the trade market. It's become abundantly clear to me that they don't have a solid grasp on the prices that they should be setting if the goal is truly to actually trade players. I think they set these prices that are insular thinking kind of prices where it's like, oh, I love Vooch. There's no way Vooch is our cornerstone player. I need a first-round pick. Nobody outside, there's not a single other GM that's saying that. If that GM's saying that, the GM's probably going to be fired if they were to do that deal. That's just honest, blunt talking. Like, there's actually another point I'll make, and this will, I think, just give like context about like this Bulls front office, right? There's a piece that came out, or a clip I saw from The Athletic. I believe it's Sam Amick, and sharing like some insight. The Athletic, they do an annual front office survey every year or every season, and the Bulls front office got like roasted in that survey. Apparently, like they came as a consensus bottom 5 front office from their peers, and so that's incredibly damning. That's a red flag. Like you can't make like it takes 2 to tango, as you say. Like how are you going to get deals done if the other side doesn't really respect you? So I say that because I think that's a major problem with this logic of, oh, we couldn't get the Vooch deal done. We'll just go back this summer when it'll be better deals. No, I don't think there's better deals. I think the game film is out on you as a front office. Like nobody's going to be snookered by you. You don't have some upper hand in this. You got to take whatever you can get because time and time again, when there's been opportunities to recruit value, you've missed the mark on that. And like nobody's going to be fooled by you. Like, there's a reason why the other 29 teams continue to draw.
You had to take in Josh Giddey to get rid of Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
Like that tells you everything you need to know about that situation. Caruso was so valuable, and you had to bring in a player who you already basically have. You have Lonzo Ball. When he gets healthy, you're cool. You don't need Josh Giddey anymore. So now what do you do? So it's tough. I definitely feel.
According to Chris Haynes, the Pistons plan to keep Dennis Schroeder. So he would not be hitting the buyout market, it seems like. But the Wizards have requested waivers on Reggie Jackson, who they just acquired today. So Reggie Jackson will be available in the buyout market. I put up this comment, Matt, who was just with us about, I don't even know, an hour ago, 30 minutes ago. Time's been going so fast. Could Capella be a buyout option, considering how the Hawks have low-key been blowing it up? I don't think so. I'd like to hear anybody else's perspective. I think if the Hawks, again, without the fact that they don't have their own picks, they don't really have a incentive to bottom out totally. So I don't think Clint Capella is going to be. I've seen crazier things like he isn't expiring, and that could always be a guy you can't move at the deadline, ends up being a buyout candidate, but I don't see it.
I think offloading Zeller tells me no.
Well, they offloaded Zeller to get under the tax. But...
Right, but you offloaded a center. You know, you could have offloaded somebody else in a different position, like a wing, which they have like 1 million of, or I guess not anymore. I think it depends how much they believe in Okongwu. If they really, really, really want Okongwu to get starting center minutes, then maybe. But in my eyes, outside of that, I think
starting already for them though. Capella's been coming off the bench, so like I don't know. At this point, it's 254. Does anyone see any other deals happening in the next? You know, so again, they could be reported and then like come out later. So just because we don't hear anything by 3 o'clock doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Did you see KJ Martin, Josh Richardson, and a second going to Utah?
So KJ Martin's going to Utah now?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Matt's commenting there. Apparently, KD said no, but the Grizzlies wanted Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I mean, it just was all teams trying to get Kevin Durant because he's a top 10 player in the league.
And KD said no, apparently.
Yeah,
not
KD
the
said
fact
no,
that the Suns said no, for what that's worth.
He wants to play with Devin Booker. I think people are underplaying how close those two are. I mean, I know I'm the resident Devin Booker guy at the Center Hub or whatnot. I might be even one of the biggest like Devin Booker fans of draft Twitter these days. I don't think he's like a aesthetically like pleasing archetype anymore. But all that aside, I didn't see them breaking that up. There's just no chance. I mean, I thought the Nurkic. I actually like your take on the Nurkic deal, Josh, because I just thought that was just like dumb. I just thought it was.
Marcus Smart is headed to Washington.
Wait, what just happened?
I was just about to say, Steven, when you said, like, do you expect another deal? And I was going to say, I expect Memphis to make a deal where they either get an expiring and like open up some more space to pay Jaren more and to re-sign Santi, or a consolidation trade.
This is basically a cap dump, it sounds like.
Yeah.
The Grizzlies are trading Marcus Smart and a 2025 first to the Wizards in a multi-team trade that sends 2 second-round picks to Memphis. Memphis creates roster flexibility with the move. So it sounds like a salary dump. Which didn't Marcus Smart go to the Wizards in the mock trade deadline?
Wizards again.
Yeah.
There we go. Mock trade deadline season.
The Wizards are having a good deadline, man.
They are, yeah. And getting back to the Nurkic thing, we previously talked about like Middleton being a good mentor, good locker room guy. Nurkic is like a toxic locker room guy at the moment for the Suns. Now, there's a lot of bigger issues with the Suns, but also
like
Nurkic
you need
is
other players
awful, and
like
that contract is awful.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't blame them for trying to move it
Julian
off, but I also agree with you that you don't necessarily have to do it. But also, like, those picks that the Suns are sending out now, they're not good picks. Like, that's why they traded that whole 2031 pick to get these, like, 3 picks that they could trade, in large part to try to get off of Bradley Beal or to get off of Nurkic. And Beal, rightfully so, has kept saying, like, nope, me and my family like it in Phoenix. Kick rocks. And Nurkic, I just think there was a lot of bad stuff there, and that's why they wanted to move off of him.
Well, we have another trade.
This one pisses me off. We went from talking about one team I care about to another team I care about.
This one's going to break
This is just dumb. This is, again, just idiotic. Like, why are you trading for players like this?
Kevin Porter Jr. is headed to the Milwaukee Bucks in exchange for Marjon Beauchamp.
Like, it's just like you don't even know your personnel. Like, you don't even know your own personnel. Like, why are you surrounding Giannis with this garbage? Like, what is going on? They're literally surrounding him with the head cases of the NBA, and he just doesn't have the time for that. We've seen the guy. Like bro, what the hell?
Can they realistically package Portis Miles Bridges too?
Miles, he's on the trade block.
What are we doing here? Like, and it's funny because the Clippers, they're the team that's been doing these deals. Like Primo, Kevin Porter Jr. They had a lot of interest in Miles Bridges.
The Sacramento Kings are acquiring Jake LaRavia from the Memphis Grizzlies. I wonder if
Dude,
that's
we have some last minute. We have some last minute
I wonder if that's a part of the Marcus Smart deal. Maybe
that's probably part of it because they
said it was a
they did say it was a multi-team deal, so that's probably it.
Plus, LaRavia is going to be a unrestricted free agent this offseason.
He's a dog. He's one of my favorite players in the league.
I like him.
Remember when they declined his rookie option and they said, "Oh yeah, we do want to keep him though." Then why did you decline his rookie option?
Because now they're. But all right.
This is such a confusing.
I mean,
deadline, man.
I think
like
the
that for
Bucks
Sacramento,
trade is still like. Yeah, I still think that Bucks trade is just egregious.
Well, Mo, I know Mo is scheduled to leave. So, is there anything you want to promote, Mo, before you sign off?
Yeah, we're actually I write for Bulls on Tap. You can follow Bulls on Tap on X. Bulls on Tap. Just those 3 words. We're gonna do a trade deadline recap of everything Bulls related that happened today. Maybe it'll be a short one because the Bulls didn't do jack. You know what? But we'll talk about the implications of the inactivity, frankly, that happened today, and I think they're huge. There are huge consequences to the future of the Bulls franchise based on what happened in this trade deadline today. And I think it's a problem that continues to compound. And I don't foresee the Bulls really getting out of their own way anytime soon. Okay. And aside from that, I write for Bulls and Tap. Also check out our writing as well on the website.
Okay. I hope at future deadline shows that we see you, Mo. There's more positive Bulls news.
We've had. Yeah, Caleb, you and Mo have just completely crashed out on this live stream.
Dude, this blows. I mean, I get it. I mean, I am pissed off by my teams making moves that are just dumb, and Mo's team isn't making any moves, which is also dumb.
That's
the one I wanted.
It's very much that.
Okay.
But, I guess so. We'll commiserate for another deadline.
Also, I have to say, shout out to Mostradamus for calling the whole we tried to trade Vooch, nobody would give us what we wanted. We tried the Danny Ainge special. You're gonna see a lot of front offices pull that. We're like, hey, we tried. I did my job. They said no.
Okay, so the floodgates of random trades have opened. The Kings are sending the 2028 second rounder to Memphis, plus Colby Jones and Alex Len to acquire Jake LaRavia as part of the Marcus Smart trade. So I feel like
a slight upgrade over who Colby Jones is.
But Jake LaRavia, I feel like they could have gotten more for. And then
100%.
What do you mean?
The Pacers are trading James Wiseman and cash to Toronto. That's just literally to open up the roster spot.
Yeah.
James Wiseman moves again.
That's such an interesting team in Toronto. They just assembled
a lot of pieces.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I'm not sure that they're good pieces or that they fit together, but it's a lot of pieces.
I didn't say pieces fit. They're just they got back.
The only thing I'm holding out on is
I've noticed you made that distinction.
I'll say this as the parent of a toddler. The pieces are like having here's some Legos, here's some Duplo, here's some Lincoln Logs. Maybe you could here's some Magnetiles. Maybe you could kind of build something, but it's not really likely.
No.
So I just want to share a tweet that Miles Turner just posted.
I just saw that.
Hold on.
This is from Miles Turner's Twitter.
Survived the deadline.
I had to make sure it was him.
Miles Turner and John Collins should have like a tournament of champions trade deadline for the rest of their lives. Like those two, there's something about those two. Like never get traded ever. But all the rumors.
Survivor. Outwit, outplay, outlast.
That is wild.
I love that, man. That's hilarious. He also posted that before the deadline.
Yeah, because the Pacers weren't gonna trade him.
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, I said we sell until probably around 3:25, 3:30 to see if any last minute deals come in.
I'm hoping. I mean, with the way the Bucks are trying to build around Giannis, I mean, they might as well just trade him.
So, Caleb, I don't know. Did you talk about the Kuzma deal earlier? Because I've been watching all day, but I've also been watching a 2-year-old, so kind of in and out.
Talked about
it sounds like you feel very similarly to how I feel about the Kuzma trade.
Yeah, I just found it kind of a head scratcher. I mean, I like it from Washington's perspective. I think I think the fact that you were able to, I saw it more as you're trading for AJ Johnson.
Yeah.
You saw the way he's been playing the last couple of weeks. You're like, okay, cool, we'll take him. And then, yeah, good. Thanks for coming, Mo. Nice to talk to you.
Blast is always.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Mo.
Love to be back.
Thank you, Mo.
All right.
Yeah, I felt like it was kind of a head scratcher from the Bucks perspective. I mean, when you have a guy like Damian Lillard, the last players again, you want to go and pair him with is a Kyle Kuzma. The last player you want to go pair him with is a Kevin Porter Jr. And the players that Dame doesn't play well around, generally Giannis isn't going to play well around because he needs the ball to be the best version of himself. I don't know where Brook Lopez fits alongside a Kyle Kuzma because I feel like, I mean, I guess you're just trying to run like kind of like a 5-out with like Giannis more running like the point and just trying to do a lot of pick and pop. But I mean,
Brooks better than Kuzma already at that.
Exactly. So why move on from them? And then, I mean, not Preston said it in the comments, but I mean, Marjon Beauchamp is a much better asset going forward than Kevin Porter Jr.
Yes.
I don't know why on God's green earth.
Did they shave a little more salary in that?
I'm sure, but I mean, who cares? Like,
well, I agree.
You're trying to contend for a championship with a top 10 player in the league, arguably top 5 on your roster.
Definitely top 5. Definitely.
Like he's been there for a decade too. You owe him now, not only his paycheck, but you actually owe him his these years he's spending with you. He has faith in your organization, and you traded away the best asset we've ever had to pair alongside him and Drew Holiday. And you dish that off like he was the 3rd or 4th best player on the team, when if you watch that playoff series, he was arguably our best player on the team. I mean, Giannis was able to do – Giannis, if he has to play the type of defense that he would have to without a Drew Holiday, like we're seeing, his offensive game is even less diminished. He can't go put up, 35 and 16 in 28 minutes like he was doing on a consistent basis when it was Drew, him, and Chris. And now all that's gone. So I'm not really sure. And I'm yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of Xbox, it seems like in order for the Wizards to take Marcus Smart's contract, the contract that fits would be Malcolm Brogdon. So I don't know if he's headed to. It hasn't been announced yet, but I'm sort of anticipating Malcolm Brogdon.
Sacramento, would that mean?
No, he'd be headed to Memphis.
Yeah, because he isn't expiring.
Which, I mean, honestly, I don't mind the Malcolm Brogdon fit with Memphis. I don't mind that.
It's okay. I mean, I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure he has actually been more available this season than Smart has.
And I mean, between them, it's really a matter of the difference between them is really a matter of availability at this point in their career. They're both, above league average, well above league average, probably both of them defensively and IQ wise. So I don't know, but it's
Brogdon
still
gives you a little more offensively.
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
I would also say this is a minutes consolidation trade too.
This point.
Like when Smart's healthy, he would expect minutes. LaRavia has been getting minutes. Gigi Jackson is back. Vince Williams is back. Like the crunch of getting minutes for this.
And you can't trade
roster.
Jalen Wells anymore.
And nor would you. I think Jalen's locked in as a starter. I think. So I think this deal is to open up some more space in the offseason to extend, renegotiate and extend Jaren, and also to re-sign Santi. And then, in the meantime, like you said, Brogdon is fairly equivalent to Smart. And you free up more minutes for Vince Williams Jr., Gigi Jackson, etc.
Yeah.
What up, Corbin?
What is good, Josh? What's up, gentlemen? Back again.
We're still waiting for Malcolm Brogdon to go to the Grizzlies.
I was just crashing out over the Bucks mostly.
Yeah.
That's
It looks like
man, I have to rewatch it.
At least they didn't.
you and Mo were.
But I mean, even the players we bring in, like you bring in Patrick Baldwin Jr., good story, cool. Bring a literal hometown kid. He's from. I know. Let me finish my point. He's from 15 minutes away from the old Bradley Center. Like he's from Milwaukee. His dad is coached around the area forever. You're bringing him back. That's a cool moment for him. And then immediately take that away from him. That shows literally how much you care about the heart of that city and management. And I mean, we've just seen deals like this and moves made like this with, I don't even think it was the trading Luka. It was the trading Luka, and he's now ineligible for a Supermax. That's a FU to Luka.
That's
Doncic.
a $117 million FU, and that's not even factoring
plus the $15 million
taxes.
I explained that aspect of it to my girlfriend, and I was like, "That's the key thing. That's the real tea and drama of this all. Is there are teams out there that are really just screwing over players and just don't really care that much. And I think it's in the name of some of these new, cap rules where it's just you have to care more about what your team's salary looks like than what your team looks like.
So apparently it was reported by Bobby Marks on the ESPN show, or Brian Windhorst, one of them. Bobby said Ben Simmons is named to watch on the buyout market. Windy said Cleveland and Houston would be the teams to watch in a buyout.
No doubt, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he sign him. Have fun.
I mean, Ben on a minimum isn't
5, 6, and 8
a negative thing necessarily. Ben on a minimum is
for who again?
I would not want that guy in my locker.
They said
I wouldn't.
Cleveland or Houston.
Terrible.
Cleveland.
I mean, he's been playing a little bit more on ball the last couple of weeks, I've noticed, and they've been really trying to up his trade value, and it just doesn't happen. I even saw their
no
own
one's going to trade for him.
Last night, their own Twitter tweeted out back-to-back buckets from Ben, in prime time in the middle of the night, and it's him hitting two of the most mediocre post hooks I've ever seen. And it's just okay, there's. I
Is he still averaging a triple single?
I'm sure it's
sounds like 8. Hello, burger.
8, 6, and 5, 8, 6, and 4.
Yeah, he's averaging 6, 5, and 7.
Chris Haynes just tweeted, Trae Young's future with the Atlanta Hawks is becoming murky.
Well, yeah, shocker.
Get out of here.
You just traded and are rumoring most of the players that he's comfortable with.
They traded two starters for nothing.
Yeah, 100%.
You really leaned into mediocrity. And they were like, here you go, Trae.
They said we're going to almost tank. We're not going to trade Trae. We're going to almost tank.
Well, you can't take because you don't have your own picks.
That's true.
You can't.
Well, see, but here's the big brain move. You prep the tank for next year. Oh, but it's a pick swap anyway, so they can't even do that. Never mind.
This is. I will say I do think those DeJounte Murray type deals are not going to happen now that we've gotten further into apron territory. I don't think you're going to get multiple picks in swaps for players of that level anymore.
Who'd
Because
be an on-trade
what
right
happened
now?
with the Hawks? Like, yeah.
I mean, San Antonio was definitely the team that everybody thought was going to be in on Trey.
And San Antonio has the Atlanta picks they could have given back to them.
Mhm,
Now
but
De'Aaron Fox ain't kept those picks.
That's what I did in the mock deadline. Is I got my damn picks back for Trae Young. Who would be in on Trae?
Orlando, maybe.
What about Orlando?
I mean, they got the defense to put around him.
And I mean, but what would you trade? You'd probably trade Franz Wagner.
Nah. Hell no. And OKC wouldn't touch Trae.
You don't think so?
No. They
Why
got
did they need
Shea,
to?
they got J-Dub, and they got Chet. Like, part of the reason why OKC's not making any significant moves at this deadline, probably not in the offseason either, is like everyone talks about they have all these picks and everything. You got to eventually use those picks. Why not consolidate them? I know our good friend Steven tells me this all the time. Like, put your
For a
chips
guy
in.
like Cam Johnson, I would have pushed the chips.
Yeah,
in.
I agree. I agree on Cam. But like, they're actually perfectly set up for the apron era. Like, they have their core, they have complementary guys right now, which are on solid deals that timing wise aren't going to hurt them too bad. And then all of these picks, they just use to move up in a draft class to pick a specific guy they want, or they kick the can down the road.
That's the
or they just
problem.
kick
Is
the
like
can down the road.
OKC
And that means
is
they
waving.
always have a cheap rotation around
Okay.
their guys, because J-Dub's gonna get maxed, Chet's gonna get maxed. Like,
the problem
soon
is
they won't
like
have the ability to take on these people.
your class to do it is not this coming draft, but it's the following year. So I mean, I felt like this was the deadline where if you're going to consolidate for a really good pick, you have a 1-year outlook on who's going to be good or bad. Particularly, they're looking at the teams who are going to be bad. In that Diabonsa Boozer class, because that's what I would eye if I was a GM out there right now, and especially the Hawks. If I'm trying to get back a return for Trae Young, I only want to hear and I only want to talk about 2026. I don't care about your Cooper Flag pick.
Which teams have multiple 2026 firsts, Steven?
Brooklyn, probably Brooklyn, but would they want to give them up?
Yeah, I don't know.
They don't want to give him anything, apparently.
Not for Trae.
Well, that's the thing is Brooklyn is already in on that. Was already in on that mindset. They already knew that, and that's the problem is they already were clued in. I don't know how many more teams are gonna risk it for the biscuit there.
Well, see, that's the problem is the teams that are good enough to go get Trae are not going to be able to give the Hawks the draft capital they want.
Yep.
And the teams that stink, why would you get Trae Young if you stink?
Exactly.
Then again, we've seen multiple highly curious front office decisions this
Mass trade of Luka. Anything is possible.
Yeah. I mean, there is a rationale with that, and it is conspiracy theory themed. But I still contend that Nico is technically doing what is expected of him, and he's doing this for the ownership group who wants to pressure Texas to legalize gambling, because that's how they're going to make money. They don't care at all about
I
the math.
didn't even want to get into it, Josh. I didn't even want to get into it. But that's the whole
We
other
talked
thing.
about it we talked about it at the start of the show where Corbin brought up some stupid conspiracy theory, and I said that
it's not conspiracy.
No, it wasn't me. That was Steven. That was Steven. That wasn't me.
The problem is it's not even.
You're right. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Corbin.
This is real legislation. This is real legislation that's in place in Texas that's trying to be moved upon. And by removing the most exciting and most synonymous player with the Mavericks, they you know what I mean? They immediately took out the hearts of all these
you
fans.
sour the fan base. I don't know if you guys noticed, they also upped the ticket prices after the trade. So they're souring the fan base. Yeah, exactly, Julie. That's the right face to make.
Here's the two things that will happen. And so they'll either push Dallas legislation and that area of Texas to legalize gambling, let them build their Mavs-themed casino resort. And then, the Mavericks will keep competing. And, obviously a post this Anthony Davis, Kyrie era, they'll be kind of bad. And it's been proven that bad markets produce good gambling. Look at New York. New York their football teams have been awful for a long time. They don't try very hard to make them a lot better. I wonder why. Like, it's one of the huge things in sports. And I mean, you look at other markets that are available that don't have sports teams. There's one very close by to Dallas, and that I don't know how deep this part of the stuff goes. This is where kind of I stopped reading some of the stuff I was looking at, but possibly moving them to Las Vegas.
Yeah, that is the baseball bat to the knees of Texas that they're doing. I think they don't actually want to go to Vegas because like they already have what they're currently making a bunch of money on in Vegas. I think they want to get that Texas gambling money, but they're going to use the threat of moving to Vegas because the fan base doesn't support us anymore. Like
why?
Nobody's coming out. Why do we want to stay here? Why do we want to stay here when we can go to Vegas? And they're going to use that to further pressure Texas to legalize gambling.
Yeah, it's brutal.
And if that is the case, which I actually am coming around to it, like that is probably the case. On top of it, that ownership group is currently a little cash strapped because they dropped $100 million on Trump's campaign, and they're not making a whole bunch of money off of the Mavs right now because you either have to be making you need to get that boost in return by selling the team again, or you make the money, which is their whole intent, off of building that arena casino compound. So right now they're not getting money in, and for that reason they didn't want to pay anybody.
And it's a boomer bust move.
Yeah,
and it incentivizes the boomer bust move, which is Anthony Davis probably fits the gaps in their lineup. If you look at what they needed to beat the Celtics, they didn't need more from Luka Doncic. They needed more defense and needed more guys to stop the Celtics. So, I mean, if you're going to swap, the second best player who would be probably the best player on any other team, for best player, this is probably the deal that you make. And the reason why they reached out to the Lakers to make the deal. Not to try and make a trade with somebody for Luka Doncic. They wanted to make a Luka Doncic deal with the Lakers because, I mean, it wouldn't raise too many eyebrows because it's, okay, the Lakers, again, getting this huge marquee player. This is what they do, and they'll probably go through with it. The league will let Luka go to LA. And, I mean, then we can just apply this pressure. And let's say, hypothetically, the Mavs come out of this deal. They look way better, like, in terms of their ceiling as a championship contender. And let's say they go out and win the championship. Then this ownership group, the management, all looks like geniuses. And we can't act like it's not a possibility. Kyrie Irving
it's a very low possibility.
I mean,
it's not a possibility.
The reason why I'm actually really low on the Mavs,
we know that it's not impossible.
No, well,
anything's possible.
Anything is possible, KG. Yes, but like the entire offense, all of the players on that roster outside of AD are put in that specific position based on how Luka runs things, and Kyrie is arguably a better driver and getting into the paint than Luka, but Kyrie's a much worse playmaker. So like. PJ Washington isn't going to get easy touches. Lively is going to have to actually do more than like just finish lobs. Like you're going to have to see improvement from all of these people. And then Kyrie is going to be overtaxed because blitz Kyrie, who's doing anything?
I mean, you're asking Jaden Hardy to step up.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
no,
again, but like you can still pitch it like you were saying, Caleb. You can still pitch it. We got AD, who's a top 10 NBA player. We got an unprotected first pick. We got Max Christie, who's a young 3-and-D wing.
Max
like
Christie.
You can pitch all three of those things as positive things. That's what most people would want back in a
You
trade.
still
those
have
type of
Olivier
assets.
Maxence Prosper, and you still
Yep,
have all these
exactly.
young pieces.
They
that are
can
still
pitch
there.
this
Yeah.
however they want.
And which
it
is
worked
more the
for-
point I was trying to
Yep.
make, was saying like, hey, like to their group, like this is a championship level move. You know what I mean? This is like they probably walk it. Nico probably walks in there before he gets like starts letting this sink in that he traded Luka Doncic, a once in a generational talent, from their team. He probably felt like he made like a Celtics-esque move where they're bringing in, making like this high level swap, and it's so schematically perfect and all this stuff. And I just think it'll be interesting to see how it turns out at the end of the day, as everybody is.
Final things on the deadline. Marvin Bagley and Johnny Davis are headed to Memphis to complete that Marcus Smart deal to the Wizards. Daniel Tice is being bought out by OKC.
Wait, so there's no Brogdon?
No.
Well, Bagley and Davis are also expirings, so it still works.
So
I was just saying,
you don't
instead
have
of
to give Brogdon minutes. Like you don't have to give Bagley any minutes. You don't have to give Davis any minutes. So again, you're consolidating the minutes for the players who are currently on the team.
Well, no, I'm saying so. Brogdon is
he's
Brogdon's staying.
Yeah, he's on Washington still.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, okay. At this point, I think we're pretty safe to sign off. I will say it looks like OKC opened up that roster spot, waiving Daniel Tice in order to convert AJ Mitchell when he's healthy.
Yep.
Hey.
And Sixers are likely to convert Justin Edwards, apparently, which obviously is been starting for them. So
my agenda, baby.
That thick boy getting paid.
Dude, he does not look thick anymore.
No,
have you seen
he's
him play for the
good.
Sixers?
Yeah, dude, I've seen him play. We already talked about this on the phone.
Sixers are signing.
I'm having it for the people.
The Sixers are signing Chuma Okeke to a 10-day contract out of the G League.
Okay.
I don't hate that.
Steven, did Golden State are they below the minimum roster now? Or they
have 11 guys. So they have
So Quentin Post is probably going to
Quentin Post is going to be converted, and then they'll go 2 weeks and have to sign 2 more guys.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
So
my fantasy team's about to be on the up. That Quentin Post, small forward, power forward, center, baby. Let's go.
That's my guy.
Okay.
It's funny how the Dubs always find really good players for their scheme in the second and undrafted, and then like in the first they find players that cannot do their scheme. It's like
like
a
Moses
weird
Moody,
disconnect
Jonathan
they have.
Kuminga, and James Wiseman.
Yeah. None of those guys really fit with the Warriors.
That might be.
I've been in chats with people who are draft heads, who are really good at doing the draft, and they will always tell you to draft talent over fit. And I think that is the dumbest thing ever. And I will die on a hill saying fit is everything. Obviously, you wouldn't be considering drafting the player if he wasn't talented.
Yeah.
It's the bottom line. It's common sense scouting. Fit is always there.
It's not
always
BPA,
be there.
It's best player for us.
Mm-hmm.
Like you still want to get the best player available for you. Wiseman was never going to be able to play well in the Dub scheme. Like never.
I thought LaMelo would have been so perfect. Like
Halliburton. They could have gone with
Absolutely.
Halliburton too. There were a lot of players that they could have gone with. And like
I think they just
Virtually
veered
anyone
away.
except
They
the
didn't.
guys
They
that
didn't want to mess with that Ball family. That was the big thing.
I
think
understand that.
Yeah.
Turns out that was
is
the
very
wrong move, though. LeVar shut up after they got
He
drafted.
did, but
Well,
at
and I
that
mean,
time,
hey, he knows how to get those kids paid. I mean, all that work he put in, that work he put in, and now look at.
I'm a swerve in the corner.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Dude,
Angelo made a banger, dude.
But I mean, it's not even a great song. It only is getting pushed because he's the brother of two highly talented.
Okay, with that said, I think it's time to sign off. Josh, anything you want to plug?
Just like I always say, like check out the Center Hub, check out Swish Theory. Always support good basketball analysis, because the majority of basketball analysis, and Corbin and Steven can verify this, I'm a curmudgeon about it. Most analysis it's terrible. It doesn't actually tell you anything. They'll just be like, wouldn't this be interesting? And then you read 1,000 words and it's just like, I don't know. Like, so when you find good analysis, like the stuff that's being put out by Swish Theory, by Center Hub, like support it by people like a lot of the people that we had on, Mike Schur at Basketball Poetry, Mo, Bulls on Tap. Like, when you see good analysis, support it, retweet that shit, like cheer it on, because that we need more of that.
Corbin, anything to plug?
After following Josh, not really. Just the Center Hub. Make sure to check it out. Like everything he said, right? On social media, shameless plug at Corbin NBA. Check that out too. And any basketball podcast with myself and Conrad. Should I drop on pretty soon? So yeah, a lot of fun as always. A lot of fun rocking with y'all, gentlemen. It's been a good full day. And yeah, that's it for me.
5.5 hours, and we're wrapping up. Julian, how about you?
I'm gonna plug my Twitter down here. We got at 12J Mendel, of course.
You gotta be more active on there, bud.
What?
You gotta be more active on there.
Yeah, I know. I gotta get more Twitter active. I'm a college student. Let me live my life. Shout out. We're gonna plug the Center Hub as well, of course. First podcast with the whole exec team on here, which is kind of crazy, I'm pretty sure. Also want to plug the War Room and On the Clock BB. That is what me and Caleb are generally going to be doing. We will be starting the War Room pretty soon.
Yeah.
Both of us have kind of been in a transition period for the last month and a half. So things have been a little bit more quiet than they usually are, but we will get y'all prepped for draft season.
Yeah.
I think that's about it.
Caleb, anything to add?
The Center Hub, I mean, go check it out. Like Josh said, got to support good content when you see it. We try our best to promote and support great minds. And yeah, that's really the gist of it. This was really fun. Shout out to Steven for coordinating all of this for the Center Hub. Obviously, I take a lot of pride in the work that we all do for the Center Hub, but I especially am proud and happy to have Steven a part of the crew. Tell him what's up, Steven. Say goodbye.
I can't believe we let me promote the War Room. I was impressed.
So, yeah, you guys can follow me on Twitter at @the_NBAGel. That's NBAGELL. Go listen to the Bird Rights podcast wherever you get your podcast. Go listen to the One and Done podcast wherever you get your podcast. Obviously, it's February, which means March Madness is quickly approaching. So, yeah, go listen to college basketball content. Go listen to the NBA content. I'll be doing trade deadline breakdown pods. I might even write something for the Center Hub, time permitting. But otherwise, we appreciate you guys just rocking it out with us for 5.5 hours. And we will see you guys probably for the NBA draft next, or free agency, whichever one comes first.
Portsmouth, yeah.
And Portsmouth.
Oh, Portsmouth.